Oh, we're
hi.
here. We're live. We're just looking at cards. Don't mind
Angels
us.
of Retribution. If you were here yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, there's a little thing called, I don't know, Nubia.
Nubia exists.
Angels, which is awesome stuff, and it is the World Championships flick alongside DM Armada. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I got lots of sleep. I'm ready for the $15,000 top 16. This is going to be exciting today on day 2 of the World Championships.
It is indeed the day 2 of the World Championships. Top 16 players here in the world are competing for quite a huge chunk of change here in Toronto, Canada, my hometown.
Yeah.
I gave you a jacket yesterday because you came unprepared. Didn't even wear it because apparently you're a bigger boss than I am.
That's right. I didn't need it. You know what? I got the hoodie here. I just repped the hoodie. I walked around. It was pleasant. Here's the thing. Coming from a state that's much hotter, it's actually like a nice reprieve to go somewhere quite cold. So this has been absolutely pleasant.
I gave you the kick in the nuts analogy yesterday.
You did.
When you get severely kicked in the nuts every day for the rest of your life, you're still not used to it. And that's what the cold feels like. People are like, but you're from Canada, you should be used to this. No one's ever used to it. It sucks, but we're here and the action is hot.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. This is the best case scenario. Look, it's beautiful outside, and so we're going to stay inside all day and play with cardboard.
That's what real gamers do.
That's right.
I went to one of the vendors there. It was Steve-O, one of the absolute pillars of the community here. We made a little trade. Let's make a trade. And I fleshed out, I have fallen in love with Mano, ice balls, cool stuff like that, but also Nubia, just a phenomenal hero here, which is very represented in this top 16. Plenty of Nubia players have made it through, but they're all on the bottom half of the bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to look at that. We'll dive into the bracket in just a bit, but first, let's go ahead and pitch it over to the man himself to kick us all off.
Am I live? Can everyone hear me? Good morning, champions! We're now playing Genesis for 2 days straight. That's kind of crazy. Is everyone having a good time? Yeah? Thank you for bracing the cold and making it out here. Yesterday was a crazy event. I had so much fun. It was great talking to so many of you. I want to start today off by saying congratulations to everyone who made it into top 16. Congrats. If I can actually have all those people come up here, Kenny, if you don't mind putting up on screen the top 16 list, and then have them come up here. I want to get a giant group photo together. Top 16, come join me. Ready? No. 1, 2, 3. Don't make it so obvious. All right, back to me talking. All right, so before we jump into the main event, I do have some announcements and things I want to do. Some thank yous. I do want to say thank you to all our sponsors. We have so many people who made this event a reality. So thank you so much to everyone who sponsored the event. I also want to say thank you to the Queen and her squirrels for running the commission booth and helping everyone get signed up for side events and getting everyone their chocolates and drinks and everything. So thank you. Andrew and Brad for helping run the side events. That was a very last minute thing. We're like, oh wait, we need volunteers to help with this, and they jumped on board and really been owning it. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. Uh, Alex, Shahan, and all the judges. I know you're running around all the time like chickens with your heads cut off. You are killing it. Great job. And then all the volunteers. Thank you so much for everyone who's taking your time to come out here and make this event epic. So thank you so much. Yeah. I love the clapping. All right. I do want to call out if you haven't gone to see the vendors, they're hosting a lot of great deals. Damian, he's selling a lot of limited edition prints, only 10 copies of each. If you buy six, you get one for free. And then on top of that, he has 4 commission slots available today. So if you want a 30-minute session, get a commission piece made, talk to him and we can make that happen. All right. Camilla is selling her prints 2 for $25, and then you can get some stickers 3 for $5. And then she has some deals on holographic stickers. M&T is doing a special bundle if you're getting the anniversary promos, and then they're doing a lot of other sales. So make sure you go check them out. Heads or Tails is hosting a raffle, and then also they're looking for people if you're interested in getting interviewed and on one side of the coin, go talk to them. That's a really great experience. So that's available for you. No, oh, that was a huge notification. Carl, why'd you notify me that stuff? Oh, horrible. North of Exile has their amazing playmat. Awesome artwork. Go check that out. Jeff's running some deals on his chibi bundles and his comic books. So if you're interested in getting those, make sure you go check out his booth. Uh, and then I actually didn't have an opportunity to talk to Dragon World about their deals, but I'm sure they have awesome things going on. Go check out their booth. Awesome plushies. All right. Also, from our side, the recycling program. If you have any wrappers you want to get recycled, make sure you head over to that booth and get that done. And also, if you haven't got your promo for coming out to the event or your anniversary coin, go to the Eventbrite sign in. Few other things. Main events. They'll be happening in the session room at the back room. The top 16 is happening there. There's no time limits on your round, so they will be doing their event at their timetable and getting that done. If you want to spectate, there are chairs in that room. Just don't interrupt the players too much. Um, the auction, everything's in the main hall. That's ending tonight. So if you haven't signed up on BidBeacon, make sure you do that. Side events are all happening. If you want to sign up for those, that's in the main hall as well. And then the last thing I want to talk about is lunch. So today, when we do go into our lunchtime, and you get, we'll come up and do an announcement about that. But the first 30 minutes, if you order lunch, you'll be able to pick it up here. Otherwise, you go out, get your lunch, bring it back. We'll do the Q&A in the second half of that lunch hour in this room. So everyone's welcome to join the Q&A. You just need to get your lunch, come back in time. All right? Besides that, those are all my announcements. Have an awesome day. And I'm so excited that we're on day 2 of Days of Beckoning. So thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back and we're about to start with the top 16. This top 16 is really exciting, and not only is it exciting, but you get a really cool looking card. Check this out. Look at that. Got the beautiful foil treatment there. If we can get that on the screen, let's see. Hopefully it popped up, and it's signed, I believe. Look at that.
That is in fact signed.
Fantastic. All the top 16 players got that right there. But these players want a little bit more than just that, don't they?
No, they want the pride of saying that they were perhaps the first ever champion. Now bring that back up there, because it's not.
Take a look.
It's not just the fact that it's shiny and
it is shiny.
Someone scribbled on it. It's the fact that it's also a secret art on there.
Yeah.
So these are kind of very, very unique. And like you mentioned, cards are cool. Don't get me wrong.
Cards are shiny too.
They can be shiny, but there's also a big chunk of cash online here, as these players have been whittled down to 16. Now, the bracket that we saw earlier, the names are correct, the matchups are correct, but the placement on the actual bracket is a little bit topsy-turvy, so we're going to get that sorted out. Don't worry about it.
It's not a big deal, because what it comes down to is it will accurately show you how the matchups are going to play out, and that is the most interesting part at this very first outset, is how these matches are going to play out. And we are going to see, I believe, the 1 versus 16 matchup first, if that is correct. We'll know that very soon. But looking at these deck lists that we've been given, we have Alta. And this is the 16th place, snuck in the skin of the teeth, an Alta player, which is, I think, the only Alta player that actually showed up. I could be wrong on that, but one of a very few number. And what do you have over there on that side? Oh, it's just Sid.
It's Sid.
The world champion right now, the current reigning world champion. We saw him at the very end of the day yesterday. And it was, well, just put it this way, it was a very quick game, and it was a very terrifying experience if you're sitting across from Sid.
Yep, Psycho Sid Williams. Psycho Sid Williams on Kunn is going to come through with a lot of the standard fare. Bolt shots and dedicated studies, cards like that are really just very, they're kind of what we call staples in card games, right? Cards that are very universally appealing, universally used and applicable. As we start the game already here, as both players are just getting sorted through, that is, if I'm not mistaken, on the top side of your screen, that is Sid Williams, your number 1 seed, playing Kunn. On the bottom, it is Chris Gordon on Alta.
Chris on Alta, and sneaking into the top 16, playing Alta, using that new Phage affiliation, if you will. And I think one of only maybe 1 or 2 on the day, being able to cut your way into the top 16, and you can do some very scary things. And when you're the only champion to make it into the top 16, unfortunately, you have to go, in this case, against the world champion. But when you're the only champion on that, there could be some dark horse mentality going into this. Like, maybe you're underrepresented, maybe you're underappreciated, or not thought highly enough of. Maybe you can make some waves here, especially if you take down the world champion.
Yeah, you got to take down the world champion if you want to get there. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And there's certain amounts of pride that players will take when they know that they're coming in with something that have their own brew. When they go off the board, as it were, you show up with the secret sauce, as it were, and there's a little extra feather in your cap if you can cross the finish line. But just making it to the top 16 on your homebrew is a pretty decent way to do it. As we've seen that the bottom half of this bracket is just completely populated by Nubias, and the top side of the bracket is a sprinkle of all kinds of different things. So the meta looks nice and vibrant.
It does. And interestingly enough, I think we got a note about this player, Chris Gordon, sitting in the 16th seed prior to this event. This was a player that I think was at a recent large-scale event and finished very highly, playing the same champion. I think they actually finished second place at the entire event, and they were new to the game, fairly new to in-person play, and absolutely just slaughtered through the field with a deck similar to this, from what we were told earlier, and worked and repositioned and maneuvered around so many different champions throughout that day. And this is one of those lists that maybe you just can't count out if they know how to pilot it well.
All right, so the players, you see them here just getting set with the life totals. Their aura banks are just filled to the brim. Both champions rather, are on the board, facing each other across the Lost Star battlefield.
You love the Lost Star arena there, which is something so cool. Now, one of the things that you want to keep in mind when you're looking to play against Alta is this very powerful Caustic Millipede, which is a rare from the new Origins set that has 6 health. It beckons for 16, so it's actually cheaper than like an Angel of Retribution, or cheaper than one of those giant angry Donkey Kongs that we saw yesterday, the Violent Bimonts. But it deals a ranged electric attack of 4, and it gives decay. And decay is terrifying because at the end of each round, whatever has decay loses 1 life. So if Caustic Millipede is allowed to just run rampant, then you can just absolutely get torn out. But here, starting off, Alta looks like they're content to play an Alim and draw the card.
Alim is a wonderful card as well. Again, that's a card that can go ahead and I believe it just kind of smacks you on the flanks. Its awareness is to its left and to its right, and the way that it kind of comes in, it could just kind of surprise you and just, give you a little elbow room on both sides, as that's what's happening right now. Is immediately Alta's getting flanked by okay, maybe not. Just sort of thinking about it there.
That was a dedicated studies play. So we had dedicated studies come down, the discard off the top, but then drawing 2 and then able to jam that down. And there's the first Caustic Millipede coming across and doing some work.
Yeah, definitely doing some work.
Gonna do some work. That's the hope, right?
Yeah, well, the standard procedure here is, move forward a tile, you go ahead and perhaps summon ahead of you and just start putting things in the way of that Kunn. And at the same time, the Caustic Millipede with the range of 2 tiles ahead of it in its awareness. And then the decay effect. That's a nasty thing. You give decay to something, it is just constantly putting that unit on the clock.
Yeah, now, the thing about Kunn, though, and there's the Alim as well for Kunn. The thing about Kunn is just going to try to swoop in on the Angel Wings and deal a bunch of damage. We saw the games yesterday finish so quickly on this deck simply because they got directly in the face of the opposing champion and then just warp struck, all of these possible ways, wind slashes, like everything that they could throw at him. They threw the hand at him. And that is perhaps the play that you take here. Maybe you feel like this decay effect that you'd have to worry about is no big deal if you just kill your opponent quickly enough.
So I'm going to use some hockey terms here for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Kunn is kind of like a grinder or a power forward. Somebody who it's basically gets up in your face, sits in the crease and gets what's called garbage goals. You have maybe some of the peripheral attack, pucks go to the net. You want a big body in front that's going to disrupt the goalie, stand in the crease, and knock home the rebounds. Garbage, greasy goals, that's what you want. Someone to pick up the garbage and send it home. That feels like what Kunn is, a true grinder, a real grinder.
Wow, and look at this, able to completely clear that Millipede out off the back of, I think it was double bolt shot. Which is a very, very good thing because now you don't have to worry about that decay unless, your opponent is drawn into another one. And yes, you are running 6 in this deck. This list does have 6 of those Caustic Millipedes, but not having one turn 1 and round 1 means that you may just be able to outlast them or chase them down before they can get to another one.
Alim moving forward again on the flanks, just exerting, trying to poke through with a little bit of damage here. We're going to move forward as well. Again, Kunn just getting right up in your face here. Just one toe in the crease just to screen the goalie a bit. But, you want to kind of get in your opponent's face with Kunn. And, just talking about Bolt Shot. Bolt Shot, talking to some of the vendors, and immediately you go over there, and I'm just sort of rifling through some of the singles, and I bought a bunch of singles. I bought about maybe 15 or 20 singles just to kind of round out some of the decks that I'm looking to build. And the first thing that I was told was, if you're looking for bolt shots, don't even.
Bolt shots, Chrono Walkers, just sorry about that. Someone literally came and bought all of them.
Yeah, and by all of them, it's not like 2 or 3. There was a stack apparently of about like 20 to 30 Chronos and bolt shots, and they were all gone like within a heartbeat, as those are very, very important cards.
Highly sought after, very, very powerful cards. There's another one coming down right there, another bolt shot, and this one is going to both hit Alta and the summon that was behind, which I couldn't quite make out, but that summon is easily removed by the power of the bolt shot, and we see it again. This is a card that is incredibly sought after and incredibly effective.
So, aside from that, there's a...
moving the All-M up to deal even more damage to the opposing champion. Let's make that all the way up there. That makes it so much easier.
All right. Yeah, as we were kind of just like going full screen.
Get that full screen
full
mode.
Screen action. Now we have the advantage. But yeah, look at that life total for Alta, already down to 8. And you mentioned this yesterday, that these matches, it was just all gas, no brakes. Just get right in your kitchen and start messing with the pots and pans.
Yeah, this is the swarmed Leo coming down, trying to create a little bit of an extra threat on the board. But again, when you have wings, you just fly over stuff, and that may just be the case when you have your opponent at such a life disadvantage. You're just gonna fly over it and try to kill him, close the game out. Depending on what you have in your hand, it looks like there's a bolt shot. All you need is like some combination of 4 more damage, and you could probably close this game out.
Sid Williams of Ontario, Heads or Tails Gaming here in Ontario. So Sid, local boy, coming through, defend some of that northern honor of the wonderful province of Ontario. And Chris is actually a newer player.
Yeah.
Plays out of Cobalt Keep in Reno, Nevada.
Yeah, traveled to the Washington major tournament recently and took second place in that tournament on this deck, I believe, but has his hands full here with the world champion. Just trying to deal in the bolt shot 1. The question is there a follow-up bolt shot? Because if you have a follow-up bolt shot, then you may just be able to close this game right here, right now. You have positioned these Leos so that they can't, they can keep that Alem at bay. But can you somehow stop the follow-up on the bolt shot, which just connects for so much damage?
Now, bolt shot, you can see in terms of how to pay the card, there's paying the aura cost, but there's also paying with, just peeling cards off the top of your deck, right? So it seems like, in this case, Sid Williams just is going, effectively balls to the walls. So the deck is just another resource. Let's just go ahead and burn those cards. We don't need them. Keeping an aura pool is very important, but it seems like with Chris all the way down to 1, doing at 18, you kind of have a free pass here to just say, I don't even think I'm not even going to see half this deck, so let's just burn it and have a bank so that we can maybe pop off on those bigger turns, chaining multiple spells together.
That's exactly right. And so, yes, while you do have the power of the Caustic Millipede and maybe, have this lingering effect that just deals 1 for the rest of the game, if the game only lasts 3 rounds, then it's not going to matter too terribly much because this deck just wants to close it out. And you've got Alem here available on the next round. You've got your champion available. I don't even think the champion's been exerted. They may have and just not be being indicated. But, if they're not, you might just be able to close it right here.
At this rate, as you can see, you're down to the wire. You're at one health left here, and at this rate, the aura bank, there's nothing to save.
And there's a warp strike. This warp strike could just come in and seal the deal right here. Warp strike plus, maybe anything else if there's some sort of counterplay might just close it out. But warp striking over any responses, gonna warp strike there, and that could just deal the last point of damage for this game number 1. And he's looking at the hand, trying to see if there's any responses. Oh, it's a possibility.
There's a way to get out of this. Again, it's just extending your life. This is do or die in this tournament. It's a best of 3. So this game here is not going to send you home by any means, but at the same time, just stretch it out. See, the other part about this as well is just like getting information. If you can buy another turn or 2, even though it's a dire situation and you're not going to win, just seeing what your opponent's play lines are in certain similar situations, what their game plan is in future games. And we're going to wrap this one up here. It's 1 game for Sid, but ultimately, if Chris can take anything away from this, perhaps it's strategy, it's game lines and gameplay. What is Sid doing? How did he do it? And how can I stop it in game 2?
Well, so the interesting thing, and we should take a look at the 4 thoughts here. Things like shutdown, things like snare are what you're looking for. And unfortunately, looking at this Alta list, there are no snares present in it. You have to be able to stop the mobility and the power of that positioning that you gain if you're Kunn. If you're playing Kunn, you have the ability to get in immediately almost by using his dash effects. And if you can't stop that, then you're going to put yourself in warp strike range. You're going to put yourself in bolt shot range. They're going to go bolt shot, bolt shot, bolt shot, warp strike, and you're dead. And so this would be the time where if you had those cards available, and he didn't already cite them in, you probably should. Unfortunately, looking at this list, there are no snares, so you're going to have to try and find a way to piece this together with what you've brought. Maybe you can make some substitutions here. Let's see what they choose to make. Maybe you lean heavier into dedicated studies to try and dig for some answers, if you haven't already.
Well, beyond that, Steven, let's just have a look here. The fact that if you do want to get a little nastier on that, bolt shots are cool and all, but there's also a 6-pack of Tsunamis and Sid's sideboard. And, being able to just move forward, get in range, finding that lineup there can really just punish a board that likes to cluster together. Yeah. If you're trying to protect your hero, which, again, Kunn's flying around.
Yes.
Kunn doesn't care about, units on the board. Kunn doesn't even care about walls. Can you believe that?
Yeah, nothing. I know you love ice walls.
Yes.
But,
ice walls for days.
Kunn says no.
No?
He says no, I'm just going to fly over it. I have wings. These wings were made for flying. That's just what they'll do. And he just goes right over it, right over everything. We saw a game yesterday at the very end where a Hellchasm was played to deal damage, like 6 damage, and then create all these chasms. And Kunn said, cool, I'll take 6, and then just flew over all the chasms and then punched them in the face until they didn't have a face.
Yeah, just went on the PA and said, if you look to the window on your right, you'll see a player that's about to lose. I asked you this earlier before we went live. I said, Kunn can fly. If you could fly, you never answered me, did you? You said
yes. No, I want to luge. All right, so let's pose it to the chat. Here's the question, chat.
Here's the question, chat.
Play along.
This is one I threw out there. I said, you are gifted the power of flight. Now, you have to choose one of the 2 caveats. One of it being that you could only attain lift with your eyes closed, and as soon as you open your eyes, you lose the power of flight. The other is you always have the power of flight, but you can only go in the direction of your feet, so you have to kind of travel luge style, feet first. Which would you choose? And I'm asking which one you would choose.
I think I would choose luge. I think luging around seems like a blast.
Okay.
It's like reverse Superman, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not going this way, but you're going that way.
But like how you kind of lose the cool factor after a while. Like, do you want to be a luge guy?
Yeah, I would. I get to fly.
Yeah, dude. I guess.
Do I want to be a luge guy? Are you kidding me? I get the power of flight. The excitement of flight, in some ways, is that you can watch and see things that you're passing.
Sure.
You don't necessarily get. Plus, you're also saying that I can't just flip upside down and fly upside down with my feet first. So basically, just that way.
So here's the other question, frankly. We got Ben Yent saying luge as well. So two
luge
for
style.
luge.
Come on, Ben knows.
2 for luge. Yeah.
At least you can see. You get to enjoy the view.
I have questions like this, by the way, prepared for most of these heroes, of these champions. I have one for teleportation, but should we save that for Cato?
Yeah, we gotta save it for.
Or at least a Chrono Walker game.
Yep. Now this is interesting. Bringing in Mystic Protection, a card that allows you to prevent 4 damage dealt to you by a target in its awareness. Fantastic for responding to bolt shots. I think the other card that was brought in that I saw. Oh, I just forgot what it was. But I was so distracted by that amazing question.
I know.
It was so good.
You're more
Play
than
along, chat. We want to know what you would do.
You're more than welcome. There was, I used to have a podcast called Hypotheticals, where it was me and 2 of my buddies, and we would each take turns. Each episode was another person leading the question, where we would present a hypothetical situation, and the other 2 would on the spot have to present their solution and argue why theirs was better, and then a winner would be declared.
Okay.
So
I like that. That's fun.
And yeah, we did 8 or 9 episodes. It was actually a lot of fun. We just unfortunately they hadn't realized, and they had to
bring this back.
I would love to bring this. You want to do this?
That sounds incredible.
Are we doing hypotheticals?
All right.
Okay. So, for example, one of the episodes was you need to make $1,000 legally in 24 hours. What do you do? And then so there was all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
One of the answers was well, I'd immediately hop in my Uber. I'd start trying to. I'm like, yeah, but you're not going to make $1,000.
No, not $1,000.
So, yeah, I would, I'd rob it. I'm like, it has to be illegal.
Right.
So that's kind of how we went. I think ultimately it was get a plane to a prostitution legal state or place,
okay,
and immediately just do the nastiest things for $1,000.
I don't know nowadays. Oh, and here we go. We're beginning with it. Wow, look at this turn. Look at this starting turn.
Yeah.
Caustic Millipede, oh my god. Alim drawing the card, Caustic Millipede coming out, and this positioning too. Picornovirus as well. This is crazy.
Yeah, so in this case here, it seems like there's a situation of, well, you know what, like if I just kind of play it safe and you're coming in, I need to kind of sell the farm early, get everything on the board, and maybe swarm you and start hitting you back. I think there's a situation here, knowing that there's bolt shots lining up and having everything clustered can be dangerous. I think the move here is that once Kunn comes in, you kind of encompass him and try to get all the way around him and start attacking and poking at him. Stay out of tsunami ranges. Maybe make the bolt shots less important. Obviously, Kuhn's prime focus is going to be Alta, but if you can burn down Kunn with everything around it first, maybe use up some of the energy, the exertions in terms of getting Kunn to play defensively, that might be a situation here. But look, immediately Kunn just goes straight forward here.
Well, see, the interesting thing too is in the last game and in games that we've seen, we see like Kunn get value off of killing summons with bolt shot and dealing damage to Alta. So if you don't line yourself up and put yourself in position necessarily to take that damage, maybe by moving the Caustic Millipede to the side like that, and then causing some damage and like threatening damage that way, and then breaking up your lines so you're not getting constant value, you make Kunn decide, do you want to deal extra value on 4 damage with bolt shot to 2 of my summons, or are you trying to get it to me and my summons? And at this point, now the Picornovirus has a range target. If you can reposition that, maybe you can keep things at range. And maybe you can chip down Kunn yourself, but I feel like it's almost like you're always forced into a race scenario when he could just fly over everything.
Well, that's the danger, right? Is the fact that there's no hindrances that you can throw in front of it. You know, in games that we've played, sometimes I'm just going to drop some bodies in front of me because all I need is a buffer between my health total and your aggression, right? In this case, you don't have that. So
look at this. Dropping another all-in, and in doing so, you're drawing cards. Dedicated studies, draw more cards. You literally place summons on the board. You literally just dig through your deck for burn, and you just drop all the burn that you can, and you just find it. And if you don't finish them with all the burn that you have, well, you just have all these, all-ins on the board still.
Yeah, the deck here is not necessarily a concern. If your goal is to essentially end the game in 3 rounds, then who cares how many cards you're discarding?
That's right.
Dedicated Studies is a very good engine piece to go ahead and dig through all the garbage and keep the gems. Find your bolt shots, find your really nasty cards, position yourself, and go for it. And it seems right now that the aura total for Sid is half of what I think he ended last game with. He ended last game in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, unless the last kill shot is where he spent it, but he's just going to the well real early.
Now, this card, though, the one that he's playing is absolutely backbreaking. It's called Water Warp, and it deals 5 water damage to everything in the awareness, which is a straight line. And so positioning like this, Water Warp is going to just cover all of those units, deal 5 to everything, which is crazy good. But here's that Mystic Protection that we were talking about earlier, and I wonder if that does that also cover the protection on the summons as well? It looks like it does. Prevent the next 4 damage dealt to you. No, it just dealt to you. Okay, so it is going to remove the summons. What a powerful area of effect play.
Definitely, and there's a lot of those in this game. Bolt shot being one, tsunami being one, and the water damage across a straight line like that can be devastating, especially when you're summoning to your flanks. You can get in there. Kunn just fearless, absolutely fearless, berserker rage right in front of your face.
It's like it has all the tools necessary to just be aggro completely, which is incredibly terrifying if you're looking at this deck going, how do I counter this? How can I play around it? I can't put things in front. I have to avoid putting things in straight lines because of Bolt Shot and because of the card that was just played, Water Warp. I can't get in close because that's what they want to do with like Warp Strikes and things like that.
What I like about this game is the heroes have very unique ideologies, identities as well. There's something for everyone, and to the degree. Do you want to kind of have this like one, gigantic behemoth of a champion that can go in and get the work done? Do you want somebody who's a little bit more manipulative, more smoke and mirrors that, kind of frustrates you like Cato or something like that? Or do you want someone like Minot who just builds up walls, gets out of the way, shoots you from afar, kind of creates these barriers and makes it very frustrating for you to actually get to where they need to be? So there's something for everyone. As we can see here, Sid Williams on Kunn has really bunched in and gotten in the face. It's just absolutely head down, sprint towards your opposing champion and start swinging.
Now this is playing this lion here on this. Nope, gonna choose to move it over to the side. Now here's the danger, because if there's another water warp in hand, Kunn just moves over 1 square to the left, and then just water warps again, wipes that board almost immediately. Now, it isn't going to wipe the Caustic Millipede. It's going to leave it at 1 if he does have that water warp in hand. Is that a water warp? I can't quite tell. But if you do, you're just setting yourself up to see another one and then just take a bunch more damage.
Kunn now down to 20.
So moving on to the next round,
Yeah, all the exertions are going to get wiped off the board. We're going to go to a fresh new turn. You saw something.
Did you see it? So in his hand, Kunn has 3 bolt shots stacked up on the side. So that's 12 damage. You basically put your opponent at 12 less life right now. So you're literally just counting down to lethal. So you have him pegged for 12. If you can figure out a way to find that extra damage, something like this Alim, maybe you can just chunk them down in like this round.
You could. I mean, you can just go ahead and move down to the right, rotate, bolt shot, right? Just take out that line. It's a nasty effect. And again, this is a game, like you mentioned, where things are different, but that's a pretty adept move here, kind of getting out of the way.
Trying to take care of the all-ims, clean up the summons on the board. This doesn't deal full damage. It would, just leave that all-im at 1, because I think the lion here only deals 2. But trying to maybe block in some summons from moving closer into you. But yeah, this is, if your opponent's holding 3 bolt shots, whether you know it or not, you have to see your own range of life total. And there's a very real chance that you could just be put on lethal right away.
All right, we're going to summon to the left flank of Kunn here. And I like what he's doing here. He's boxing those units in, because you can, again, slide to the side, do a little, little rotation, 90 degrees, and then go ahead and start taking them out. Now, I think what the plan here is to just, again, box these units in. Now, Kunn is flying, so you can kind of walk under him to a degree. But at the same time, you want to just make sure that you've got everything lined up for those bolt shots. Again, value in this is all good. You want to have the area of effect really deal damage to 2 separate tiles, multiple units. But again, the focus here is going to be on Alta. You want all the damage to go to that hero. So if you could just go straight ahead and bolt shot right in front of your face, that's good enough.
Well, and this is what he set up. So he chooses to use the heavy holy attack 2 to reduce 2. Because again, you're just counting to 12 at this point. And then played, I think it's a direct punch for 2 again. Again, you're just attempting to get them into 3 bolt shot range. And that's 12 damage. Because if you do, then you can go swift speed, bolt shot, and you win the game. And you can do that by activating and moving and then triple bolt shot at any moment. And that is a scary proposition, because if you can just put yourself in position to just win the game on the spot, it doesn't really matter what your opponent does.
Right now, Kunn, who doesn't need to close his eyes to fly.
Oh, there's a move by Alta.
Okay, but this move here, again, that Caustic Millipede, pretty nasty, but it doesn't matter. You can just get on top of it, do a little do-si-do, a little 90-degree rotation, and then go start full Legolas.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
You're good to go.
Yeah, now, the interesting thing as well, yes, you have cleaned up the summons of the the all-Ms that were on the board previous to this to some degree, right? There's still one floating up there right next to Kunn. And yes, you can move this Caustic Millipede into position and try to deal it some decay damage, and it is going to put a decay counter on there. But you're going to need like some counterplay to stop direct damage. And if you don't have that capability, if you don't draw into something right here, or you don't already have it in hand, then your opponent has too much. And there's a warp strike as well. I think they have too much range of damage on you.
Some of these cards are just absolutely devastating, and if you're loading up, like you mentioned, on the spell aspect, on the damage aspect versus the board presence aspect of having summons on the board, this is it's a whole different ballgame. As you can see, look at all the different caustic millipedes, all the nonsense there that Alta's just tossing on the board, just inviting all the friends over to the birthday party. It doesn't matter because Kunn showed up, didn't bring a six-pack, and he's raiding the fridge, and it doesn't matter. If you've got bolt shots, you've got a way to win.
Now this is trying to deal with the summons on the board and just keep yourself away from those easy damage summons by, virtue of like caustic millipede and things like that. Well, I guess there's a question on exertions here maybe. Either way, they're attempting, okay. It's going to start with the caustic millipede on the far side, attempting to just completely remove that first all-in from the board. And again, still dealing with summons, trying to keep away the free damage so that you can avoid just an easy lethal. But when your opponent is holding so many things, you have to play around so much.
Sid Williams, the number 1 seed in this tournament here, the first round of the top 16. He's taking his licks here, going down to 11. This is the most danger that he's faced, I think, in this entire game. Frankly, the fact that this game is still going on is a dramatic improvement to the first one where Kunn came in and, kicked the doors of the saloon and started firing wildly. Ultimately here, Sid Williams, the number 1 seed at the World Championships here of the top 16, is playing Kunn versus Chris Gordon of Reno, Nevada on Alta. Came all the way up to the frigid cold.
Oh, is he going to try for it now? I think he might be trying for it. Now, he's been playing it very slow. He's been very methodical, just waiting to make sure that you can, have your opponent on just guaranteed lethal. And this could be the turn you've used your Swift to exert, but now you're playing Bolt Shot. Bolt Shot number 1, trying to see if there's any...
Yeah, asking for the resolution fact. Yeah, we're going to see. All right, do you have any response? There's the first response.
Yeah, Mystic Protection. And this could be what you've been trying to be very meticulous about, because Mystic Protection prevents either the next 4 damage dealt to you by a target, or prevents all damage dealt to you by enemy abilities that are not targeting. So there's the bolt stack number 2, or the bolt shot number 2 on the stack. That one resolves.
All right, so that's 4 damage done.
Down to 8.
And hey, why not? Let's go for another.
Burning through your deck as well.
Now, we've seen, I believe that's the 4th bolt shot played completely, 5th maybe, and there's still a few more left in the deck. I don't know if he's burnt any off the top by trying to pay for these bolt shots. Ultimately, you're 1 bolt shot away from just sealing the deal here, as that bolt shot gets stuffed by the protection.
Yep. That is the exact card that you need in this matchup, but does it give you enough space? And do you have another one? And can you stop any other quick, swift speed damage? Because remember, your opponent can always respond on top of the stack with more damage if you don't have the ability to stop it on the spot.
All right, down to 4. Chris Gordon navigating through this hail of arrows. So much they blot out the sun.
Now there is another Mystic Protection in hand for Chris, so he can stop another direct 4 damage. So that effectively puts him at 8, in his sort of mindset. You can consider yourself at 8, while your opponent puts you on 4, because they are just counting lethal based on what they know, the information available. And you do have 3 caustic millipedes, so maybe you have an avenue to try and push this damage all the way through.
That's 3,000 legs.
That is a lot of legs.
That's a lot of feet that can try to kick your ass. And the problem here is that you are kind of up against it at 4. 1 bolt shot without any response on your end can be lights out. You have to really navigate very, very carefully here. 1 misstep, 1 mistimed reaction, swift response is going to essentially be lights out. So at this rate, Chris Gordon has to play perfectly to seal the deal here and see a game 3. This is game 2. Sid Williams just absolutely steamrolled in game 1. This one's going the distance, it seems. We're already approaching. We got
halfway through.
Yeah, 28 minutes and change left on this round, but the first one seemed like it was over in a heartbeat.
Now this is the Mystic Protections that was in hand, paying for this to stop any damage from the Warp Strike that could come across. So Warp Strike, after this resolves, is guaranteed not to deal any damage to a target in Mystic Protections awareness this round. So see how this keeps him alive for a little longer. But questions on whether or not you can actually count to it. Now, here's the thing. You mentioned this a moment ago. When you have this many bolt shots and this many effects like Warp Strike that just mill off the top of the deck, eventually you start to mill yourself if you can't close the game. And we may see if you can somehow survive this barrage. We may see an avenue of victory to just getting your opponent to no cards in their deck.
Yeah, I do want to make a quick adjustment here because I did make a mistake. The timer's counting up.
Oh, there's no time.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
There's were you ever a kid? Did your parents ever say, "I'm going to count to 3"? Did they ever do that to you?
Yes.
Okay, my parents counted down. Because if you count up, that's infinite. My dad was like, "No, there's a deadline on your idiocy," and we start at 3, we go down to 0, and then you wake up in a hospital. So that's what happens. The timer goes up. There's no time. We want a resolution to these games, so that's where we're going to go. All the time in the world, effectively, I guess, until the sun burns out and we all die in a cold isolation of space. But
yes, accurate and dark. What isn't dark are the chances that Alta has to maybe pick up this game, because here Kunn's taking a more defensive posture. Look at oh my goodness. It may be a little hard to make out there towards the side of the deck. That deck for Kunn looks incredibly thin. Posturing backwards, taking the brand damage. This actually could just be closed out right here.
Yeah, this is nasty. There are more millipedes here than a timeshare in Tampa Bay. It's nasty. It is so gross just how this has kind of changed. As you see Alta changing her own posture and retreating to the corner. You're down to 4, but these decay counters also taken away. They are Kunn's on a clock here, and it's not just a matter of getting to Alta, it's getting through this minefield of ranged millipedes.
Well, at this point we actually just watched Kunn. Oh no, the camera. Now it's just on Flick.
Is it? I just kicked it with my legs.
Flick just destroyed the camera. Here, we'll adjust it together.
We'll figure it out.
We got it. Crushed. Look, there it is, just on him. No, so we actually saw Kunn double move back to try and step away from other possible lethals. Dedicated studies, do you even have the capability? Yeah, I guess there are still enough cards in deck to maybe try to dig for a last gasp for damage, because if you do have another bolt shot in there, maybe you can just close it out with the old bolt shot, but in this case, no. Just getting rid of the cards that you drew into. You didn't find what you needed.
I'm really curious to see how many games Sid has gone, or how many matches he's had that have gone to 3 games. Yeah. I really want to know if he's just really run roughshod over the entire field.
I would like to know that as well, actually. I'd be very interested to see. Trying to see what's in his hand.
I know, I'm like kind of peeking under, but I realize it's a screen.
It looks like a water warp. A water warp would close it out if you can deal 5 damage. That closes things out. But if there's any counterplay to stop that damage, then you probably just put yourself on a losing path by playing that out there. Because Water Warp does cost 20, and that leaves you with 3 aura and no ability to cast anything else in the rest of the game.
You better be damn well sure that if you're doing that, it's because you're closing it out.
I mean, you don't have any other possibility, right? I mean, if you throw that down, it is a Water Warp. It's like a last gasp play.
I mean, there's an option for, like, it could be a Hail Mary situation to a degree where you're like, well, you might have a way to stuff this, but I have to take that chance. Eventually, you have to play to your outs.
Yeah,
you have to play to your outs.
You do, and this is a case where maybe you just move over, try it, and you know what? If it doesn't work out, go to game 3. That is a very real possibility, because we've seen what Kunn can do with the right draws and the right digs, just pushing 4 bolt shots and saying GG and moving on to top 8. But whoever picks up this match will move into the top 8, trying to secure their share of $15,000. We were talking to a vendor earlier. $15,000, much more than 15,000 doll hairs.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. They tried to ask if we wanted to pay in doll hairs. I didn't have any of those.
No.
So dollars is all I could make it work. Canadian, U.S., it's really up to you. You know, it is what
It's really up to the people selling it, frankly.
No, I just give everybody U.S. dollars. And they're like, oh, thank you. This is far more than it actually costs.
Mine.
Then they run away before I have the ability to say it. I might be overpaying for things here.
Yeah, and this game really getting to the grindy phases here as we're emptying the bank. Here it comes. This is the water warp.
Water warp, and this was the thought. He was in the tank for this exact reason. Do you play the water warp here to try and deal with all of these millipedes? Do you try to just water warp it over, and then it allows you to teleport to a spot in the water warp's awareness adjacent to it? So this could allow you to respond, but here's the swift response, dropping him to 1. And so it really just comes down to this: is there a way for you to close this game out? You're at 3 aura, 1 life,
plus the decay counter. I mean, you're dead if you don't close out here.
Yeah, completely dead. And it comes down to this: is there anything that you can do to deal 4 damage that your opponent can't stop, to deal 2 damage using the holy attack there, I think, to warp over and then deal holy damage? Your opponent's at 2. They have very little counterplay with 15 aura themselves. You're at 1. You have no counterplay with 3 aura.
You got to give Chris a lot of credit here.
Yes.
For just the resilience of sticking to this game and not necessarily just scooping and saying, well, we'll see you next time. But that's what's happening right now, it seems, is that decay counter just gets the job done. It's over for Sid Williams. We're going to a game 3 here, Mr. DM Armada.
Wow, can you believe it, Flake? We saw the world champion absolutely wreck game 1, but here clawing their way back at what looked like just almost guaranteed lethal. Clawing your way back into game 2.
In the 5 rounds of Swiss, Sid 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1, 2-0. So there were a lot of three-game matches here, and so Sid has been up against it, has played these sort of elimination games, as it were, and here's another one. Again, this is the first round of a top 16 for the World Championships of Genesis Battle of Champions.
Sitting in the Lost Star Arena. Lone Star. I'm a Texan through and through. Lone Star. No, it's Lost Star Arena. But dropping into the Lost Star Arena for round 3 of this best of 3. If you're sitting in the position of the 16 seed, just completing that game, you have to be feeling good about the way that you piloted that, the way that you sideboarded it into this match. And if you're the world champion up against the 16th seed that managed to outlast you, you have to slow yourself down and remember not to get tilted. Yes, you're a world champion for a reason. You're the 1 seed for a reason. You have to just know what your deck does, move on with it.
So, you're a Texan.
I am.
How many gallons is your hat?
Which hat? I wear baseball caps.
Okay, how many gallons is that?
That's a great question.
Is that like a 0.2 gallon hat?
You know, it probably is. That's actually pretty close. I would guess it'd be around 0.2 gallons.
All right, well, we're off to the race already as Sid just coming out swinging. Kunn, let's go. Right into your kitchen again. Alta saying, whoa, chill out, bucko. Like, I haven't even drawn my cards yet. So, game 3. Top 16, the number 1 seed, trying to close out here.
Yeah.
Just went complete hellfire in game 1, closed it out real early, and a very, very adept comeback, I would say, in game 2.
I agree. And then playing down a coronavirus here, which does have range to deal with certain things. Let's see what else they have. They've got a Mystic Protection in hand. Keeping those is huge. Being able to keep that and stop some really scary, sticky damage in those big moments was how is your path to victory really in game 2. So probably wanting to do the same thing in game 3.
I feel like you need to be you need to hunt for a millipede immediately. I think that there's a certain part of this match where just dropping a decay counter on Kunn is in itself I don't want to say a win condition, but the fact that there's inevitability. You're creating inevitability. You're not just running around anymore, and then it's a matter of survival. pick your shots where you can accelerate the end game in that regard. But just dropping a decay counter on the hero in itself is something that you have to get going. Getting those 3 millipedes was great. It was all around you know, poking and doing all kinds of nasty stuff. But ultimately, just phenomenal. Phenomenal.
So going to fly over and fly across and slam down a water warp. And again, this is what we saw so many times in Game 1 and in previous matches. Water warp doing absolute, just a wonderful opportunity to just clear off some of those summons and also deal mass amounts of damage. But the Mystic Protection, paying for that to stop the damage to yourself. Yes, it may soak up a Swarmed Leo, but a second one.
Yeah, on top of that stack as well. So the way that the stack works, obviously, everybody, is that last in, first out, so to speak, as you continue the stack and resolve from top to bottom. And the first water warp was stuffed by the Mystic Protection. In this case, we're going to drop another one on top. Said, all right, well, this one gets a free ride. We're going to move in with Kunn, and suddenly the lineup for the bolt shot.
Wow! And so again, water warp. If you deal damage with it, then you are allowed. Oh, and the response as well. If you deal damage with water warp, you're allowed to move, and that movement after you resolve allows you to build back up on the stack. And building back up on the building back up on the stack allows you to play something like a bolt shot, but both players responding in kind back and forth. I believe this is a pressure point as well, trying to respond here. Absolute insanity of just positioning. Oh, and the bolt shot trying to resolve as well, taking 4 down to 14, but that Mystic Protection is going to save 1, is going to end up reducing just by 1 instead of by taking, I think he actually reduced all of it, protected completely from that 5 damage swing.
So those worth noting as well is that Chris Gordon milled off the top of the deck 2, possibly 3 caustic millipedes. So that can be devastating,
game-changing.
Yeah, problematic because you don't have access to them. They're gone. You never know. One might show up off the top of the deck, but they were so pivotal in terms of turning the game around in Game 2, and there's only 6 in the deck. And if you just immediately eviscerate 33% of your potential win conditions, just to paying the cost of something to protect you from taking damage, that I think if you're Sid is a nice exchange.
It's a boon, yeah. Now, dropping the All-M is a great way to dig for that because if you can find another one, maybe drop that on the board. It's great because that All-M is going to come in and draw you that card. It also represents damage on the board that you can slam down and try to reposition, because this is what we saw in Game 2, the idea that you can move around, reposition yourself, get summons onto the board that can kind of cause these little scratches and just little pockets of damage that can slowly reduce your opponent down while also, playing these counter plays of protecting your life total. That was the ticket to victory in round 2, but do you have the cards in hand to do it in round 3?
Chris from Lost Star on the Lost Star board here. I mean, they played against Kunn before, has had situations in this case where it got absolutely demolished in Game 1, but changes the tactics, adjusts, adapt, succeed, and that's what's going on over here. As Game 1 was a blowout, Game 2 was a grindier win for Chris, but that's what you got to do. Again, this is a 1 versus 16 match, so you're up against the big dog here, and it might be intimidating, and Kunn might be right up in your face doing nasty stuff, but you need to find ways around it. And right now, it seems like what Alta is trying to do here is avoid those value bolt shots. Maybe, it might be a matter of, okay, I know that you're always going to be hunting face, you're always going to be trying to reduce the life total, but if I can at least save some of my summons from the damage, then I can start surrounding you like that millipede, maze of millipede damage that was littering around the board.
Exactly. Now, of note, there are no summons in play for Kunn, and because of that, it's really just down to some direct damage outs here. Your opponent is at 9, though, and we do see like a direct strike and perhaps another couple of opportunities, but you always have that holy damage too, which is being used right there. Holding all of most likely these swift speed, direct punch. I think there's another one in hand as well, just threatening extra, little chunks of damage. that your opponent has to respond to eventually.
Yeah, I mean, there's Hawaiian punch, tropical punch, direct punch is probably the most effective in this game right now.
Oh, and look at this. I think there's another direct punch and maybe 2 warp strikes as well. So you could just present, you have the capability of just pushing lethal right here.
And look how freewheeling it is off the top of the deck of just like, I'm going to preserve as much aura as I can. I don't want to spend on things that I know can be used off of for bolt shots or when I need them, right? So we're just going to peel off the top of the deck where necessary and just stack a whole bunch of these cards together to try to punch through for damage, and suddenly Alta's down to 3. But Alta's been in this position in Game 2 where there was a 10-plus life deficit and then managed to turn it around, but I think that this might be looking a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the counterplay to stop this damage. I think that's it. So yes, gets out of the round just by the skin of the teeth. No summons in hand, but you have the pure damage to just come across and get you the victory. And as the 1 seed, you just got to get through the first one. Maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable trying to run it back and repeat as the 2-time world champion.
Yeah, the Lost Star Arena was an absolute minefield of millipedes and bolt shots. It is getting cleared and it's getting zambonied and squeegeed.
Yeah, they're going to zamboni it all out. Got to get all the bug legs.
Yeah.
And all the lightning scorch marks away.
Getting arrowheads and such.
Getting ready for the next round in the top 8.
Yeah.
Punching his way into the top 8 is Sid.
Yeah, Sid Williams, local boy here from Ontario, and does get to go through of Heads or Tails Gaming. So congratulations to you, Sid, on Kunn going through, and a valiant effort by Chris Gordon from Reno, Nevada. Yeah, excellent gameplay.
A new player and cutting your way into the top 16 and giving the world champion a very real run for his money.
Yeah. Nubia.
Nubia, okay. Nubia, is that what you're excited to see next?
I'm excited to see some Nubia because I literally just spent some money on filling up a Nubia deck. So I'm hoping that that's the best. Look, I will say this: we in this position of being able to do this casting and such, we feel privileged. We're lucky because we get the front row seat to all the best card games and all the best action. The other thing that we get, championship deck lists before anyone else. So that's part of it. Is like we get to see the spice before you do, and here we are, just being able to fill out all those decks. Now, also going on is right about maybe 5 yards to our right. Is
yards. You got to use the yard measurement. I love that.
Meters. I'm trying to appease you.
Okay, well that was very
you
kind.
You uncultured swine.
Yeah. How many meters is that? 1 meter?
A yard is about a meter.
How many meters is that?
That's about 5 meters. 4 meters.
Deal.
5 meters.
Deal. I'll trust you.
4.5 meters.
Okay. Anyways, one. We'll go with that one.
450 decameters.
Shut up.
Sorry. Actually, it would be 45 decameters. Anyways, long story short, there is a 16-person free-for-all match going on that is across something like 4 playmats.
Look. That is crazy looking over there. It's one long.
You think I can?
You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just give it the old whirl.
Can we all see that? Yeah. So there's
We're just gonna be real weird right now.
Yeah. Either way, it is obscene. There's a gigantic game going on of everybody going absolute.
Oh yeah, here we go. Now I can see it in real time.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look how crazy that is.
16 per people fighting each other.
It's like one long lane. One giant lane. That's pretty crazy.
All right, so we've got an interview, I think, with Chris,
cool.
if I'm not mistaken, and also an interview with developer Alex Miller. So
yes.
Stay tuned for that. We're going to bring you these interviews, and then we'll be back for some quarterfinals action.
Yeah, can you believe it?
Yeah, so I think we're queuing up that interview, and feels good to me. Just waiting for I think we're good to go, and we're
just look towards the camera.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Chris. Chris, how's it going?
It's going all right. I mean, just lost a game, so
I know.
A little disappointing, but made top 16, so that's exciting.
That is. I was going to say congratulations on top 16, and if you just missed the game, we just covered it. It was an incredibly fascinating and very back and forth game, and you're playing against a tough opponent, but you gave him a run for his money.
Yeah, this went better than I expected to, because I actually played him in the Swiss the other day. And
oh, really?
Went, 2-0. I got completely stomped. So I thought I was going to get stomped here. Went much better.
I think so. From a conceptual standpoint, when you chose to bring Alta to this tournament, what was your thought process there? Why did you choose Alta, and what did you experience throughout this whole event thus far?
Yeah. Well, when I brought Alta. One of the things I like in this game is summons. I like putting stuff on the board. I like having things, and I feel like Phage, the green symbol there, has all the new summons with it are really powerful. I feel like they've got a little bit more health. They've got that range on them, so they can attack aerial stuff if that comes up. They're just so good. So I just started looking through the champions that had access to green, and Alta really spoke to me. She's got the extra awareness on her grid, so she can kind of hang back behind her stuff. She doesn't need as many ways to protect herself. Ideally, if your opponent can't fly over all your things, you can hide behind your summons and then be and have that extra reach.
Well, in the game too, we saw you use those millipedes to incredible effect to be able to maneuver around the board, take care of the summons that were on the board, and you executed that plan to its fullest. So it was very effective there.
Yeah, that worked out really well. When I played at Lost Star, the one where I qualified, I got second there. I went up against a Kunn deck that was running rope tornadoes, and I had a core deck running a lot of summons, but they didn't have that extra awareness, so I had to get in close. And so the rope tornadoes just tore apart my entire board every time they came out. So like I said, it's one of the things that brought me to green was that extra awareness. I could stay back. So I was trying to keep my millipedes, because they have that 2 reach, keep them spread out so they can't all get killed by 1 or 2 attacks. Make them have to work for it if they're going to kill those things. And that just worked out really well.
It seemed to really pay off. And you mentioned the tournament that you played in previous to this. Tell us a little bit about how you got to the game. Like, what brought you to Genesis?
Sure. Well, a friend of mine has the game store Cobalt's Keep, which actually sponsored me coming out here.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
So shout outs to Cobalt's Keep. They're great. But he came across Genesis at Gamma earlier this year. And he was excited for it. It reminded him of an old game that we used to play that had a grid. Different in a lot of ways from Genesis, but the initial look at it drew him in. And he loved the game once he tried it there. So he brought it back about a month or 2 after that, before we actually got to play it ourselves. I was excited about it when he told me about it, but we just didn't have the time, a lot of stuff in the way. But as soon as I played Genesis, he had the starter decks for me, and we played. Fell in love right away. I love the grid. I love the movement. I love the summons. I love just everything tactical about it.
It is. It's so purely tactical from that experience of, like, you can bring in things onto the board, but then where you position them and how you move them from round to round really pays off, and it is so fun, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the best part of it to me.
Yeah. So as you have played in this event, as you've come out here, what is your overall experience of this event and the people that you've played with in this community?
Well, first of all, everybody's great, and this event is great. I love it. I love Genesis. I haven't met anybody who has had a bad attitude or anything. It's a great community, so that's fantastic. And being here, I played against a lot of decks that I haven't played against before, a lot of champions I haven't played against before. It felt very diverse to me. I know that the top had a lot of Nubias. I didn't see how many were there, but there were a lot of diverse decks here, and it was a really interesting experience for me to play against all those different types of decks and just see what was out there.
Yeah, and it makes you sit down and think, okay, so understanding all of these new decks and these new champions, now I want to go back to the drawing board and make these tweaks. Do you have any tweaks that stick out to you right away?
Nothing right away. More than tweaks, I really got ideas for decks I want to try out. A lot of the people I played, I want to put decks together like that, and I want to run it, and I want to see what I can do with those ideas.
Right. I'm the same exact way. We get to watch these incredible games played at such a high level, and I go, ooh, I would like to play that. Oh, but what about playing that? And all of these diverse and unique champions that play fundamentally differently from each other, it's like, oh, there's a lot of time that's about to go into a lot of these different decks when you can jam it out. Well, thank you so much for coming and sitting with us and telling us your experiences. Congratulations on the top 16 finish.
Thank you.
That is an incredible feat for someone who's just picked up the game very recently.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So we're going to jump to a quick break. We're going to jump into some top 8 action right after this. So don't go too far because we got more Genesis for you right back in a little bit.
Good to go? Good to go. I'm getting the nods over. So I'm DM Armada. I'm kidding. I'm not. I'm Joey. Y'all like me. That's DM. That's DM. He's a little sad because we sort of kind of forgot the food thing for him and I. But anyway, I wanted to give you guys a quick update of where we're at and a couple things. So first off, we're going to be starting Q&A probably in about, we're going to try for 1:45. We'll see how that schedule plays out, but hang around then. We're going to stream that. That's going to be with Asid as well as the rest of like the HCG team. So yeah, hang in for that. But we also got top 8 results, which you're going to see on the screen, but I figure I can read them off too. So we've got basically taken the top. We fixed the graphic. I apologize for that. That's on me. But Sid, you guys saw on top table win. Eric with Cato is going to be facing him off against him. Battle of the Germans, the Airforce. Both Oliver and Matthias are going to be going against each other as well. Will on Suttir makes it through the lower seed. Beats Damian's Idiris, so it's going to be really cool to finally see that deck. Raymond on Cato takes a very long journey to get to the quarterfinals. Chris on Nubia, as well as Yan. It's not Jan. I keep saying Jan.
Marsha.
Marsha. Jan on Cato. Yan. See, I already did it. Sorry, Yan. He said like Yan, like Pan. I'm like Jan, like Pan works too.
Everything's like Pan.
Like Pan.
Yeah, it's like DM Armada, like Pan, right?
DM Armada, like Pan.
You can say anything.
Like Pan.
Exactly, just like Pan.
Yeah. So anyway, Yan on Cato. So Nubia versus Cato, Suttir versus Cato, Nubia mirror match, and then Kunn versus Cato. That's going to round out your quarterfinals, which will start after. We'll start after all the Q&A stuff. So stick around, see you in a couple minutes. You have anything? You just wanted to hang out? He's showing these amazing chips.
All dressed, ruffles. For all of you non-Canadians, I am. There's so many things that we have that you don't, like healthcare or just being superior in every way possible.
Except hockey.
However, you don't have these.
We do not have the assassinesses.
These are assaisonné. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Nonetheless, I have introduced the goat of all chips, which are ruffles all dressed.
They're really good.
They are very good.
It bugs me how good they are.
Yes.
I think DM's going to come in and vouch for how good they are.
They're really good.
They're really good.
Yeah, top three all time.
Yeah.
Top 3. Well, that was top 3. We got top 8 in a little bit, but like I said, stick around for QA. We'll see you in a few. Cheers, everybody.
Sec. All right. Hello. Welcome everybody. I don't actually know how to intro this, so good to see you. I hope at least some of y'all are eating. I know a bunch of you guys are drafting. Good job on the God Pack. That was real cool. They pulled a God Pack, by the way, first pack of draft. So that was fun to watch. Anyway, welcome to Q&A. It's kind of all I have. I'm gonna pass this to Austin. He kind of knows how this was gonna go. We're all gonna like cuddle up though, cause yeah. Anyway, handing this over. Austin, you take this away. Oh, can't hear.
Can you hear now? Hey, champions! I like doing that. It's fun. So it was kind of just a last-minute decision to do Q&A. I felt that I don't know how to describe it. It's just like we're trying to find a way for the community to constantly engage with us, and we're trying to do different approaches. And just the idea sprung to me is like, you know what? I don't know if there are a lot of burning questions, but if there are, let's talk about them as a community. So we made a few changes at the end here, and we brought everyone together. So hopefully everyone who wanted to be part of this is here, and we're gonna just open the floor. If you have questions, I will just recommend raising your hand. We don't have a direct system. And then, do we have a chat going?
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyone's watching on a live stream, if you have questions too, you can throw them in the chat. And Joey or someone from the team will be monitoring that.
Kenny.
So, Kenny, yay.
No, nothing.
Kenny's our hero. All right. That being said, let's get to the first question. Anyone? Right here. Yeah. Yeah, so the question was, how long are we planning to do the recycling program? And will we be rotating things and giving people notifications if things are running out, right? Yeah. Essentially. Yeah. So the recycling program, at the end of the day, um, it's it's to start the conversation and get people to think about recycling. I like the initiative. At first I didn't know how it was going to go, if people were going to gravitate towards it or not. Now that we've been seeing the response, it's definitely something that I want to move towards and try to work with players more, especially when we started traveling and we went to other parts. So something that's really amazing I found in Germany, the recycling program as a whole is really great, but that's not the case everywhere. So we want to work with those stores to bring this program to them. So my perspective of it is, as long as we can make a positive difference through the recycling program, I want to keep it going. Yeah. And about keeping people updated and stuff like that. Yes, I do want to add new promos in there. Once we find that there's a decline of people submitting stuff, we'll start looking at what are more things that we can add and keep it fresh. And then we will, if something is running low, yeah, it'll be noted. We'll find a way to communicate that outwards. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Other questions?
All right, QAO is
All
over.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Nice. No, really. I need.
I'm letting chat know also.
Okay.
YouTube chat.
Oh wow.
There we go.
Someone's pushing.
Who's your favorite designer? Ooh, who's your favorite designer? Oh, I'm watching you.
Well, not JC. I is this specifically my perspective of it, or you want to know from each of us?
Alex Miller is my favorite designer.
I think you moved away from the mic as you did that. You gotta look towards me. Lock me in the eyes. So each designer has brought a really amazing different perspective in the things that they contribute to the game. I think some of my favorite cards that have been designed coincidentally have come through Lionel. So there's, I will state that, but as a whole, every game designer has contributed amazing pieces to the game and the future of the game that Otherwise, they wouldn't be part of the team. Like they're all. Okay, I'm gonna be lame. Yes, they're all amazing. All right, there we
They're
go.
all done.
I love them all.
Joey, who's your favorite designer?
It's actually Alex because I didn't actually know kind of who else was on the design team until kind of today.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so that's what I've got.
Damian?
I work mostly with him, so I can't say anything else.
Yeah.
So now I can't say Alex.
It's
You've
Alex.
already
but
said
not-
your answer.
Ah.
That's it.
You
That's
literally
it.
could have just said yourself.
I don't count myself as part of the game design team anymore.
From the chat, do you plan to do a bigger push of the game in Europe?
There have been a lot of conversations with different retailers and distributors in Europe. We want to support them the best we can. There are logistical challenges, and that's the big issue we're facing. But if we are definitely creating new strategies to overcome those challenges and make the game more accessible in Europe, because I do think that the community loves it. We've seen that already, having the Germany players come out here. We know how much love for the game is in each community, and why wouldn't we want to support that?
Mind if I?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to speak not just to Europe in general, but we'll just kind of go around the world a little bit, just because one of the things we're noticing quite a bit is demand is kind of coming from everywhere and kind of out of nowhere, which has been awesome. We've had a Hong Kong community that is just like jamming games constantly, and it's like I don't even know how the heck you're getting product, but awesome. We officially, granted, it was very small and very soft launch. We launched in Australia. We exist out there now, so effectively that puts us on 4 continents. That's pretty cool. Now that's the spin story of we're on 4 continents. Granted, in 2 of those, we're in like 1 store. But being able to see that kind of demand in that core community, you guys from Toronto saw it. It did not take a lot of stores to get to 4 continents. And that's something that a lot of people are starting to recognize. The messaging that we have out has been a breath of fresh air to a lot of local game stores that we've been talking to. That's kind of why we're hiring a couple extra people. We've got Kenny helping with tech stuff. I've added Lucas for graphics. So we can spend that time just reaching out to stores and kind of sharing what we're doing. And we've got one heck of a conversion rate in the process. So hitting up Europe, hitting up everywhere. That demand's going to be really important. It's going to help us be able to figure out those logistic challenges. So like I don't have a nearby community. Let me know where you want. Like send me like your stores, your store owners. Send me, send it's me, send me. Like send me the stores that you want to play this at and some contact information. With this over, it'll be a little bit easier for me to get on the ball, but I'd love to chat with them, share the demo kits, do all that kind of stuff. It's been a really good year as far as talking to LGSs and having them say that is worth a shot. Let's go. So that's what I got. Mm-hmm.
Alright. Do you consider the 20 plans for certain?
I'm gonna let.
So yeah. I'm gonna pass that to.
I want to know how you feel. Like,
Yeah.
did you find the success? That's a good one. Yeah.
I do plan on tackling that question from a different perspective, but let's do like the play perspective aspect.
Sure. From a play perspective, yeah, I do consider them success. How will they be going forward? There's actually a meeting on Monday with all 4 of us for the next year's circuit. It may not necessarily be the same format. I actually just got asked, hey, do I have a ticket for next year's format because I made top 16? I said, I'm not sure. You'll find out. So as far as next year's program, it may be completely different. From gameplay, I think we've seen a lot of dramatic decks. Even the ones that people have complained about still haven't made it to the top. We'll see if anything will change today, but we'll find out.
Definitely from my side, I found it to be a huge success. I think the fact that all the circuits had very passionate players, people were very excited, and constantly trying to change the meta going from one circuit to another. Like we didn't see that it was it's the same decks topping here as it was there, and it was the first time where there was a spotlight put on particular communities that didn't have that spotlight before, except for the people who played in the championship last year. they have a lot of spotlight on them, but getting to see the South Carolina community, the Pacific Northwest community, the Germany community, and how much they constantly change things, it was really awesome. So gameplay wise, it was phenomenal. Community wise, I mean, I can't state it enough. The fact that we're all here is amazing. There there are a lot of things that I want to see um, double down on for next year. But the biggest thing I want to get know, and please let me know one way or another, is what were the things you enjoyed the most and you would want to see us double down on next year? Because at the end of the day, you're the ones playing in the tournaments. You're the ones making, showing your love and passion for this game, and we want to make sure that that's reciprocated, right? So let us know what were the things you loved the most about the circuits and about the championship, and what were the things that were the most challenging or the biggest pain points, and let us work with you on that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're good. Better, 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 better. All right. Huh? Good. Oh my gosh. All right. Um, so as far as were they a success, I'm actually going to kind of take a little bit of a varied approach to this one. Would it have been cooler to see like a bunch of bigger turnouts for kind of 5K tournaments? Absolutely. It would have been really nice to see kind of that bring in a lot and kind of hype it up a little bit more. That's something that was kind of a learning process for me going through. It was like, all right, how do I really properly engage those communities and those groups? So from that aspect, just kind of pure numbers, I'll admit, and I'll be very candid about it. I'm a little bit kind of disappointed. I was kind of hoping we'd be able to just go a lot further, a lot faster. Um, weren't able to do that. On the flip side of that, the stories from this circuit are incredible. Being able to talk about the fact that I don't know if any circuit had like the same meta twice. Maybe the Canada ones. Um, but like seeing so many unique things come from so many different circuits, seeing the passion from players all over the world come out and kind of embrace the worlds, just seeing the positivity and just kind of how good the events were, being able to like get streaming kind of going and being able to bring amazing people like DM and Flake, and just suddenly we got visibility, some really good visibility and momentum to go forward. So pure numbers wise, I wish it could have been a lot better. I wish kind of even the dollar amount would have just sparked a heck of a lot more let's go, but we get to use this quite a bit, and I think in a weird way that's kind of a good thing for the health of us as well, that we just don't suddenly get all the people who are just, I'm just going to play this and I'm just going to buy whatever the best deck is and go in 5,000, 15,000. The health of this community showed throughout the circuit. It is showed here. I kind of would rather that than I don't really care too much about this game. I just think this is easy money.
Anything you want to add?
No, I just like seeing the people here. That's it.
Why is it always me who has the technical problems? Hatcher, it's because you teabagged me and you gave me weird My Little Pony stuff yesterday, and I'm just cursed. That was Mike, by the way, Magic Historian, who asked that question, and I figured I'd give him the answer. He cursed me. Somebody else take this. I really am cursed.
Invasion is not the last set within Jalara. We have talked in the past that at some point there will be a rotation. However, I don't have the information for you at this moment.
We're gonna see. We're gonna test this. Sean just kind of made a cool little mention in chat, which is actually something I'm not quite sure I've experienced. Even though it's just kind of a 5-round thing, like a full day one for a big thing, not a single person dropped yesterday. That's nuts. That's like usually kind of like, oh, I know I'm not gonna hit day 2. I might as well just take the rest of the afternoon off. That's another testament to how awesome this community is. So good freaking job, everybody. And also for these of you guys on kind of top tables and whatnot, thanks for putting on a show. Some of these matches have been phenomenal. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that little thing in. Thanks, Shahan, for that. Alex, that's a you question.
We don't need it banned. We got baffled now. We're good.
Serious answer?
That's a serious answer. What do you mean? We got baffled. Why would we need anything else? Who knows? Go for it. I yeah, 100% yes.
Yeah, I want to. So just to expand on that.
Well, I'll expand on more.
Okay.
We like to reach out to the community a lot of the time, and so we always go to Will, the one who asked the question, to ask him how it's going, and he never has anything good to say.
You end it there?
Yeah. Everyone knows that Will's the forever pessimist. I know that there have been a lot of times where Alex comes into the office and like the moment he steps in, I'm like, we gotta talk, and we talk for like 2-3 hours about the state of the game. What do we want to do? Are we banning things? Are we moving things in different directions? And we talk about this a lot. Like, I know he's constantly monitoring the chats that are happening in Future League and different discords. And myself, I may not always be responding to messages, but there are a lot of Discord channels like Scheming Skeletons and Compete Sports and a bunch of other ones that I'm there. I'm reading the messages, and we are always taking that in and discussing it internally. It's the yeah. There's always careful considerations to be made.
All right.
Yeah. I like the fun.
Let me. I'm actually.
Go for it. Oh boy.
Now you gotta come up here. If you're gonna answer questions.
What? Yeah, this is Will too. Let's see if this works.
For those of you who don't know, the person who's about to poke his head in weirdly is JC.
You gotta like dolphin jump in.
Dolphin jump. So,
Yeah, that works.
oh bloody hell! I can say that on stream, right?
Yeah.
You already did. You're done now.
Oh well. So to go further with that, I know from 2019, 2020 when I've been in with the game design team, there's always been those fears that we've had. Like we had Rain OTK come along, and there was this general fear of, oh my gosh, this is going to wreck the format. We're going to be in a lot of trouble. 2019 proved very differently, where Rain OTK was a glass cannon. Similarly, going into like 2021, we're looking at items that are happening. It's like we're building up to this particularly happening. 2021, we have Kunn out of nowhere just start sweeping in and taking the best of action speed cards and really putting them to their full potential. Nothing's been clear cut through any of the championships that we've seen, and even coming into yesterday and today, it's the same thing. We all had our assumptions of what was going to do very well, and we've all been pleasantly surprised. Like I thought Hellchasm was going to be a problem. Yeah, it's showing some trouble, but it's been worked around in many of the gameplays I've watched as well. So to say that, there a lot of the worries we've had as a team, somewhere along the lines, the counter's been there, and when people play the counter, it falters very quickly. That's well put, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to return this to you now. There we go.
But to JC's point, though, that Axel and Bellum has been pretty consistent.
Sure. Yep.
And maybe repeat questions and for people watching the stream. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm just saying, my opinion, the common denominator is Corneau. Because, like, if you look at the game as a whole, like, what other 6G summon, forget decoy altogether, what other 6G summon has this specific day?
All right. I'll bring up the chat that I always say. I have to live with whatever Sid created. No.
Can I try asking? Can I try asking the question a little bit differently?
Sure.
Between the two of you, I kind of think
Can
I got.
we repeat it for the chat? I don't know if the people on the stream.
Yes, I'll untake this.
Alright, that's probably
So the chat was kind of regarding just kind of Chrono Walker and just mirroring onto other things. So I want to try to ask it differently, just between things like Epiphany and Chrono and the ones that look like problem cards. So to Alex and the design team, what is kind of the overarching design philosophy around, or the overarching kind of thought philosophy around things like bans, erratas, restrictions? What are kind of the key elements that you look for that say this is actually a problem that we do in fact need to fix? Is that kind of where you're trying to get to? All right.
All right, going. I guess we've got a list here. So number one that we start looking at is it just dominating meta everywhere? I think that's number one. And a lot of these times, they usually, I think, come out as a fear card, like the Hellchasm deck. I think was the most recent one. Everybody's like, the game's over. They're gonna jump. They're gonna Hellchasm. Nobody's gonna play the game anymore. And sometimes we start looking at it, we start planning, and then a week later, like, yeah, nobody's playing Hellchasm. It happens. It happens, and there is a bit of fear mongering, but I think the bigger one more is when we start looking at the older cards that are sort of these strong staples. Those are the harder ones that are entrenched into the game a bit more. Uh, and you can see a sort of pattern because certain decks are stronger due to affiliations and they have access more to those cards. So then from there, we very much look at actually one big one is it fun? Um, that is a very important one for me because Genesis is a game, and if you guys aren't having fun, I don't really know what the point of it is. I know a lot of us here because we're here at the championship are competitive. If you faced me, you will know that I'm pretty competitive. Yeah, a little bit. But at the end of the day, while we love you all, when new people come into the game and if they just get floored, they're not gonna have a good experience with Genesis. So we're always trying to balance that out. Um, as for direct bans, stuff like that, we look at it internally, as Sid said. I also bring it out to the community. I have certain people test certain things. I went one time when we had the Nubia OTK panic. I made Will play like every night, every single day for a week. And he just had to draw cards. He had to draw cards and know every single card he drew. It was there was a lot of crazy data I made him do. So I make sure that I do a lot of research on specific cards. And I will say that there are still threats that are on my list. I have stated before that there are certain cards that their costs aren't necessarily perfectly balanced. We brought the formula in not after beta. We all have to accept that. And there will always be changes in the future. Sometimes a pillar comes out and it does permanent branding, and sometimes they go away. And that will happen again, again, I'm sure. But as long as you guys communicate with us, we always want your opinions. This is your game. We're just here to facilitate it. If you have issues, report them. Get involved with Future League as a great source to help out. That's me.
I want to think that. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. I hate that triggers a question.
I want to cycle back on a topic that we discussed earlier. On the topic of pricing, are you okay with the precedent you're setting with?
So the questions about prize pool and the structure we had this year, and what is our perspective on it? And what would we do differently? One thing we definitely saw, at least this is this is an ongoing conversation, and something that really came to light for me was the pre-qualifier at Manta. Uh, the community there, we had a really strong showing. People came and they loved the game, and the only prize pool was product. And that was that was a statement in itself. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, we find the right balance and do what is healthy for the community and what's healthy for the game and what's healthy for us as a company so that we can continue growing and continue reinvesting that capital into another place. However, so I have a philosophy of growth that I want to go towards, and part of that is understanding how to create a prize pool that causes a good drive and excitement without alienating people who cannot fight for it, right? And this year I've learned so much about that, and I think it's different being on the other side. Like you, when you're a player, you're like that would be really awesome, but when you're on the other side, sending out the money and communicating with these players, it is a very different feeling. So literally, I was having conversations about it just maybe 2 hours ago. It's still a thought that's on my mind. I don't have a definite answer yet, but like Alex said, we're talking about on Monday. Yeah, so there's more.
love to add to this one. Yeah, solid question. And that's kind of an interesting one given just kind of where TCGs are at nowadays, just because like everyone's spitting out $1 million prize pools. It's like I'm trying to remember Battle Sagas. I think just is like it's just a $1 million prize pool all of a sudden. One of the things that Genesis has going for it is that there's such a fun balance between that competitive angle as well as just the casual play and the feeling of just kind of playing a board game, playing D&D practically just with some different mechanics. So part of that balance also, at least from me, from my messaging, and I don't know how this is going to affect numbers, is trying to make it so that way the competitive edge doesn't overtake the entire game. So that way, somebody who just wants to try to have fun and play casually, kind of in a competitive scene, doesn't find every single event they're doing be just overtaken by, oh, I've got to get ready for like the next thing. I'm going to send just the best deck at you. That's another one of those, hey, you're new to the game and you don't want to be here. That's kind of why I'm personally trying a bunch of different formats and different kind of ways to sneak people into the game. But you got to be really careful when it comes to those numbers because if that competitive scene goes too hard, too fast, you can't grow anymore. You just plateau. And that's, again, something you're seeing kind of across some other games out there. But that's like a whole different philosophy. It's like the competitive versus casual edge. It's a bizarre one. How quickly do you want to say?
Do you want to stand on like here? Or...
Yeah, I'm gonna stand there.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Are we good? We're good?
No, this is bad. I'm going back. I'm going back there.
Let's switch because I rarely talk.
What? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we gotta get more questions for this guy. If anything, just to hear him talk. Like, I love his voice. So Invasion. We have a lot of strategies in place, but Kickstarter is not one of them. Through Origins, doing the Kickstarter, there was a lot of lessons learned, and one of the biggest things for me was that Kickstarter as a business model is a shift from B2B to B2C, so business to business to consumer, and taking your company and doing a dramatic shift, going from one business model to another, and then trying to go back to your original business model is very challenging, and that was um, a very interesting lesson to learn throughout the year. So we have a lot of things in place, and we're trying to find the best approach to it. But as of right now, I do not want to pursue another Kickstarter, especially for Invasions. It was a lot, and yeah, that's where I'm at.
Let me answer the Kickstarter thing, and we'll see on like the about Invasion right too. So yeah, adding to the Kickstarter conversation real quick, 100% sentiment. This is actually something that I learned because the Kickstarter was pretty much like getting ready to we're kind of like come out, and we were in a full swing when I started with the company back in February. And I was a B2C guy. Like I loved watching the articles and like, oh, this is to me. And then you get to the Kickstarter side of it, and that's the only conversation you're having. So any LGS is like, so are you actually thinking about us in this? Or are you just thinking about a couple people dispersed all around the world? And it got very difficult to leverage that. And that's kind of going back to like the circuit numbers. Like we had over 600 people get into that Kickstarter, and 5K could not hit the circuit numbers because everyone's just so dispersed in Kickstarter. You can't build a community around one person who you can't even find half the time because I just all we have is like their shipping info. I don't know their store. I don't know anything like that. So taking that money and being able to go like Origins and Gamma and like get in front of LGSs has, for me personally, been so much more important and so much more useful for growth than Kickstarter. So I kind of want. I'm personally happy if we just don't do that again. But that's not me speaking on behalf of the company. But I just don't want to do that again. However, there was a part of the question about rough invasion timeline. I don't know if I'm not the one to answer that. I can be Blizzard Activision, just say soon with an asterisk, and that can mean anytime between like a month and 17 years. But does anyone else want to take the kind of timeline attempt?
Yeah. For timeline for invasion, the goal is 2023. It will really come down. There are a few pieces of the puzzle we need to put into place, and once we have that information, then we can start narrowing it down. And once we have a good window of when we can see a release, then we'll want to release that. At the end of the day, we're not holding this information back because we're being mean or anything. We're holding it back because we don't want to say something that we're not confident enough in. So the moment we can be confident in our answer, you'll get it.
If you guys are curious at what one of those pieces are, just so that way it doesn't feel like some vague answer of like we know. If you're curious to one of those pieces, if you didn't notice already, take a closer look at that Harlequin art you guys got yesterday, because that's one of those pieces we're working on. That thing's actually spot foiled. It's a little hard to see because it's kind of blended in, but those are kind of also the pieces of let's get real confident and stuff like that. We're playing with ideas.
Oh. Man, me and Joey just need our own microphone at this point. Yeah. But and that's actually a thing that we've been working with a few partners of like trying to figure out like how we can push that information that process. So the Harlequin was just an amazing first step in what we will be able to do, and then blending it in with the art team and then getting their vision because they do the artwork, they fall in love with it, they create that passion, and uh, like I don't know how much them if you ever yeah, you should talk to Damian about the art process. But a lot of the artists, Philip, Mario, Damian, they put so much love and passion in these pieces because they created Delar. Like we may have designed the story and stuff like that, but they brought it to life. So involving them in okay, we're going to be doing spot foiling. We finally figured out how this works on a mechanical level. Let's work with you to bring your piece to life so it looks the best it can. That new level of communication is going to take some time. Cool.
And we got a question for Damian? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no,
Right there. What's Damian's favorite piece of work he's done? What's your favorite art?
Now, now I will, yeah, now I will be Joey now. Hopefully not. Well, yeah, that's a very frequent question I get, but it's very hard to answer it because different ones are differently adored. You know, Alum is one of my favorites because it's so different, and it happened kind of by an accident. Another one that I really love is Meteorite for the atmosphere. And something that's very close to my heart is the first lineup of the champions and it, because you know they were special. We worked very closely with the SAT to make them happen. There was so much thought to it, and one of the things that's happening now in Invasion is very similar. Now that we have our team that has been growing with the game, and we learned how to communicate, we know some of the technical difficulties that they were talking about. We know how the game functions a bit more properly. Uh, what we are doing is doing the same thing that Asad was doing with me in the beginning. So a lot of my favorite pieces are things that I cannot say, but you'll see soon.
Say it anyways.
No.
Coming soon.
Yeah. Yeah, but you will see a lot there because it's a very different set. To add on what Asad was talking about previously, one of the things that we're trying to do with the art team constantly is to make the art and experience itself. A lot of the card games, they're making prettier images, and that's not bad. You know, that's not something I'm against, especially as an artist. But what we're trying to do with Genesis is different, is to make the images immersive as much as possible, to make you feel like you're experiencing something from the image, not just glory or any of those things. And I really hope that from Invasion you can see that and feel that. That being said, whenever you have some opinions about things that are being published from the art side, you can feel free to reach out to your favorite artist or to me, because the team functions in a way where they want to make these things happen. It's not only about finishing the artwork just to be finished. It's about making the experience.
Just curious, what do you guys think about, like, how do you guys feel about the art in Origins? Because I'm a big freaking fan of it myself.
Yeah, art team.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Hey, one last question.
Last question.
So with the obviously the quality of art being so big in Origins, and obviously your base level for every card, was that just like the base level?
We're aiming to raise the base level of everything, not only for the champions. The reason why these champions are so high end is because I, as an art director, and Philip as the lead of the team, we have responsibility to set the standard big so that everybody can aspire for that. Now here many things come into play. It's like deadlines, how many cards we have to do, and all of that. So we can't make every single card look like a champion. But the aim is on the long term, as the people grow and they learn how to work a bit faster with better quality, that everything, basically everything will be jumping a level every single set. And the idea is that if the champions are here now and the normal ones are like here, then when when the levels are raised, basically the normal cards will be like the champions nowadays, and the champions will be like very high level. Yep.
So to add to that, one of the cool benefits of having a team that's just like a core team of artists also to also kind of add into the, like, they get a little bit quicker. They also get a lot more comfortable with the characters they're making. And that's stuff that I've already seen from the people, from people I've worked with. But we also kind of get to grow and develop, and there's some really cool things that Damian has done with that team. Like, all right, let's kind of work on some skills and show and emphasize. And it's a really cool collaborative effort. So I think that's another one of those things that's just been really fun and really prevalent. So it's like, okay, you've rocked. You got Kasha on lock and Sarah, and like they just get real good at the champions. Mhm.
Oh yeah, doing Scheming Skeleton for Death Eater was so, like, I first the words out of his mouth. And Damian did it. It's Maria.
um, yeah. Like one thing that I'm very proud of across all the departments, and Damian's a great leader in this. Another person, Brad, is a great leader in this. Is as a team member, it's not enough to improve yourself. It's the goal should be learning to improve everyone around you. The game design team has such a great communication that they're constantly feeding off of each other and helping them grow as a unit. The art team does that. Like you saw Damian and Philip step up their level, which then encourages Mario, and they hold classes together. My writing skills when I started this company were just atrocious, and now Brad has stepped in, and I feel comfortable writing an article now. Like we help each other grow, and I think you're seeing that a lot in the art team dramatically because you're seeing those steps happen, but it's happening on the game design team, it's happening on the marketing team, it's happening across the board, and it's from empowering everyone to help each other in every way.
That day one countdown, I'll try to talk about it for tonight. That day one countdown of that angel, that was Philip. I was like, it's rock star quality. I just so much of it. I can't wait to start doing myself.
All right.
I was like begging him, like, can I, for the love of God, do a day one art spoiler?
All right. It is now a bit after 2:30. I think it's time we should start moving towards the second half. Thank you everyone for participating in QA, and everyone online. Have a good one. Enjoy the streams. Bye.
So to break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all Genesis appropriate ages.
Genesis appropriate ages. That's right. Yeah.
Flake and Armada alongside you here. We're ready to go with the quarterfinals matchup. This one, ooh boy, my boy Raymond Chow.
You were excited about this. You saw the name and you were pumped.
I got some history with the Chow brothers. There's 3 of them, first of all.
Really?
Yes, there are 3 Chow brothers. There's Raymond, there's Leon, and there's Mystery Chow. I forgot what the third one is.
Please tell me it's Mystery.
If it's Mystery Chow.
That would be amazing.
One of them I've nicknamed Basket Chow.
Okay.
Because in one of a tournament for another game we played where Raymond finished in the top 8, I think he was third, fourth, he earned some store credit that needed to be essentially used that day. So he was walking around the entire LGS, taking things off shelves and putting them in his little brother's arms, which was super tall.
So the kid became a basket.
Yes. So I said, I'm like, you're treating your brother like a basket, and I said, that's your name now. You are now Basket Chow. Yeah. So Raymond Chow versus his opponent,
William Kemp, a prolific player in the game, and one that you've seen if you watched any of like the Chrono Walker's gameplay. Will was playing a lot in that gameplay recently. The past couple of weeks, they did a great tournament series leading up to Worlds here. A prolific player, a previous judge in the game in general, and sitting at 15th in the bracket, but having taken down the 2 seed to move into the quarterfinals, and obviously because a prolific player, one that you can't quite count out no matter what the seed is.
So it's going to be, like you said, Will Kemp on Suttir. Deck name, Chaotic Winds.
Chaotic Winds, because he's running Hellchasms, which are good cards that we've seen here on display this weekend so far.
And then we also have Raymond Chow on Cato. Deck name, Cato.
Oh, there you go.
Just
Cato.
Raymond.
Lights, camera.
Raymond is one of those players whom I absolutely adore as a human being. I've in other card games like Flesh and Blood, he was one of the first people I played against, one of the first people of the community that I got to actually have extended conversations about the game with. Somebody who is the epitome of when things are going terribly, you just stay focused, you stay calm, you stick to the plan, and you find an exploitable weakness, which in most cases is me. I am said
you told me about that. That was an experience.
It certainly was. Definitely somebody who plays multiple games, a great person in the community, and Raymond Chow is just a pillar of the CCG community here in Toronto. And all the Chows are, frankly.
There you go, including Basket Chow.
Basket Chow specifically.
Just can hold anything. Can hold their own, if you will. So as players here sit down for the quarterfinals and begin shuffling up and going through and getting things ready. Oh, look at this. Sharing a little bit of that spicy tech, letting you read the cards in advance. Some interesting things about this this Suttir deck that Suttir Dash, this archetype that going into it had a lot of like counterplay with things like Tower Sphinx that we're seeing right there, and being able to stack up triggers on that cool little skittering fire lizard. It's like Charmander, but more terrifying. Which, I mean, if any lizard could breathe fire...
Scarmander.
If any lizard could breathe fire, how would you feel about that?
I would, personally...
Yeah, like personally. Would that be like an improvement to lizards in general, or would that threaten you?
Honestly, I already believe that that would just be another reason to stay away from Australia or something like that.
Yeah, you're
just
probably
like
right.
The animal murder capital of the world.
You're probably right.
Yeah, the venom per capita there is insane. Those are some stats that I don't want to dig into.
Well, weirdly enough, not running that specific combo here, and instead kind of leaning into like halogenes and I don't know how to pronounce it. The Ahayam, the two animal snake.
I was gonna say it sounds like you're naming a Jewish high holiday.
It does.
The Hyam.
In any case, this deck isn't necessarily what you would expect because it is also running FireGasms, and if you're pulling out these reinforcements, if you're bringing out all of these summons onto the board. Why FireGasm? Well, FireGasm's just a good card, and that the argument perhaps is just enough to make there. Oh, look at us over there. Hey, we're looking at the stream along with you. Feel free to comment with us, talk to us, tell us why or how you would pronounce Ahayim.
What's your favorite Jewish high holiday? I mean,
that's right.
And we're approaching holiday season, which I'm very excited for. Not really. Holidays for me are always hyper stress, lots of expenses, and lots of me traveling, being stressed out of my mind, and going home to thank the deities that I don't have to deal with the holidays anymore. The best part of the holidays are coming home. Always. All right.
Well, starting this game off, both players have drawn up. Let's see who's on play first. Who's on the lead? Let's figure it out. We do see down in the bottom of your screen to the right of ours. Oh, it looks like Cato is kicking us off. I believe that is Cato. The beautiful foil.
Yeah. And again, you can be aggressive with Cato because of so many different tactics and abilities and smoke and mirrors kind of evasion plays of just sort of dancing around the board. You're never really in too much danger as Cato because of the amount of warping around, of just kind of, swapperoos, like you say. And we're looking at the list here. There are 8 Chrono Walkers in here.
Yeah.
They're littered with ways to sort of do the old Texas two-step.
That's right. And I was going to point out there is one at least in hand. So being able to double move like this and then just exert, you may just be comfortable because if your opponent tries anything tricky, you can always, count on some of that evasion as long as they don't have that very special card called Snare. And it doesn't look like that is in the list unless it's on the forethoughts, and it's not.
Suttir taking a quick step to the right here and first summon to the front.
And there is that Hawajin right there. That Hawajin's going to come down alongside of the Tower Sphinx.
And Hawajin, no relation to Billie Jean. Not my lover.
Look at this. Double stacking. Oh my goodness. We found all the Tower Sphinxes, and it's like triplets.
So you're talking about the impact of this card in terms of stack manipulation, as there is a bonus from that card from when it decides to use its Swift Exert ability to deal damage.
That's right.
And if it's the third stack, or is it third stack or greater?
Yes, it's the third or greater. So, it's the third ability on the stack, period, end of story.
Which is great, because you can always move in with one, effectuate the Swift ability, and respond with further Swifts of all 3. You could move them all and go Swift, Swift, bang, and they hit. Or try to play tricky, because this creates a scenario where someone like Cato maybe doesn't want to respond to create that second stack, that second link in the stack, so that one of those Sphinxes can go ahead and create that third stack. So it's kind of like an anti-response system where if you want to respond, I'm going to respond on that third stack and create a bigger headache for you.
Yeah, and that's the other interesting thing, because you can technically force that. If you can get 2 stacks, like if you can get 2 triggers on the stack, then you can go third trigger for one of them, put 3 damage on the stack, resolve that, keep the second one in responses, do the third one again, resolve that one, do the third one again, resolve that one. So you can represent 3 points of potential 3 damage each. But a great way to respond to that is what Cato really wants to do, and that is, oh my gosh, play 2. Look at this. Anja Tiger comes down. Because of the way that Anja Tiger functions, at the end of the round, you can actually drop these Anja Tigers, and at the end of the round, move them in as a sort of like a pseudo-swift ability, and come in and swift attack. And so he's dropping both of these Tigers down. This is the start that you want to have, and it's why you can do this as Cato, because you technically have like this weird extra turn, but in responses to the swift and the attack of that Anja Tiger, gonna play down the old Bolt Shot to try and remove it from the board.
Bolt Shot, again, such a staple card. You see it in every single list practically because of the reach, the power level of it. Even if it just sort of hits one target, it feels good, right? But being able to double down, you either get what you pay for, or you go way on top with a card like that.
So here he's going to use the bolt shot to top the first 4 cards, burn those on out, and this is in response to the attack from the Anja Tiger, and they're representing this well on the stack for us and for you at home, which is fantastic. Considerations going down on whether or not you want to respond to this bolt shot as well.
Trying to find here the Anja Tiger just to get
the Anja Tiger is from a far previous set. I believe it's all the way back in J. Lara, so we would have to go to a different tab on this one just to read out the old Anja Tiger.
There we go. Trying to find them Anja Tigers.
So he is choosing to Chrono Walker in response. Chrono Walkering, of course, possibly giving you the opportunity to swap in right behind that Cato.
All right, so I love that. Again, Raymond Chow is somebody who always comes prepared. I've played enough games against him in competitive atmospheres that there's nothing left behind. And as you can see there, just having these cards that essentially create on the stack and show you what's going on. This is on the stack. This is on the stack. Raymond Chow has always been a player that has been incredibly fair, incredibly transparent, and the integrity of the Chows are incredibly great. And it's one of those little things that you can do as a player is say, look, I'm not trying to goon you in any way. I'm not trying to shark you in any way. Like, these are the stacks. This is what's going to happen. And being able to come in with those placeholders on the stack, like warp, attack, blah, 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 it's just part of the and part and parcel of a really good experience of being the opponent and knowing what's happening. Because a game like Genesis Armada is so layered. There's so much going on at all times.
Yeah, and here we have another summon dropping down on the board. By the way, that Anja Tiger is a quick beckon, which is a really, really fantastic, very unique ability, and is why this deck basically exists. Suttir kind of plays a version Tashir plays a version where you can play out these Tigers, and Cato does as well, with a slight difference in how they go about their plays.
These Ajna Tigers, Anya,
maybe? Ajna? Anya? Tell us at home.
All right, well, they're all named Carl now. So, Carl the Tiger.
Tony the Tiger.
Well, I will say this. They are great. They're very, very potent. Again, the swift ability of just being able to, get on the board and the, blitzing out, which is a very key element to this. Is it's not just a matter of coming in with the exertion token and having board presence. It's being able to have a play as soon as you enter the arena.
Yeah, and that is a very, very powerful thing. It's why this deck exists, because the power level of that card. Now, how many are there? 10 or something in that deck? 9. Tony the Tigers.
Well, there's Carl. There's Tony.
Name them all, please.
Jennifer.
Which one is Jennifer? Which one is dying right now? Currently?
Beatrice.
Okay.
Poor Beatrice is getting...
never forget.
Yeah, the Lynxes are coming through again on the stack. If that is the third stack, it's going to deal 3. In this case, the Tiger is down to took 3 damage. Is that the health or the damage that it took?
Most likely the damage that it's taken, but maybe it's somehow only taken 1, because usually that swift ability on the Tower Sphinx does deal 2. The only other opportunity would be if you stacked it up by 3.
So 2 Tigers on the board right now, contending with the 2 Lynxes as well. As you can see, it's being flanked by both ends. That Tiger is not long for this world, but at the same time, Chrono Walker is another problematic card. Again, it's expensive to jam onto the board. It does have a pretty hefty life total as well, and it can deal damage. So it's not just about the switcheroo and the safety and the protection that Chrono Walker offers. It is a threat in its own right as well.
And I want to highlight this point here. The Ahayam, and that's in the very far corner of the board right now. The positioning of that is really interesting, because right now that Tiger being directly in its face is preventing it from really having any effective movement, and therefore putting itself in range of possibly multiple of those attacks that it could place. Because thinking about where its awareness is and targets that it can actually target, it can target in forward, left, and right 1, and then forward 2 in the center. And so right now, it can't deal at all with the Tiger. The Tiger's basically locked it in the corner, and it's just going to sit there and maul it. just going to tear into it with impunity, essentially.
2 pawns, essentially, that are kind of like facing each other here. Mind you, that the tiger can go ahead and deal with it.
Yeah, it's like a pawn versus, I don't know, a tiger.
A pawn versus an RPG.
There you go. That's, yeah.
So,
basically.
So the tiger does have some chow there, and I don't mean that from the Raymond form. I mean it in the food form. It's got something to nibble on, as the tigers there are doing the damage. As the tiger, I think, so that tiger, I believe, is just down to 1 health.
It is now down to 1, it looks like.
As, again, the Chrono Walker is also moving in to sort of go ahead and perhaps snipe that Lynx eventually, as Cato remains resilient there, 21 health to 24. Neither player really has kind of gone in for any kills here, but it looks like Cato's flying in. It's positioning itself to perhaps start doing a little tickling of its own.
Yeah, this is definitely a deck. Both of these decks are definitely decks that have more summon heavy lists than just all pure bolt shots and like techniques that you could possibly be doing. But here a Malefic Impalement's going to come across, and this stretches across both of those units on the board. So this reaches over towards the Chrono Walker, as well as lining up with Cato. So this positioning here, good positional play overall. It was interesting. Early in this game, dropping 3 Tower Sphinxes had some really cool like implications that you could tap into. But it turns out that those got very quickly destroyed and picked apart by the simple fact that the opening hand for Will was 2 Ajna Tigers.
As the game gets deeper in here, you can see that Ahayam.
Let's go with it. I like
Sure.
it. Ahayam, I like that.
Just gets absolutely decimated there as the tiger just pincer maneuver crushes it. Now they're both kind of staring into the void here. They're going to need to be repositioned here to actually get some work done, as another Sphinx gets dropped onto the board, summoned behind Suttir, and is in position here to perhaps do a little more nasty. But there's one tiger that's hanging on by a thread, but another one is full health, as it just kind of cornered that snake beast, that winged serpent.
You mean the Ahayam?
Is that
Ahayam?
Let me see those letters together again.
Ahayam?
Yeah.
A-H-A.
Ahayam.
Ahayam. That's what I keep saying. Ahayam.
Is it Ahayam or Ahayam?
I don't know. Ahayam? I don't know.
Either
Either way.
I am what I am.
There
Okay?
You go. Okay.
You got it?
I am a fan of that summon, and apparently these Tower Sphinxes, big fans in the deck. That second Tower Sphinx there was brought onto the board from the trigger on Suttir's ability. Suttir bringing that into play. So that, or sorry, not Suttir. No, it was Suttir. What am I saying? Silly me. Bringing that into play by that reinforcement effect.
Well, hang tight, because we're talking about Tower Sphinxes.
You've got the flex on everybody, don't you?
I might.
I thought you did have the flex.
I think I might have a minor flex in terms of that. Oh, I have an Ahayam.
There it is.
And
you have an epic. Look at this, everyone. Look at this at home.
do.
While a bolt shot gets resolved over here, we're just going to show you this epic.
I absolutely thought I had.
There it is.
Yeah, well, I am incorrect, apparently. I thought I had a
no flexing for us.
Tower Sphinx as well.
Oh, okay.
We got
hey,
one here.
Another
hey,
one.
Another
Double.
Ahayam.
Look, we're twins.
Booyah. Say hello.
I'm going to keep this one. You're
just going to absolutely snipe a card
our
from our producer.
Glared at us.
We're going to put that back over here.
Ooh, look at this. We got the Trickaroo with the Chrono Walker in response to the bolts shot, I believe. Oh my god, did he just burn 3 Chrono Walkers in a row? That is nasty.
Well, Chrono Walkers, I mean, the whole point here is you're kind of in this like house of mirrors, right? You're trying to find Cato amidst all of this trickery, all of this hocus pocus, and every time that you think you got him, it's just poof, illusion, and Chrono Walker's there. And if you don't do enough damage, Chrono Walker, you're now putting yourself in a position where it's like, okay, I came after Cato, but you're not there. The princess is in another castle, essentially, and there's this fat boy Bowser that if you don't just swipe him right away, can possibly clap back. So very, very tricky play here. And if you're keeping track, it's like, okay, well, we know that there's 9 or 8 Chrono Walkers in the deck. They do cost a little bit of an arm and a leg, so you have to keep in mind that you're going to have to burn through some useless plays. You're going to have to swing at the clowns and at the illusions, but at a certain point, you're going to have to run out of those options. So Cato's time is limited. It's how much work he can get done while he's doing this bouncing around.
Yeah. And both players, I think, rightfully sussing out that this is definitely going to be one of those games where you have to manage the threats on the board. Because if you're not managing the threats on the board and you're just trying to chase your opponent's life total all the way down, then they're going to be able to stack the board state and just overrun with summons. So trying to manage those out is hugely important here.
Some of the work already being done as the Tiger and Cato gets its licks in. As you can see, a lot of those plays were done once Suttir's board side was completely exerted.
Yeah.
So you can see Raymond saying, all right, bounce here, bounce there, you're done? Okay, cool. Maneuver, chip away, and we're good. As you can see, going down to 16 here is Will. Raymond at 14. A little bit of advantage here for Will. However, the board looks like it's Raymond's at the moment.
Yeah, with all of these Tigers at his disposal. Look at this. There's 3 Tigers that just haven't been dealt with. Just a huge amount. And being able to just drop that 3rd Tiger down and have it come in and just do extra work, especially when you're on lead, too. You just be able to start off as well. It's almost like you get an extra turn. I mean, you actually get an extra turn, technically, when you're thinking about it. Just pushing that life total further and further down. Look at this. Down to 7.
Now, talking to Joey prior to this, he was mentioning that the previous game with Cato and Raymond, I think it was a pretty long one. It was a marathon match. In this case, we're 15 minutes into this matchup currently, and Raymond has just completely engulfed this hero.
Yeah.
Suttir is completely just caught in the Tiger's snare.
Surrounded by Tigers. I mean, something like a Malefic Impalement is something that you need to get out of this, or even a Hellchasm. In fact, a Hellchasm would be ideal if you can find one of those and try to burn your way out, basically. But at this point, you're stuck in a rock and a hard place, and you can't really move out of it unless you clear one of those summons.
No secrets here for Raymond. Chow wants to read every card that's put on the board. Again, somebody who is so important, adept at understanding all the board state of all the variables. A very calm player. Somebody who's very calculated, doesn't get rattled very easily. Even if there is some sort of board wipe here, he's the type of player who would take it in stride and reevaluate and say, okay, that just means it's a different route I got to take.
And I think he just conceded the game after his only way of getting out of those Tigers was immediately pressure pointed. He said, yeah, that's game 1. Let's go ahead and move on to game 2 because it's just not going to work out. I think that completely just shut down the possibility of any counterplay. And when you're stuck between 3 Tigers and the champion, it's not a good spot to be in.
Yeah. Would you rather be stuck between 3 Tigers or 3 fire-breathing lizards?
How large are the lizards? Like normal lizard size?
Well, I'll say like full-grown iguana size.
I still take my chances with the iguanas, I think. Tigers, too nimble and far larger in just body size. I feel like you can maybe do some ducking and jumping around some fire. Is it fire streams? Like, what are we talking here?
They're going to be fire. They each have probably about 10 feet of range.
I think I got to take my chances with the fire. Plus, I can take some burns. But bleeding through bites, I'm not so sure.
What if they were 3 well-fed and tired Tigers?
I don't know. I do know that everything on our side of things is now frozen. So I'm not sure if we just have a frozen thing. But either way, we can't technically see if something's going on. We got nothing for you. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. It might just be a Google Chrome situation.
A bit of a technical glitch, but feel free to enjoy the dulcet tones of perhaps silence while we get this all sorted out. We're back. We're back at it again. You'll love to see it. Shuffling back up, trying to run it all back. We're on a little bit of a delay. We'll pull up the live feed, the hidden feed, if you will. But as they dip into their forethoughts, make some changes going into this next round. You've got, again, Raymond Chow, I believe finished, what is that position, 7th? So 7th versus William Kemp, longtime player, finishing 15th. And going to try to take one game back, try to pick up the game again.
Hey, we're back.
Indeed. Trying to get some technical difficulties sorted out on this end, but trying to make it to where we can see in real time, allowing you to kind of watch along with us. Choosing whether or not, now this is interesting, Raymond choosing whether or not to bring in maybe another Tiger or swap out a Tiger perhaps, and possibly taking in some other cards out as well. Snares are in the deck, Chrono Walker, we got some Tigers, we got all the sort of stuff.
I feel like, part of the sideboarding experience and the Game 2 experience is not necessarily just about what cards you're bringing in, but just adjusting your strategies in general. Mm-hmm. We saw how quickly Suttir got absolutely surrounded by Tigers. Now, obviously, you can't play around the fact that your opponent drew 3 Tigers early and they all factored into gameplay. Maybe that's just bad luck. How many Tigers are in this list?
Looks like 9. I think it was 9.
Okay,
9
into a 50-card deck. You've got essentially less than 19% chance of every card you draw being a Tiger. So
that's why you run so many, so that you can hit something like a 20%er essentially.
Yeah. Like, that's the other thing you have to realize is that you're like, well, why would you ever want to play 9 Tigers? You're not playing 9 Tigers. You're playing 4, maybe 5 at the most. The important aspect is just increasing your odds of actually acquiring them. That's why, you see these Angels lists with Nubia, and you're like, they cost 25. You've only got 150 chi. Why are you running 9 of them? I just want to have them. I want access to them.
Yeah. Choosing to make some big swaps, it would look like. Swapping it, I think, I couldn't quite tell. All those emergent worms, maybe trying to make some stuff there. Going to bring in some tsunamis to possibly deal with all the Suttir things. I think that is bringing in all of those tsunamis.
Some barracks there.
Yeah, taking out epiphanies, perhaps.
What's also fascinating about this here, too, Stephen, is the fact that you get to show your opponent what your changes are.
Yeah, you have to show your opponent what your changes are. That's the best part.
And that is so unique in this card game versus others because oftentimes the sideboard might have the information, but they don't know what's coming in or out. You can see the deck in advance, especially in Swiss rounds of major tournaments. You don't see what their deck lists are at all. You'll find out the hard way. And if in best of 3 formats, when you go into that round 2 and suddenly this random card that was in nobody's mind, that was in your bulk pile from 10 years ago, suddenly makes an appearance and absolutely ruins your day, that 0.5% scenario where it becomes a behemoth, that kind of ruins your day. But in this game, you're saying, hey, no secrets here. This is now floating around in this list. These are landmines that you're going to have to navigate at some juncture in this game.
Yeah, and as the players shuffle up and prepare to play Game 2 of this quarterfinals match, both players totally aware of what swaps and what changes were made. What is that? Is that a Gazeroni? Gazeroni says, I'd play 9 Tigers. Yeah, I would too. The Tiger probably needs a reprint. Don't tell them I said, tell them I said that.
Yeah.
I want Tigers.
Reprint Tiger, you cowards.
We need more Tigers.
Absolutely.
All right, so they're getting set up.
I think we're good to go.
All right, I'm gonna kick this camera a little bit. How's that look?
Don't kick it. Why don't you nudge it gently? There we go.
Just gentle nudges. The issue is we're doing this with a delay. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That seems like beautiful. I'm just going to go with it.
No, I'll take that.
You take that?
I'll take that.
All right, look.
Look, give it a little
you know what we need? We need one of those director like boards.
Yeah.
That just does one.
What are those called?
God, what are those called?
I call those clap traps. I don't know.
That's a good name.
That's absolutely not the technical term.
What is the name for
I don't know. I think they're called cinematic alligators.
Oh God! I just kicked it again. Oh,
why
no.
did you stop
Lord.
kicking it? I don't.
Oh Lord! So let's just see where we're into.
We're gonna peel back the curtain a little bit over here. The camera is here. Like, boop. like I said, I can just go ahead and reach out and grab you. But beneath us...
You should do that.
I will not. But beneath us on the tripod, like some of the tripod feet for the camera are kind of underneath the desk. So if we kind of do the old shuffle...
If we do the old stretch the legs
kind of move.
Lean back like after Thanksgiving, like you need to wear the looser pants.
Yes.
Stretch, right?
Yeah.
You do one of those, what happens?
You might just knock over like thousands of dollars with the car. You just did it again.
No, I was giving an example.
You're
of what
the
happens.
worst, man. You're the worst.
There, see, look, I kicked it.
See, look, Ben Yent says he's more of a fire pony person, which is what I mentioned. Remember, you absolutely the barracks. There's the ponitas. The ponitas just absolutely stomping my otters.
That's right. Yeah.
And you'd think that water damage on a fire pony would be so much more effective.
Yeah, different game. Different
Possibly.
Game. Yep. That's okay. Hey, later we're actually gonna. I don't know what box should we crack. We're gonna crack a box.
Alpha.
We're not gonna do that.
Yeah, no, we're gonna crack a box of Alpha live on stream.
We're not. That would yes.
Yeah.
No.
Tweet at Genesis_BOC. Say, hey,
excited to see the Alpha crack later. Please say that.
Tell them to give us a pack of Alpha to crack right here on stream.
If we can get like how many signatures on a change.org petition can we get by the time this stream ends?
Does that? I don't think.
I think those work.
No,
those
show me.
Oh, I'm sorry. We should be casting this game, but we got completely distracted by Alpha Pass.
After this, I'm going to tell you about the change.org petition about the Death Star, but after this matchup.
Deal, because we had a 1, 2, 3 Hawajeans and a Tower Sphinx all played. Just a casual like 4 summon turn 0. Nothing crazy.
But I think that this is also a safeguard against things like the Tiger Swarm. If you can sort of create the situation, because those tigers come out and they get aggressive real quick, right? So we're going to just drop those in right away and start going. However, the the dangerous part about this is that Raymond showed tsunamis. So you're just basically saying, okay, I'm putting you on not having one of those couple tsunamis that you had, and hope that I can kind of spread out and really mitigate what tsunami can do. There it is, just as I mentioned it. Tsunami is right in there, absolutely eviscerating. Good call, Flake. Thanks, Stephen Armada.
Oh my God, do you feel that? Do you feel that at home? When you run so hot and you're like, sweet, I've got 4 summons on the board, it doesn't matter how many tigers. And then they go Chrono Walker, Tsunami, take away everything you ever loved. That's the play we just witnessed, and that's the quarterfinal. And look, there's a Rapidash coming down. My God, it's back and forth of insane hands, and I think it's hard to look at this and think, what do I do?
I mean, but let's just look at what that cost Raymond. He's down to 68 aura because the kind of little, walking on the shoulders of the Chrono Walkers to get to that position to create the tsunami. It's 18 or 19 per Chrono, 17 I think for a Chrono Walker, 17, then the tsunami. It was an expensive turn, and it was a pretty nasty or a pretty risky gambit here if suddenly this doesn't 100% pay off. But the board development plus the tempo swing, massive move for Raymond.
And this is the kind of play that you have to even answer this. It's play Hellchasm. You need to slam the Hellchasm down, and you need to deal a little extra damage and find a way to deal with these summons, okay? And this is one way that you can start to put something together, because this is why you run this in the deck. Because even though you run all these smaller summons and they could possibly die to Hellchasms as well, you can still just try to claw your way back into a board and going to kill the Baruch outright, going to deal damage to the champion here and have your way back into this game perhaps, just kind of chipping in there, but down to 1 card. This is the other thing. When you slam down a turn 0 hand of 4 summons, and then you leave yourself with a 3-card hand perhaps, you may draw 1 card a turn, but you're tapped out as far as resources in hand.
Every time I see Raymond read one of my cards, I get so nervous. Because part of me is not necessarily thinking that Raymond doesn't know what the card is. I think to me, it's Raymond verifying that what he plans on doing is not going to get gooned by what that card does. And that's the thing, because he's the nicest guy and he's an exceptional card player. And every time Like there are countless players where I've played a card and I've seen them read it and I'm like, yeah, I got you.
Yep.
I got you.
You don't
clown.
know what this is. You don't know what this what's happening here.
Welcome to the gingerbread house. And then, but when Raymond does it, I'm like, what? You're like a lawyer saying, can I see that evidence?
And let me just make sure the verbiage here is correct before I completely destroy you with this loophole.
Yeah. And that's kind of
what happened.
That's a Raymond Chow move.
He says, okay, let me dig into this chasm here. Okay, so it's this, and that. Okay, so I'm just gonna kill you. Okay,
yeah, exactly. Okay, so I still win. All right, no problem. Right now, it's Raymond Chow up 1-0 in the quarterfinals of Genesis' World Championship 2022 here in Toronto, Canada, home of Ruffles All Dressed Chips.
Now, here's the interesting thing too. By making this play and exerting your champion, you've basically given the turn and the round over to your opponent to position however they'd like, without having the action economy, if you will, of being able to choose a summon and then playing that summon out. You don't really have a full range of motion to like counterplay certain things and bring something in and try to deal with it. You do have your reinforcement trigger, so that can trigger off the top. You do have a single card in hand, but right now, just free reign to swing on in and try to start punching.
Well, he's smelling blood, like you mentioned. He's moving in on Suttir. And the Chrono Walker here as well is likely going to just move in and push and create a barrier between Cato and the rest of the summons that are on the board here. Chrono Walkers, again, to borrow a term from Flake, they have a fat ass.
You borrowed a term from yourself.
That's correct. I'm borrowing it. Like
okay.
I don't even have to. I don't charge interest.
Are you going to loan it back to yourself, or like?
Well, when I'm ready to give it back, I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are there two of you? Are we like? Is this the royal we, or like what's the play here? I'm not sure how you're dissociation. Like we're not sure. What's the?
That's
there?
When King Charles goes to the bathroom, it's a royal we.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh Lord, yeah, it just leaves.
Oh, that was a.
I thought you were gonna splash
joke.
me splash my face with this.
That was a dad joke.
Cool off, clown shoe. Yeah. All right, so there's the Sphinx is gonna go ahead and remaneuver and start trying to deal with this Chrono Walker. Part of the problem are gonna be these Chrono Walkers, which have a healthy life total of 6.
Yep.
So as you can see here, down to 4, taking 2 damage is that Chrono Walker. There's still the Chrono Walker. On the bottom left-hand side of the field there is closest to Raymond that can still kind of move in. There might be a situation here, perhaps, where, Cato could get, I don't want to say pinned down, but there's a situation perhaps where Suttir moves back, summons in front, and there's the other Sphinx as well that can move in and kind of pincer that Cato as well. So the Chrono Walker in the back might be looking to actually close that flank and try to block off the Sphinx.
Well, a counterpoint, I think Suttir and Will drew into a bolt shot. So when you knock that Chrono Walker down to 4, you have the capability of maybe baiting your opponent to moving in that Chrono Walker a little closer and then just rotating and or doing this and then just immediately bolt shotting, stepping up, turning around, bolt shotting for extra value. But this was what I was thinking. Spin around, bolt shot, take care of that Chrono Walker, remove one thing from the board, put some space between you and your opponent, maybe draw in some extra cards, give yourself some time to get some reinforcement triggers off.
Now, does this deal damage to his own summon as well?
That's a great question.
I believe it does. I think
recall.
If it's a range or area of effect, I believe you do eat it as well. I want clarification on that. I just got the thumbs up from the higher powers that be. So that is in fact the case. That that bolt shot that might be looking to snipe the Chrono Walker 2 tiles away is going to get some collateral damage.
Yeah, I think it actually does hit that chasm. I don't know if the players have caught that yet, but it is going to remove the Chrono Walker.
No, he's going to...
No, actually, no. I guess he canceled. You know what? We may have missed something like a pressure point or something to that effect. But look, they did catch it indeed. That chasm does go to 1. And that well-laid plan of possibly pushing that bolt shot damage and removing a summon from the board and possibly starting to kind of level the playing field is just a no. It's just a no.
And again, thank you so much to everybody for not just tuning in and for supporting the game, but for also supporting us, you and I, Armada, because we're not gonna sit here and tell you that we're experts at the game. We are fans of the game. We are players of the game. but we are also students of the game, and there's so many nuances and there's so many layers to this game that we want to get right, and we appreciate the fact that you guys help us out.
Ooh, I love this. The cackling hyena comes in. That's some really, really cool art, by the way. I really enjoy the art on the old cackling hyena, but that's going to come down on top, and I think that was the reinforcement trigger there. Cackling hyena has a really cool effect. Whenever you just move it around, it has this continuous effect that says summons in Cackling Hyena's awareness cannot play attack abilities. So basically, if you're a summon, you just can't push damage. And it's one of those beautiful little lands where you land this at the right moment and you save yourself a whole bunch of life. And in this case, it looks like he saved himself a whole bunch of life because now Cato has to deal with this.
So there are 2 Chrono Walkers around. Cato's in the back. Sorry, 3 Chrono Walkers. Cato is kind of nowhere in a spot that can be nasty. But
yep, I think the Cackling Hyena is directly next to Cato. I think he's just reading the card. So Cato just rotates and tries to deal with this, but I don't think Cato has anything like at their disposal immediately, just like on their ability that can just wipe this off the board.
You know, it would be absolutely. Well, I was going to say, is there an opportunity here for Chrono Walker to clear the hyena? I don't think it can. I'm thinking
it can't play attack abilities.
Like if there was a way for, if Cato can sidestep one to the left in Tsunami, it would be a home run, a 3-run home run Tsunami. But that's not what the play is right now.
Oh, we got to shout out. Look who's on the stream hanging out with us. Our good buddy Ian, Right Time Gaming. Shouting out us, saying hello and welcome. Come and enjoy the beauty that is the tactical nature, the tactical TCG. It is fantastic playing some Genesis Battle of Champions, and these players are in the quarterfinals looking for their shot at their portion of $15,000.
Yeah, it's great to have everybody here. Again, it's always fun to see new faces. I'm a new face to the game as well. I've played my share of games. I love the card. I bought and sold some today.
You did, yeah. You were picking up singles like left and right. And not the kind that are in your area, the kind that come from a cardboard box.
That's correct. Hot singles in my area. Right here, friends, right here. And they want to talk to me. Who knew? Incredible. Shocking indeed. And all I had to do was download this program onto my computer and passed all the firewalls. We're good.
I don't recommend it.
No, don't.
Don't do that.
All right. Well, if there was ever a time for you to find a way to play a meteorite in this matchup, now might be it. Unfortunately, that's not the case, as the board is cluttered. That corner is just this jamboree of players of summons and champions that are trying to do damage to one another, and Cato's going to take a 90-degree turn to the left and start dealing damage to this hyena. Now, the hyena is going to stop the attacks of summons, but not champions.
That's right. And so you're going to deal the 2 earth damage here, dropping its total life down to 2. And then on the play from Suttir is going to be another Tower Sphinx coming down and possibly creating a little bit of parity on the board now. Yes, those Chrono Walkers are beefy. They have base 3 attack. They can deal with a lot, but when they're shut down essentially by this hyena, it's really up to Cato to deal with that hyena first. And that is such a powerful play off the reinforcements, such a great find, is finding that hyena in that exact moment and just locking it down and forcing your opponent to basically waste their economy on their turns, dealing with that first before you actually start taking damage again.
This board is an absolute mess. So much going on. You've got summons looking up, looking down, left, right, center. We must move forward, not backwards, upwards, not forwards, and always twirling away. That's kind of what we see going on over here. Is Cato began this entire matchup, this entire match with that Chrono into Tsunami into Sayonara on all your summons, which was a very expensive maneuver and could have really dictated how quickly this match or this game could have gone. However, look at the recovery here. As frankly, it's Cato who has less aura, less life, and I don't want to say board parity, but not necessarily in the best spots on the board right now.
Well, and that's a way to kind of level the playing field. Get another Tiger out and basically just use your deck as the resources.
Yeah, those Tigers, man, they are great.
Well, I think the tail of the tape here is that early game play of just wiping 4 summons off the board was sort of answered by this Hellchasm, which took a summon off the board, but has then really kind of bisected the playing area that they've effectively been using. And that, coupled with the really fortuitous reinforcement find of that Cackling Hyena, has paid dividends to keeping Suttir in this game.
You know what's better than fortuitiveness?
What?
5-tuitiveness.
Ah, yes. You're very right. Hey, what is the name of that hybrid snake eagle thing that just came onto the board? Do you remember it?
Yes, it's right after Thanksgiving and before Hanukkah. It's Ahayim.
Ahayim. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. And a very distinguished Ahayim to you.
Someone at home right now is absolutely livid.
Yes, I am going to get so many letters.
There's one person at home that is furious because it is pronounced Ahayam.
Oh, that is I was
reason.
thinking like some council of rabbis are going to write to me somewhere and say
it could be that
yeah.
too.
Listen.
Why not both?
Why not both? If you notice over here, you know what else is better than fortuitiveness? Forthreativeness.
Okay, there you go.
There's so many ways to play with that. All right, we're done. The Tiger, actually, which is interesting, is it went and just got right up in that Cackling Hyena's kitchen, and awareness is not on the tile that you are. So you can be aware of this and this, but you're not aware of yourself.
That's a lesson we can all learn deep down. So we just need to grow in that area. If Will draws another chasm, LOL, says Ben, that would be absolutely nutty. And it could be something that he's like hoping to find as he goes. He does have what it looks like 2 cards. It does look like summons. He's a bit hand-locked as far as summons are concerned as well when it comes down to it. The Cackling Hyena needs to be removed, and once it is removed, I feel like the floodgates will really, truly open, because that Tiger can do some damage. The Chrono Walker can come in and do some damage. It's really just up to Cato, and when you pull the trigger on taking that Hyena down.
Well, Cato's going to take care of it. Once that Hyena's gone, it opens up the Chrono Walkers, and this changes the dynamic here as well on the other side of the board to Will, because you're now thinking, okay, how do I time this properly? If these Chrono Walkers and all of these other summons start going online and start attacking, I need to be able to use the other units first, the other summons, before the Chrono Walkers can deal with them. But look, I think that this is going to be a turn where everything's going to, like, the dominoes are going to start falling and things are going to start getting deleted off the board.
Look at this. Suttir turns 90 degrees and removes their own chasm that they played, which is at one health. And the reason that you have to do that is because you have summons in your hand, and you can't beckon them anywhere. Literally nowhere to beckon them. So you have to remove some amount of these obstructions, because if you don't remove those obstructions, you can't do anything. So weirdly enough, this chasm that has actually done work for him at some point leading up to this moment, it's like, I just actually need to get rid of this.
Yeah.
And yes, it may mean that now there's another obstruction, but this one has teeth.
But can that actually? Oh no, those
you can definitely move it. You just can't attack yet.
Yeah. What's fascinating to me is literally, like you mentioned, that chasm, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like getting a performance review. It's like, hey, thank you so much for your work. You're fired. You're fired. We're moving on without you. There's the Cato finally taking out that Cackling Hyena. Nothing to laugh at now when you're in the memories pile, my friend.
That's right.
Thoughts that are long gone, and finally that opens up the Chrono Walker to start peeling away health again. The dominoes are beginning to fall.
Basically just saying, get wrecked, and yeet you into the memories. Now the question becomes, so again, you're pinning Suttir here. This is what we saw in Game 1, a full surround from Tigers in Game 1. Now here we have a pin where they're literally stuck between a Tiger, a Chrono Walker, and a chasm of spewing flame from Hellfire. So, in this moment, when you're stuck like this, what do? Well, you summon reinforcements, and it in the form of a nice little Tower Sphinx.
I'm really curious why you're moving the Chrono Walker all the way out there.
It could be one of those scenarios wherein maybe you don't want to play into Bolt Shot by stacking them up one, in a time. Maybe you want to just spin around, deal with this L'chaim, as they say, and then also move to the side, destroy that other chasm, and then just do the full surround and ask for your opponent's hand, essentially, because you're saying there's no hope for you in this scenario.
Trying to take a look at what Raymond is holding on to. I think Raymond is in a situation where he would probably gladly sacrifice his own Tiger to Tsunami and really hit a home run. It's kind of like you said, it's just part and parcel. There's going to be some casualties on your side of the board, but that Tsunami could wipe out a whole lot of issues. At the moment now, everyone is ready to go. The exertion tokens are gone. So what's the play here? What do you open up with?
It looks like he's, leveraging towards that Cato. Maybe move the Cato forward and try to take care of the Tower Sphinx, using your champion's ability first, and then waiting to see what your opponent does, because you have the summons to use after the fact, right? Perhaps that's the thought. And if you do this, what you're basically saying is, perhaps in my hand I don't have summons that I want to follow this up with. And so instead I would rather just, use the summons that are on the board currently and then work my way from there.
So the Sphinx,
I believe, is going to go.
Yeah, it's getting targeted by the Cato, but
he's pushing the Sphinx back and exerting it. So he's using his Cato's ability to push that Sphinx somewhere else and exert it so it can't be used, taking away action economy and basically saying, well, you don't have anything else you can do. You can't bring in these summons unless they're on top of my summons themselves.
So a towering Sphinx becomes a Tiger Tower, as it is on top of that, and then
we have the follow-up with the Hawajim dropping that down on top of the Tiger as well. So you don't have any other place to play these. It has to be somewhere. It's going to come down right there.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you got Suttir saying Hawajim is not my summon. It's just a creature that thinks that it can win the game.
Well done. That was a solid play.
I'm saying, yeah, but that cackling hyena, it's not my son. I don't know why we didn't.
Where you were going?
Yeah, I know.
After that.
I'm sorry, I lost the roadside
you
way long ago. GPS wasn't.
You were trying your best.
No
All right,
rescue.
So he's gonna come in with the 2 attacks on both of his summons. Oh, he's gonna play another Tiger.
Those Tigers are
other
excellent.
Tiger.
Those come in at swift speed as well, if I'm not.
Yeah, they're quick beckons, and so you can play them essentially at swift speed, and they don't exert. So they come in fully ready to attack essentially.
Look at this cluster F of just.
It's going to drop it most likely on that Chrono Walker. No, or just on top of there and just say, 4 more.
It looks like somebody dropped their deck box on the arena, and the cards and tokens just spilled out everywhere.
Oh my God! He plays another one.
Incredible.
This is just the old GG. Just show him. It's just shake the hand. We had all the Tigers. Every Tiger was present for this victory. And that's going to seal the deal. And in fact, it's in flashy fashion, sitting 2-0. Raymond Chow picking up the win with Cato Tigers just closing it out.
Yeah, not bad at all. We still have plenty more action to go here as Raymond Chow does advance into the next round. Cato goes through. I think we can take a look at the bracket if I'm not mistaken. I think you're taking a look at it right now.
Ooh, let's go back. I want to see that bracket.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to the bracket real quick.
Bracket, if you will, as we can kind of dive in and see what we can expect in these future rounds, perhaps, and who they may face, going forward as well. So as that, I'm sure it's popped up now already, but we are ourselves waiting for it. There it is. So we've got Nubia and Cato that are facing off currently in the quarterfinals. And as those face off, we may see a victor there or not. Whoever picks up that game is going to face off against Raymond on Cato as well.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful, beautiful game. Again, this one was we started with a top 16 here on day 2 of the World Championships. We've got a Cato going through. I believe we're just waiting for the resolution to the rest here, but we do have semifinals coming up shortly, if I'm not mistaken, as we sort of soldier onward to find a champion of the year 2022.
That's right. And I think we have, let's see. The other stream is currently in progress, or the other game, I should say, is currently in progress. We could try to jump into that game in progress. Would you like to do that, Flake?
Yeah, let's go take a look at Table 2.
Let's take a little peek. Let's go ahead and take a little peek. We're going to bring it up on our end.
This one, of course, is the MNT Arena, brought to you by MNT, so thank you so much. MNT, for your card grading needs and such, check out MNT. They are grading cards. They're here on site. I saw some sports cards, which I love.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's how I kind of got into the cards. I mean, I started way long ago, obviously with Star Wars CCG and such, but there was what filled the void between Star Wars CCG and the digital era was I collected a lot of sports cards, and seeing grading and such is always a fascinating element to it here.
Yeah.
So.
And here we're jumping into Nubia versus Nubia, and it looks like both of these players. We haven't taken a look at these lists. I don't know if we even have these lists. That's
they're here.
They might be in front of you. Yeah.
Are they?
Look at that! Poof! There they are.
Wow!
And it's you know what? This game is a very interesting one because both of these players flew all the way here from Germany, and both of these players are playing decks that are replete with angels, so much so that they've named their decks the same thing. You want to tell us the deck names?
Yes. First of all, I just want to clarify that they didn't fly. The airplanes flew. They just sat there. So don't give them extra credit for the miracle of flight that they did not achieve. Otherwise, there is Fatal Error, a.k.a. Fat Al Error, playing a deck called Airforce 9.
Yesterday we affectionately coined the term Airforce G because he drew the 9 with like a little curve. All of his 9s have a curve. So Airforce G.
That is, and then on the other side is, in the 4th seed, is Oliver playing Nubia, deck name Airforce 10.
Yep.
Or Airforce
AO.
AO.
Yeah, so you have an Airforce 9. And then it's 2.0 counterpart, Air Force 10. So just one extra up. I mean, just to one up that person.
Yeah. Know? Do you want to be the person showing up with like an iPhone? I don't know what they're at now. 14, 15? What?
I have no clue. I literally don't know.
Yeah, you always want the freshest thing. No one wants to roll up with a 2019 Corolla. You want the 2022.
You know, we're closing in on the holiday season. Have you seen Jim Carrey's The Grinch?
I have.
Okay, this reminds me of the two ladies that are trying to one up each other in like the decorating their houses with different lights, and so the one goes and steals the street lamp from like the intersection to put it up and takes the light bulb out of the refrigerator.
Oh, definitely. There was also an ongoing kind of gag, I think, in Home Improvement. That show with Tim Allen, where every Christmas he would try to outdo his neighbors with the lights, and it was always obscene. This is match 2. Oliver won the first match, so Air Force 10 proving superior by one game. Incredible.
Wow. I don't want to call it too early, but it is Air Force 10 for a reason.
Yeah, we don't have information in terms of what the actual aura and health counts are for this. Again, we will get to that. This is the second table again of the quarterfinals. We still have the semifinals coming up shortly, but we want to jump into this game anyways. Nubia versus Nubia is always fun.
I just want to say, there's a lot of angels. There's a lot of angels on the board right now. If we're counting up, there's angels, there's Cabas, but that's a lot of angels. We've got 1, 2. Oh, now some are getting unexerted. 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be 5 angels.
Well, I actually just purchased 6 today, so.
Yeah, you did do that. 5 angels. Angels everywhere. Angels in the outfield.
That's a good movie with Christopher Lloyd.
Charlie's Angels. Some of those
another good movie with what's his face?
Angel of Darkness.
Hold on, I'm not done the other one. Bill Murray was in. He played Bosley.
Yep, that's true. That's accurate.
Lucy Liu is in there. I think Cameron Diaz.
Now you're talking about the
Drew Barrymore,
the first remake.
Yeah,
not the
remake.
Second remake and not the original.
Yeah, also terrible. Remake. So also worth noting.
Oh my gosh, we are getting some shocking news. In the quarterfinals match, if you watched the top 16, you watched an absolute, just a what's the best way to say it?
Banger.
A banger of a match. We'll do that. A banger of a match between Sid and I just forgot. I think it was Charlie.
Eric.
previous
in the first
match, playing. It was Chris. That's right. It was Chris
Gordon.
That's right. And they played a fantastic match. And Sid was able to move on the strength of Kunn. And we've just received word that Sid is eliminated from the tournament in the quarterfinals. The world champion will be a brand new player this year and not a repeat for Sid.
Yeah, top seed getting knocked out is always a big story.
Yeah.
It's not always a sure thing by no means, but usually they're almost locks for at least the semis. That's usually how that goes. But
you would think.
How many tournaments have you cast, Armada? How many have you watched where that is not the case? And it's a chip in a chair scenario in most cases. I mean, you only focus on the game ahead of you, and if you come in with a plan, as I kick the camera once again,
it's a solid kick.
Yeah, there's always a plan, or so if you have a plan, there's always a chance, right? I mean, this isn't kind of a situation of like the New York Yankees versus God knows what, where you're like versus the T-ball team where there's no chance in hell. If you go in with a strategy, you do have an opportunity to actually pull it out. In this case, Sid did get eliminated by Eric, who was playing Cato.
Yes, shout out to Eric and congratulations to Eric for picking up that win and moving on. That's all you can ask. All you can do is say, take me to the next round, just trying to battle my way up the ladder. Because that's all you really can focus on is one game at a time. Angel moves out of the perhaps brightest spot in the world. Back into the brightest spot in the world. That card is literally luminescent currently.
Correct. That is the new foiling.
Yeah,
it's built in LEDs in there.
It's called white foiling.
Correct.
It is white light, just pure, uncut. Nope, it's out.
Exactly.
And we're gone.
Have you ever seen that? That stuff like it's called Vanta Black, where it's like 99.98% like non-reflective of any light. It's like the opposite of that.
They actually have that paint.
Vanta Black?
No, the white version.
Is it just white?
It is the whitest white. I'm fairly certain. Look that up. Someone fact check me on that. Yeah. In any case, angels everywhere, and not a drop to drink. No, that's
I think Mark Zuckerberg is the whitest white.
Well, we'll go with that. Yeah, we'll write that one down. Either that or a lizard. One of the two.
Lizard. Android for sure.
Could be fire breathing. Yeah. Who knows? If you've stuck around long enough on the stream, you get that joke. Otherwise, you don't. Clearly, he gets that joke.
Oh, thank you, MNT Gaming, for sponsoring this arena as we do what's called a reset and welcome you to the World Championships of Genesis. It's the quarterfinals, game, sort of the secondary table, the second feature table, game
That's
two.
Right.
It is Oliver versus Fatal Error, two players from Germany. Air Force 10 versus Air Force 9, and Air Force 10 is up piloted by Oliver's up 1-0 currently.
Now the decision point here, moving the Cabas over to the side there. Double move and exert. Just moving on with your life. Cabas just deciding to go off to the side of the board and, hang out. Reassess.
Hanging out is...
Work on yourself a little bit. Sometimes you gotta go over there. Work on yourself a little bit.
Yeah, get summoned in, move to a corner, pull out Live, Laugh, Love or Chicken Soup for the Soul or something. Wait for the exertions to pass. That's kind of how it goes in this game. No problem. Hey, there's a card called Hearty Soup, for Christ's sake.
There is.
Let's get real.
Believe it or not, there actually is.
Yeah.
And seeing relatively strong play as well.
Oh, I think in the sideboard, there's something here about Oprah's book club. Okay. Sorry, friends. It's been a long 2 days. We're having a great time, and that's
all
we're
the
hoping
way
that,
off
we're hoping
the
that you're
rails.
having fun as well.
All the way.
You brought this on yourself. You wanted to eat a burrito while we cast.
That was delicious, by the way.
Oh,
that was
man.
Fantastic.
Somebody bring me a Perrier. All right.
So Cabas coming down on, I believe is that an Angel of Retribution?
Whoa, Surface of the Sun. Right back into that spot.
Indeed.
I think that is like 42,000 lumens.
It is quite bright. I can't tell if... I can't quite make out what that... Well, obviously I can't make out what it was because it is very bright. But trying to figure out what he was bringing in that location.
At the moment here,
I think it's just a move up, maybe of Nubia itself.
Angels of Retribution are the story of the day as both players are running them, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we've got.
That's the name of the deck. After all, they're really just leaning into those Angels of Retribution. That's the point almost of the deck, right?
And as it was pointed out to us, Air Force 9 is because there are 9 Angels of Retribution.
Correct.
Air Force 10, there are
Correct.
10 Angels of Retribution.
Yes, it's one up. You're one-upping your opponent by playing one extra. It's the Price is Right mentality. You just go one extra.
Unless you're bidding first. If you're the first bidder and you bid $1, you are the stupidest person in the world.
Well, yes, I would agree with that.
I've seen it.
Wow, and another angel hits the board. This is excessive. Well, spinning angels, excessive.
What I wish I knew here is how much actual aura is left, because I feel like we're at a junction. Look at how populated this arena is, and you have to wonder, like, counting the angels, they're 25 apiece. There's got to be nothing left in the bank here.
It feels that way. I was wondering the same thing, and we don't have the numbers, for us personally. We don't know the numbers, so you and I at home, we're along for the ride together. But just based on board state, it has to be sort of last gasp scenario when you've spent this much on all of these angels. And look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and maybe even 7. I think 7 angels on the board. That is a large amount of resources just dedicated to the board. And of course, yes, you can play those Kabas down for free, essentially.
Trying to find where the discrepancies are in these two lists. And if you don't see too many discrepancies and they're from the same region, you could probably imagine that they travel together, they practice together, they know what the hell they're doing. They were probably in the same hotel room last night, busting out and running reps, right? So these are the games that are usually the grittiest, as the two players who could possibly be on the same team and such, but they're the ones that are probably so familiar with how each other's, not just how each other's decks run, but how each other play. And are you a risky player? Are you more of a all or nothing, a high risk, high reward style player? Are you content with a two target tsunami, or do you want the whole pie?
Right.
So those are the types of things where you're not just playing the deck, you're playing the opponent.
Yeah, here we go, unexerting everything. Starting the new round, drawing up. And of course, if you don't know, Nubia being Nubia, her latent secondary ability is that she gets to draw extra. And card advantage is a beautiful thing, but in this instance, no card advantage over your opponent because you're both Nubia. Looking at the positioning of these as well, I feel as though our bottom, or I guess I would be our top player here, the player on the top of the screen, has so many more avenues of attack available. Look at this. They've basically just created this line across the middle of the board, and possibly just being able to kind of swarm over and push those, depending on how many of those angels they actually own.
Well, that's the problem, right? It's like, how many are there? Not to mention that those angels can just go around them, go over them. They're in the air. They fly. Also, I don't know if you knew this, the angels apparently in this game are the bad guys.
Yes, we've been told that. That is very interesting. These angels look so beautiful and alluring and worthy of praise and admiration, but looks can be deceiving sometimes. And it does look like one angel is going to swoop down into the spot of another and threaten some damage here.
Sometimes whenever I get a message and it's from my parents, if I don't immediately, they know, I tell them, I'm like, I'm working. But sometimes they got to make sure that I'm aware that chicken breast is like $2.99 a pound or something. At they have to make sure that they know that, or that I am aware that I'm saving like $1.50 or something like that. They have to make sure.
That's a pretty good deal.
Well, I mean,
$2.99. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Some people have like coupon apps or like saver apps.
You have your parents.
I have my mom. Great. I was going through the flyer the other day and I saw that cereal. You still eat cereal? No, Ma, I haven't eaten Fruity Pebbles in like 36 years. So take a look at this, an absolute lineup, all facing. This is the standoff. This is how they used to fight in the Civil War.
It's sort of like that, right? It definitely appears to be this interesting standoff point. And we're starting to push towards that hour mark. No, we're past the hour mark. It's been an hour and 2 minutes. These players very content to think it out, try to figure it out, figure out where these angels are most effective and how to position them. I mean, it really is a sort of a head scratcher because do you commit your angels to threatening damage on top, and how do you go about best flying them over to do that?
Keep in mind that this is a win and you're into the semis kind of situation. Lose, you go home, right? Well, I mean, you don't go home. It's not like you're gonna be like, there's an Uber waiting for you to take you,
and you're done.
All right, we're going to. Oh yeah, you are boarding this flight immediately.
You will be leaving immediately.
Correct.
You are no longer part of the game.
Congratulations. The customs are here to stamp your passport, get the hell out. That's not what happens.
Probably.
Well, we don't know exactly.
We haven't actually
we don't know
the defeat of a player and the subsequent fallout therein.
Like exactly. There's the Lost Star arena. There's the MNT arena, and then there's the.
What? What are you?
The Canadian government border control arena.
Yeah,
just shows up.
They have their own sponsored arena.
Yeah,
slam that mat down.
Your visa is void. Clank. Send you home. It's not how that goes.
Gone.
Oh boy! All right. So Nubia is. You can see Nubia there at the bottom side of the board there, that is getting pushed up on. So maneuvering around, but it looks like the board presence is all to the player on top of the board.
Yeah, and the Kabas just moved forward and removed one of those summons off the board. I think it might have been a secondary Kabas, for the opponent. So maybe this Angel circles around, removes that Kabas that just did. It feels like one of those matches. So I assume you've played a decent bit of chess to kind of have this experience, but if you have at home, maybe you can relate to this as well. When you're in that mid-game moment where there are multiple pieces that are all attacking the same space, the same square, and you know that at some point it's better just to simplify and start trading those pieces off, and maybe you have trade advantage, right? And so you take with a knight, which your opponent takes with a knight, then you take with a bishop, and then they take with the queen, and then you take, back and forth. This is the moment that it feels like right now in this game where they could consider to just move to that simplify moment.
It's good. A lot of this is going to also come down to who owns the most real estate on the board, right? Because you're right. If there is a certain okay, you do this, then I take this, then I take this, and it becomes this domino effect of trades. Eventually, you might be left with more on the board and have one or two moves free to do after your opponent is completely exerted, and that's when you move in and start positioning and setting up that next turn.
And that would be the time where you, as the player who recognizes that,
well, not me,
in that
Oliver.
position. Okay, Oliver, perhaps the player who recognizes that and is in that position, may choose to initiate that trade, right? Ask for the piece, basically, like you would in a chess match.
Mm-hmm.
And this could be what we're looking at here as well, as these players really consider their options, because you have to kind of be, okay, so if I give you this piece, you're going to want to take like this, and then I'll take like this, and then you take like this. You have to play that scenario out multiple times in your head.
Yeah, some players actually, I mean, there are situations, like you mentioned, depending on what pieces are left on the board and the mobility that you're alluded to, sometimes you offer the trade of saying, I will give you this and you take mine, because I want more openness on the board, because I have more mobility. I have my rooks and my bishops and such which need unobstructed lanes to really control and pin down your king. But if I have a knight on the board, I kind of prefer maybe a cluttered board a little bit, so I can jump over and have a little bit more surprise elements. Obviously, this isn't chess. There's so much more going on in this. However, the same principle is there.
It can apply here because these angels have the capability of flying almost anywhere unobstructed, right? And so the question becomes how you want to play this out, and which player is the first to blink, if you will. So the question, I wonder if they're going to rotate and just remove the Kabas, or if they're going to try to swing forward and maybe remove that Angel of Retribution with a turn, or play more defensively.
Yeah, just back it up a little bit. And that is another type of layout for the card art, which is fascinating. Again, as we mentioned, we were looking through some of the vendors and saying, this is what alpha print looked like, this is what beta print looked like, this is what the earlier renditions, this is what the full art looks like, the epic rare, the foil, whatever, the seamless borderless full art, kind of art rendering of what a card is. There's so many different versions of the card that this game is not just a great game strategically, it's also a collector's delight.
Yeah, it is beautiful, and they've done a fantastic job. Haunted Castle Gaming has done a fantastic job of really building this thing up to be something that you want to collect and that you want to, hold as a sort of a prized possession, because they have so many beautiful promos, and they've really thought with a lot of care in mind how they want to tackle, the way that they do their rarities and their special treatments.
All right, so Oliver on the top of your screen is up 1-0 here, and you can see him angling in to take out one of the other angels that's out there. That angel is, again, not long for this world, as it seems to be pressured by another angel.
I believe he's using I think it's a wall of protection. I can't recall the name exactly, but essentially using that to protect that angel, which is weak right now, which has been, I think, all the way down to 1 technically, based on the counters that are on, and it may just be too little too late. It looks like they are scooping things up and moving on. I wonder the outcome of that game and how it progressed, or the I guess the resources, not outcome of the game, perhaps.
Yeah, these little mofos are absolute tanks, and I just spent a few bucks to sort of score myself a decent amount. Again, the uniqueness of this game is that there's no building restrictions. It's not like a 4 of or a 3 of or whatnot. You can go ahead and you want 7 angels, 8 angels, you want to go Airforce 11? Go Airforce 11.
Now that would be spicy. 1 up that 10.
Yeah.
So the angel that was saved there is going to swoop around and pop in and take care of that full health angel. Getting value out of an angel at, 1 health? Absolutely huge to take out another angel.
Let me see if I have...
if you have the power. Do you have the power?
Do I have the power?
No. You just got to do the triple click on the side. Got to go to those 3 dots. Click those 3 dots. Block them. You got them.
Got him.
3 dots and hit that report button. We got to report. Always report bots and streams. Always go for it.
Got him.
Get them. Get him with the unwanted commercial content or spam.
I think this one's
better.
Yes,
yeah, I agree. The second one, which we will not read on stream.
They've received a report.
Yeah,
got him. Oh,
destroyed. You know who else is destroyed? Those angels on the board. This is that moment we were talking about where everything is being simplified. And if you have the numbers advantage or the positional advantage, when you simplify a board, then you're welcoming that simplification. You're basically just asking for the board to be simplified because you know at the end of it, you're coming out with advantage. So when you go into the exchange and you make the exchange, when the exchange is done, as long as you've done your creative accounting, as you like to say, as Flake likes to say, borrowing a term from Flake, you come out on top.
Thank you. No, I borrowed a term for myself earlier.
Yeah. I figured it was probably free range for me to do so, but you can have it back if you really
want.
It's fine. Oh, okay, cool.
It's all good. The other one is Tan and Grace, other caster in the industry. Borrows some flakeisms as well.
Does he?
Yeah, well, sometimes it's like there's 1 set of damage and then followed by a smaller set of damage. I call the smaller set of damage the chaser.
Sure.
Or sometimes if there's like going over the top on something, it's a little keep the change action.
There you go.
You know?
You can keep the change.
Keep the change.
Yep.
Like for instance, if let's say Nubia is dealing 1 damage and the other Nubia blocks 3, it's like, you know what? Keep the change.
Keep the change.
Keep the change.
Keep the change.
You filthy animal.
Keep the change. Vinny Barbarito. we got a burrito from him earlier.
Hey, show us.
And you know what? Good old Vinny Barbaritos. Vinny Barbarito. We said keep the change.
Keep the change, Vinny Barbarito.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
It doesn't take much.
Seen that movie?
Yeah, that was Home Alone.
Yeah.
I mean, you mean the movie within the movie?
No, I haven't seen that movie.
That's not a real movie.
Actually, it is a real movie. They made that movie.
After Home Alone?
No, I think they filmed. No, it's not a real movie. Never mind.
No.
But they did film that scene for it. And Macaulay Culkin thought that it was a real movie.
Well, I mean, I did too.
Yes. What was it called? Angels of something.
Either way, it was keep that change, you filthy animal.
Keep the change, you filthy animal. Thanks, Vinny.
Well, I kicked the thing again.
Stop kicking the thing.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, my God.
I did it again.
Oh, jeez.
Just want to stretch my legs.
Oh, no.
We blame Vinny Barbarito.
Oh, Vinny.
Damn it, Vinny.
Vinny.
Vinny. You're supposed to
right.
be at prom, Vinny.
Oh,
what are you
man.
doing here?
Well, would you look at this? The board simplified into a much more interesting state, and we did have just 1,000 cards drawn, thanks to the old dedicated.
We're
states
rounding up.
being played. Yes,
It's a metric 1,000.
plus or minus a few.
All right, moving over there, you can see a little bit of the turtling going on as Oliver is sensing blood. Again, no word on what the life totals are. We're sorry about that. Again, this is not the feature table. This is sort of the second table. This is the other feature table sponsored by MNT. So thank you, MNT, for the arena.
Yes.
And it just looks like there's some nastiness. And just kind of trying to find here, as it is, in fact, Oliver that's on the top of your screen that is kind of positioning here. No tsunamis in the main board. None in the sideboard. However, on the other side, Fat Albert, aka Fatal Error, does have 5. So I don't know if this might be a little bit of a bait and switch to a degree of saying, I'm going to retreat, you come after me, I'm going to just absolutely decimate you.
Now, we did miss out on whether or not the the players in question brought those in or sided those out, perhaps, during the forethoughts portion after game 1. That is a question we don't have the answer to. But if there is the possibility of, one big old tsunami that you gets you a ton of value, maybe you've saved up your resources. Maybe you have enough aura for it. The question becomes, do you... Whoa, my God. Wait a minute. That hand on top looked like there were 4 tsunamis. But do you have the aura for it? I mean, we talked earlier. If you've committed to all of these angels onto the board and they get kind of picked off one at a time, you may have just expended all of your resources and you don't have a way of just cleanly removing all of that.
Well, yeah, that's what I quickly realized when I started playing this game was it's one thing to go willy-nilly. It's another thing to eventually make sure you have some gas in the tank to cross the finish line. And that seems like that's the game.
Yeah, closing in, realizing that you're out of options and out of time. And I think that actually ends the round and ends the match completely. I think Oliver picked up both wins over Fatal Error. Unfortunate for Fatal Error, but finishing in that top 8 still probably feels pretty good after the travel over here.
This match really reminded me of a match that I got to cast where it was 2 players that were on the same team. They had precisely almost identical lists, but one player made one sort of decision otherwise. In this case, it was the tsunami. But the player that in that matchup that I'm thinking of here, the player that they played against decided that they're going to sideboard, that they just could not come to an agreement as a team that card was worthwhile or not. It was one of those high risk, high rewards. And ultimately, that cost them because it was a brick in the hand, and they did face each other. That player who played that game and won, do you know who it is?
No.
Vinny Barbarito.
Oh, I knew it. That's not a real person.
That's not a real person.
That's not a real person at all.
However, the moral of the story...
Delicious. It was quite delicious.
The moral of the story, friends, is the fact that ultimately it's still important to have that kind of aura economy, because like you said, those tsunamis could have been game changing if you had the pocket to pay for them.
That's right, and always considering whether or not that last angel is worth it or you need the board swipe on there. All right, so as they advance the bracket, you can see that these rounds are wrapping up. They're beginning to cross the finish line, and we will bring you more action and all of these games as we close this out, this quarterfinals out. Moving into the semifinals, we'll bring you more action here at the World Championships of Genesis. So don't go too far, so we'll be right back in a little Test 1 2, test 1 2. Back at it again here in the semifinals of the World Championship 2022. Check out this wonderful banner, by the way. It's been here all weekend, and it just makes it feel like really close-knit. Look at this. Cato versus Nubia here in the semifinals of this World Championship. You'll love to see it.
You do. We've moved over to the Lost Star Arena this time, another sponsor of this tournament. So thank you so much to Lost Star. We had the M&T Arena last game. Last we checked in with you, the viewer, and this thing's kind of cool. This kind of feels like, it's a pop filter. It sort of softens in the P's. But what I can do is I can kind of turn this into a quasi kind of confessional, where I do this.
Okay, you could do that.
And I'd be like, tell me your sins, my son.
I really like Cato, and apparently so do other people at this tournament, because there are 3. I'm gonna put this down because it feels fair. I keep looking over it, and I feel like it's just having a hand this close to your face,
exactly,
constantly ready to smack you.
It's there if you need it. So this is again the semifinals of the World Championships. It's going to be Oliver of Germany versus
Eric, and I think Eric is international as well, not from Canada. I don't quite know from where. Perhaps from the US of A, but I'm not sure.
Possibly, but the Eric Lind of international, of not Canada.
Unknown origins.
Sorry, buddy. Can't all be perfect, but Airforce 10 is going to be the Nubia list versus Cato. And take a look at that name. Again, I have been all about names of things. I love giving nicknames, and people nicknaming their deck and giving their deck name. We've got Airforce 10. We saw that list prior. What is the name of this Cato deck?
Cato, Chair of Violence. That's a pretty cool name.
I know, that's what you name like the 4th sequel of a Steven Seagal franchise.
That's exactly right. You're starting to run out of names, so just grab a noun, quick. How can we describe this noun?
Okay,
chair. Describe it. Of violence.
Yeah. It's just people throwing a dart somewhere. It's like, okay, we need a Steven Seagal movie, 3 words. Let's go with pick a location. Let's say over. Okay, over the what? Over the I don't know.
Over the sewer. Over the sewer. We'll go with that.
Steven Seagal is over the sewer.
That's exactly what this deck list name
coming to a drugstore
like.
DVD section. Coming to a CVS $5 bin near you.
Yeah. Nevertheless, Chair of Violence here representing the fact that we're playing some very big, very heavy, scary summons, but we're also playing Stone Protector of Knee, a card that allows you to basically just warp into different places all over the arena and threaten a lot of scary little damage. And so Eric there on the top of your screen, setting up, getting shuffled up, and getting ready.
In a world of disobedient tables, Steven Seagal is
the Chair of Violence. I think I would watch that late 90s thriller. I would watch that.
Sure, for sure. And he's facing off against the Ottoman Empire. Steven will recover.
No.
Was that
That's
not good?
So good.
Yeah.
That's too. You see, the problem with that is that's actually too good.
Yeah.
It would be much worse. Naming your like
and it's just
your antagonist the Ottoman Empire is too on the nose and too perfect for it.
And it cuts to Steven Seagal saying, "You know, I don't really appreciate you guys keeping your feet up all the time. I have had it with you Ottomans."
Using his Kung Fury to destroy upholstery everywhere. Coming soon to tape near. No, what was it? VHS. Coming soon to VHS near you. Summer 1998. That's exactly what it was.
Do you get your movies from Walgreens? You probably own a Steven Seagal movie.
Because that is one of them. All right, so semifinals. I'm sorry, we did go completely. Bring it back.
We're getting a message. Oh wow, there's already a Chair of Violence 2 coming out.
Chair of Violence 2. More Electric Boogaloo. No, you can't use that one for that.
So Eric is coming from the wonderful state of New York.
Yeah, not too terribly far, actually, right?
No, not far at all, actually. Buffalo. What's awesome about Toronto is that Buffalo just got, 7 feet of snow or something like that?
It did, yeah, something to that effect.
Now, we are literally about 100 miles from Buffalo. 100 miles, just north of Buffalo. And all of the precipitation gets sucked out of Lake Ontario and blown right down to them. So it's awesome because we don't get none of it. So suck it, Buffalo.
All right, Cato's going to start off, and this is a fun starting play. When you have a Stone Protector of Knee that you can kind of establish down, and then maybe warp yourself onto that location so that you can then teleport around, with that Stone Protector. But maybe just going to play that Earthmane Lion down and then pop that down onto the Stone Protector spot as well. It looks like that is going to be the play because that does give you the capability of just kind of teleporting it wherever you want to.
Yeah, the Stone Protector Knee is it has been described to me as essentially the chair, and it kind of flies around. You sit on it, and it just kind of whisks you away. There's the first Angel of Retribution, 25 aura sunk, another 25 aura sunk again. That is 50 right down the drain to establish this immediately, and I think that this is kind of Nubia's game. If you have them, you drop them. I think that having cornering your opponent in a situation where maybe they do not have, let's say, the proper response in hand just yet, drop it and just go at it.
And we've seen these angels be dealt with in a variety of ways this tournament. Specifically, the Violent Bimant, a summon that comes across and can deal 6 damage. It has 6 health, so it mirrors in a lot of ways that Angel of Retribution, except it's actually cheaper to play. And so that Violent Bimant also can throw range damage, so you can kind of stay back with it and just chunk out and threaten all of those angels. So if Eric is able to find one of those in hand and be able to kind of throw that down onto the board, you might be able to just deal with these very easily. But the other thing you're looking for from Cato's perspective are those Ajna Tigers or Anya Tigers, depending on how you want to say it.
Honestly, I think that I actually am, the more and more I see Cato, the more and more I want to play Cato.
I agree. Yeah,
it's such a unique hero in the sense of the force warp, the force warp ability. First of all, the fact that the word force is in there, I'm instantly on board.
Okay, yes, you
just
are
do a little Jedi mind
big fan of Star Trek. I know.
I am going to mail you to someplace. I swear to God. How dare you? Yeah, I mean, place target champion or summon in your awareness on a spot adjacent to you. It's basically just a little whoopsie daisies.
It is, yeah,
which is great.
In fact, I think we just saw that exact play happen where the chair moves over alongside of the Earthmane Lion, and both come to Cato's spot, and then the lion kind of runs off, and Cato's now just sitting on the back of the Stone Protector of Knee while those angels advance and move forward. And then, of course, everything unexerts, and a new round begins, and Cato leads.
All right. Again, it's not necessarily about life totals or aura leads. It's about board presence as well, positioning. There's so much to take into account here as we're starting to get things going. And this is the semifinals.
Yeah. And that's, I believe, an old-school mind reading as well. If I remember correctly, but that is if that is a mind reading, it would mean that anytime you get close to Cato, you are going to have to reveal your hand and play face up, basically. Oh, and they're closing in with the Angel of Retribution, just saying, would you like to take 6 damage?
Looks like that's the case to a degree, I guess, possibly. Well, there's some usage of the aura here.
This is the use of that Cato ability that you read earlier, using the energy, using the aura, and then saying, yeah, I'm just going to slide you over there. So your 6 damage threat is now pointing at the edge of the arena and no longer threatening me.
Yeah, you're talking to the wall right now.
Talk to the wall.
Yeah, exactly. You put baby in the corner, and that's what's happening. So a wonderful way to mitigate damage. Again, you can only do it once. It is a...
Yeah, you can warp as many times as you want.
Right.
There's no scary.
Yeah, there's no exertion here, but it is going to cost you. And again, peeling cards off the top, spending some of that aura that you have in the bank. You have to do this to Cato early. I think Steven, it's not, even though you know that it's going to get stuffed by this warp ability, you have to get them to peel cards off the top, get them to pay the price so that later on it becomes more detrimental. Maybe it does go the long game, and maybe you have you get to a juncture where the Cato doesn't want to spend the aura or the cards because of the fact that they might be close to fatigue, or they might just be completely spent on both of those counts. You don't want to lose because of that, so you have to take the damage. So getting them to peel off the top now is an investment move. It's a move that you're just chipping away, getting through that kind of armor, as it were. As a Cabas now is placed in front of Nubia, summoned with the exertion token as well, and looks like we're wrapping up this turn as once again I tickle the camera with my feet.
I'm sure it's going to be just fine. It's not going to be an issue at all. In fact, it might be just a barely an inconvenience. Nevertheless, we did see a dedicated studies play, which is going to dig deeper and further into the deck. Ooh, what a great position, making that Angel of Retribution that you kind of tucked into the corner there completely inert for the next few turns. And not only that, look at what you have to do. You're forcing your opponent by being this close to them. You're forcing, because you're within their awareness and they're within your awareness, I should say, the champion to play face up, completely face up. But you are, again, being threatened with 6 damage from that Angel.
You know what that move is? Have you ever seen the movie Happy Gilmore?
Yes.
Remember the Shooter McGavin 9 at 9?
Yes.
That's what happened. Cato invited that Angel to the 9th hole at 9. The sprinklers went on, and he pieced out. That's essentially what happened. And then he said he eats pieces of S like you for breakfast.
That's right.
And just completely gooned his way out of there. Okay,
so clearing the this is actually a big play. So using that 6 to clear the seat, essentially, to take away the stone protector, meaning that Cato is really a little bit more exposed and not able to just sort of warp wherever you want, and then tossing away some cards off the top so that you can play down this Tiger, which is facing technically away, but you can just as easily move and rotate. Oh my gosh, 2 Tigers. And are they going to flank on either side?
I'm telling you, I think the more and more, like I said, this weekend as we go through, I'm all about Mano. I think that it's a really cool hero. Seeing Nubia, having played Nubia, great hero as well. Loving the Angels. Angels have always been my favorite tribal in most games that we played, Magic, etc. Love it. In this case, just the way Cato is all smoke and mirrors. It's all hocus pocus. It's so my jam. It's, you think you got me, I slip away, and I just drop 2 Tigers on the, roll. It's like rolling a grenade in the room and piecing out. Like, you love it that way.
And this is really interesting, too, because they have the capability of just positioning onto the sides. And what you're also doing, again, is just staring the entire time at your opponent's hand, which is face up. And so you can watch them expend those resources that they know they have. Look at that, even doing the accounting for him. Oh, by the way, you're going to go ahead and take a couple of damage.
No, I got it.
Yeah, that's fine. You
Absolutely.
spent this much.
I was like you picking up the coffee tab yesterday morning, knowing that it was...
Oh, don't worry, I got that.
I got it. It's expense anyways. I got it. We got it.
There it is, the old rotate. And send the 4. The Tiger, a card that, after this tournament, there's 3 Catos through in this tournament, into the semifinals. After this tournament, the question will really become, are they going to reprint this Tiger so that we have access to it? Because it was in J. Lara, the very first set. Welcome to J. Lara, and has not been seen since. A beautiful card, by the way. It's one of my favorite old school arts. It's got the white Tiger with like a blue fire tail and like blue paws. I'm a fan. That's all I can say. It's like I don't know if there's an equivalent creature that you can compare to it.
Trying to find Ajna Tigers on eBay.
That's a good question.
They are, again, when this happens in many card games where suddenly a particular card of, a considerable rarity becomes relevant again and becomes impactful, and it just becomes this gold rush to see who can not just accumulate them for their own decks, but also to just say, I just need to have them. Some people flip them and whatnot. There's a secondary market in general, but the fact that this game doesn't have a cap on particular cards, maybe the deck needs 8 Tigers, maybe it needs 10, maybe it needs 12. You get what you have to get, and when a card is important like that, they become very coveted.
It's a beautiful card, too, and one that looks like extremely fun to play with. So if you've got some old-school Genesis, maybe go digging. See if you can dig out those Tigers, which have always been just sort of just good. right? They've never been, in that relative obscurity, at least to my knowledge.
So once again, we've seen this in previous games. This is what Raymond Chow did to his opponent with those Tigers.
Yep.
One on each flank. They're hungry, just peeling away flesh. Slowly and slowly, as that Nubia looks just completely outclassed at this moment.
Yeah, essentially you just say 3 damage and then 3 damage, and this is exactly what you have to do. At this point, your Angels have to go and deal with it. They can't just just go over there and attack the enemy Cato, if you will. They have to go deal with this threat, because otherwise it just represents 3 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage every single time that these things unexert.
So if you're wondering why Oliver on the bottom of your screen is playing with the hand up, it's an ongoing effect right now where I think Cato's just got sort of the inside track on what's going on. You're playing with an open hand here, so no secrets.
Yeah, mind reading is something that you attach as a skill. That's why you see it sort of off next to the life totals and the aura count. Whenever you place this on your champion, so whenever you are within their awareness, you have to reveal your hand, and you have to basically just play face up. And that's exactly what we're doing here. So you essentially can see everything that your opponent can do, and the game becomes a little bit different in general because everything to some degree is calculated.
So there's a Chrono Walker on the stack, I believe, that's going to try to do the old switcheroosie with the... Is that Cato?
Yeah, no, it's switching with Nubia. So this is the
Nubia.
Chrono Walker that's going to swap, and it comes from the exposed hand there. So swapping over with that Chrono Walker takes the place, and the Tiger gets eaten alive by that 6 damage from the
So
Angel.
hold on, I think that the names might be incorrect here. No,
It could be that it could be the old flipperoonie that the names may just be repositioned. Oh, it's not in the awareness. Excuse me. We've been given a sticky note from on high. Spoken to from afar. It is a round. Mind reading is technically a round. Yes.
Oh, no, I am. It is Oliver. Oliver is on the bottom, and Oliver is on
Correct.
Nubia.
Yes,
Okay.
Oliver on the bottom, because Eric, hailing from New York, is playing as Cato.
So much better than Old York. Standard York. York Prime.
Yeah.
Not as cool as the New
I was
York.
not around for Old York.
No, neither was I.
The city of York.
The hotel across the street from the train station here in Toronto, the Royal York Hotel. Very
no way.
very old and famous hotel, yeah. Or so I'm told. I don't know. It's too bougie for me.
Next time.
Yeah, okay.
Next time.
Next lifetime. Yeah,
There
no
you
worries. As things age, they get more expensive, unfortunately. So here we are, and the board stated as it is. We're in the semifinals match here. Oliver on Nubia versus Eric on Cato.
Cato able to play here a Chrono Walker, paying for it, of course, beckoning in that summon. Still has the Earthmane line available to use for the turn, but this is going to swap it on over to that Angel of Retribution spot, which could allow for a push, because you can basically just force warp that Angel of Retribution away if you chose to do that. If you pay the resource, it looks like that's exactly what he's getting ready to do, I believe, is paying the resources for the force warp to force warp away that Angel of Retribution.
Being able to manipulate the positioning of cards is incredible.
Ooh, look at this! Not actually force warping the Angel, instead of force warping over the Tiger,
the Anja Tiger.
Yes,
Ajna.
Anya, the Anya Tiger.
The Anya Taylor-Joy.
The old,
yeah, the Queen's Gambit, as it were. Cap is coming in, looking to perhaps do a little bit of damage here, maybe get some work done and clear up some of these units as the Tiger is taking its licks a little bit over here, and suddenly we're still pushing in, still trying to get and finish off some of the damage here.
Oh, and another Angel of Retribution just kind of slamming on down. When Nubia moves over like that, Nubia is able to drop that Angel of Retribution and try to swing in perhaps on the next turn. The deck's all about angels. It's 10 angels, so
47 aura left. Good for one more angel and some extra change there for some extra sparkles, as it is. If you want to
change,
keep the change, you filthy animal. Yeah.
to be able to drop that.
Well,
down.
the thing about that is once you said that, my mind immediately sort of jumped to another Steven Seagal movie. So
Yes, probably don't need to think more about Steven Seagal right now.
yeah, Steven Seagal in Lawn Chair of Vengeance.
I do. That would be the sequel.
That was, yeah, exactly. The summer version.
That would be the sequel.
You know how like there was always like
This Christmas.
Yeah, it was just like Ernest goes to jail. Ernest scared stupid. There's like Christmas Ernest.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be Steven Seagal as Santa Claus. Maybe I'll give you a present, or maybe I'll break your neck. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. There's an Angel of Retribution. It's on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As the Nubia summons her in, and still some maneuvering that needs to be done. The life totals look rather healthy. It's more so the aura to the bank that has been kind of depleted, as both players have dropped some heavy artillery on the field and some expensive cards, as it were. And it's continuing to peel cards off the top is Eric.
Now, the interesting conundrum that you're stuck with is, yes, you have the ability to bring in your own summons, to bring in beckon in your own summons, and things like, the tigers are powerful, and if you could find them, the violent Bimonts and things like that are in your list are powerful, but you don't really have a lot of leeway to deal with these angels at this moment, because there's 3 on the board. And there's a Chrono Walker to kind of dance around it a little bit more, and because of course you're not in the awareness, you no longer know, or not in range. You don't know what your opponent has anymore.
Chrono, dance a Rooney Dooney again to take the brunt of the Tiger attack here, and with 6 health total, you know that it can withstand so much. And in response, there we're going to also have a few more pieces of damage and naughtiness that is going to go through. The board looks a lot clearer now, as some of the gunk has been removed and scraped away through various methods, and moving forward now as well as pushing up.
Yeah, moving the Earthmane Lion double move and then exert, and then the Angels kind of come across. I think it's just too little too late. Just doesn't have any way of dealing, and basically these 3 Angels are just going to close and call it essentially like a game in 1 round. So just cleaning it up and saying, yeah, let's go ahead and move on. I can access my forethoughts, maybe make some swaps and some changes, because there's no point. At that point, it was just easy pickings. Just go right away. 3 Angels, close in on Cato, and then just chew them open. Yep. So game 1 goes to Nubia, and on the back of all those Angels, saying, well, you got to find those violent Bimonts, otherwise you can't really deal with me.
Going to game 2.
Game number 2.
Game number 2. Again, the semifinals here of the World Championships. 3 Catos and a Nubia. Nubia, I believe, took game 1 in this one. So, or poised to perhaps have the remedy for Cato when those Angels can kind of just buzz around and do a metric ass load of damage.
Is that a measurement up here?
It is, yes. That's how we basically figure things out in hockey rink lengths and metric ass loads.
All right, well,
yeah.
Everybody needs some standard unit of measure, so it makes sense. Yes. Now the question becomes, what do you side in? What do you bring in to try and combat the 10 Angels? Because the deck, of course, as we saw, is called Airforce 10 because of 10 Angels. And if you have some way of targeting those Angels, taking them out, you're already including the violent Bimonts in the main board. So technically they were there, but you didn't find them.
You didn't find them. There's only 3 of them. That's exactly what I want to get to tell you, is that I think when Mind Reading was played and you saw that, like, what was in the hand and such, and that's one element. But if you're not finding those Bimonts, and keep in mind, those Bimonts want to sort of jump on the back of those stone protectors, get just booted around and get the free ride. But if you can't find them, you're kind of in a bad spot. And I'm trying to look. Did we see a dedicated studies either to
No,
further
didn't find a dedicated studies. That would be what you would want to be looking for. So when you're going into the forethoughts, what you can possibly try to swap in, maybe you're trying to find some tsunamis that you can bring in so that you can deal with those, damages. Maybe I don't necessarily think you need to dip in for Cog Restricts because you just have no utility in the matchup, or at least in the current build where you're just dying to angels. So if you can possibly bring in and find these cards that you didn't find before, maybe you bring in tsunamis as well. We'll see what you take out in those places, but that might be your ticket.
I think that's fair. I mean, do you bring in snares to maybe combat Chrono Walkers?
Snare's not a bad option. I mean, Snare, I think, feels like a main board card permanently now. Maybe you can, just being able to snare an angel that might be threatening so that you can deal with another one on the board somewhere else might be one way that you can slow the game down enough to use what you have on the board to take care of those very, very scary angels.
Both players are just kind of, again, going through their forethoughts, and the other part of this is that if you are actually sideboarding in cards, you're taking cards from your forethoughts and changing your deck of 50 for the second or third game, you have to show your opponent, this is what's going in, this is what's coming out. So even though you might be tailoring your deck to proper counter your opponent's strategies, you are tipping your hand in that regard of saying, I am preparing for you in such and such a way. So the surprise element might not be there, but the play around strategic element is there. Love it or hate it, it's up to you. I personally am not a fan of that aspect of it, of showing your opponent what your sideboard juice is. I'm a fan of F around and find out. That's kind of that is my mantra. That's how we did it in the mean streets of Montreal.
Okay, there you go.
That's how we learned.
Well, look at this. Are we siding out all of the Earthmane Lions, taking out, or maybe those are being brought back in? No, I think those are being sided out. Tiger's coming out as well?
Keep in mind, if you have something that can't really touch those flying angels, and you're hunting
that's
down.
True. Tigers can't really deal with them, right?
I think the strategy here is the fact that Nubia on her own is pretty punchless. You need to close in on her. You need to go, but obviously the angels are going to be there to do some nastiness. But the question is can you do enough damage before the angels hit the board and start just laying waste to you?
Yeah.
How do you get to that point? How do you restrict the angels' mobility, or maybe restrict the angels' damage while you're at the same time poking away at your opponent?
Right. And maybe that you just can't. Maybe you just didn't bring the tool set needed to deal with it. So maybe your thought is, I'm just going to run in there and try to kill Nubia, but I don't know if you can take that. I don't know if you can take that stance. We saw Zenith Pulses coming in, a card that I've seen multiple times, but I'm going to look into again because multiple Zenith Pulses making its way into the deck, which a card we haven't seen literally all tournament.
You know what I like to do? I like that I can literally just do this, and now I'm kind of just talking to the audience.
Okay, that's fine.
This is kind of a little privacy. I've just put the window up in the limo and said I'm tired of you, and now we can just go back. Oh, hey. Sorry, I was just having a little chat with my friends out there.
So weirdly enough, look at this Zenith Pulse being a trap. You can play at swift speed, you place it on an occupied spot, and then at the end of the round, champions and summons adjacent to it are placed onto it and then dealt damage. So if you're playing against a really summon-heavy deck that wants to swing in and try to push you, you can Zenith. That's the one. You can Zenith Pulse and suck them all into one location and deal some damage. Very, very cool card. That is being sided in.
Pulse. Let's go. Yeah, at the end of your round, champions and summons adjacent to Zenith Pulse are placed onto it.
Yep.
Zenith Pulse deals 2 air damage to everything in the same spot as it. So it's come on in.
Yeah.
Suck it.
Yeah, there you
Basically.
go. And the interesting part about that, too, is it was revealed alongside of the opponent taking out 4 Earthmane Lions and 3 Tigers out of the deck. So they pulled summons out of the deck while your opponent is putting in this thing that deals with mass amounts of summons, which is kind of funny, kind of interesting in that respect, but still probably has a ton of utility because the deck is really based on summons.
That's the other interesting element to this is the fact that you're doing your sideboarding and then revealing simultaneously and saying like, okay, this is what I did. Ooh, you suck. You messed up a little bit. You made the wrong choice. Exactly. You kind of you chose curtain 2 when it was the prize was in curtain 1, right? So. We're going to see what happens here as we are entering game number 2, game number 1, one-handedly by Nubia. I mean, it doesn't look like that to a certain degree, but eventually the writing was on the wall and you just pull the chute on it and say, hey, there's no reason to listen to the entirety of Despacito. I know what's happening. I'm going to be mad at the end of this.
It's like back in the 80s when all songs ended with a master fade. Just grab the master volume and just start fading it out. Every
what was
song.
that about?
Every song. They just didn't know how to end songs. We don't know how songs end. You literally just grab the master fader and just keep bringing it down. Just keep bringing it down until you can't hear the lyrics of the chorus anymore. And there, it's over.
What I hated about that was that I always thought it was a problem with like
the speaker.
Yeah.
Why is it faded?
What's
going on?
Or you just end the song and let me play another song so I'm not like there's not this like 30-second period where I can't hear the song.
Yeah, it's unintelligible. Yeah. You don't enjoy that?
No, I don't. Much of the 80s.
Not like it. It was quite lazy.
Yeah.
It was a quite lazy way of arranging music and finishing a piece.
I was born in the 80s and 90s. Spot on awesome. Love the 90s. The 90s were probably the best decade in the history of life.
Of decades?
Oh, God.
Out of all the decades?
Dude, you got Super Nintendo.
That was pretty good.
PlayStation.
That was pretty good as well.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You got Seinfeld.
Those are all great, yeah.
Full House.
Okay, the Full House was good.
You got TGIF in its entirety. You got introduced to Urkel in the 90s, dude. Urkel.
What else good was from the 90s?
The Simpsons in the 90s were masterful.
I never watched The Simpsons growing up.
Peak comedy writing, The Simpsons in the 90s. I'm trying to think of what else were like 90s exclusives.
Sound off in the comments below with your 90s exclusives. I want to hear.
Dude. Backstreet Boys, Spice Girls. Mm-hmm. The music was just
your favorite. NSYNC,
Backstreet Boys.
Oh,
I mean NSYNC's
98
good.
degrees.
98 degrees.
There you go. They existed.
Fahrenheit.
They existed.
Yeah.
No, Celsius is very warm.
Yeah, 98.
Very warm.
Yeah, it's like we like to call them over here. 38.
The 90s.
The 90s were boss, okay?
Remember those times.
Star Wars CCG.
There you go.
Magic the Gathering came out in the 90s.
It did. That happened.
Seinfeld, I think, was in... No, it was in the 90s.
Yes.
It was in the 90s. Simpsons actually came out in 89, I think, was the first Simpsons appearance. And then it was on the Tracy Ullman show. I don't know when they first got their first series.
Here's what we need. We need the showrunner who's been running the show this entire weekend and absolutely killing it to give us a list of great things from the 90s. That's what we could use. Bring that sticky note to us.
Pretty sure he was born like 4 years ago.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not listening.
No, he's absolutely.
He doesn't hear it.
Absolutely not.
We could say anything we wanted.
We could.
Potato.
Steven Seagal is a horrible human being, by the way. Hope you're listening, Steven. I will fight you in your fake Aikido garbage.
No, you can't fight him. He's got a fists of fury.
Does he?
Fists of absolute fury.
No, I'm pretty sure he's.
Watch out.
No, he is absolute fat and fury. He's fat and furious.
Did you see him in the 90s?
Oh my God! I've never seen someone go from being a skinny doofus who runs with limp arms to a fat doofus. With like the most. I'm just shoe polish, greased on hair.
That hair was good. That was iconic.
Oh
right there.
Man,
that was some iconic hair.
There's no greater pleasure in my life in the past few years than going down these anti-Steven Seagal YouTube rabbit holes where they just absolutely eviscerate this guy and call him out on all his fake BS. Anyways, I have an absolute...
I was never a Steven Seagal fan, so I'm okay with it.
He is a terrible human being.
What about and this is not a knock on, or this is not a... my questioning you on your takes on their personal life, but what do you, as far as like Jackie Chan is concerned?
Jackie Chan is also a very bad person, by the way.
I've heard this, but I'm curious about, dedicated studies. Just kidding, it's game time. Dedicated studies to start us off. This is what Cato needed last game.
Hold on, I want to close this thought out.
Okay, go ahead.
We're not leaving this thread untied. So about what? About
I just want to know how you feel about Jackie Chan in cinema.
Oh, first of all, anyone who does all their own stunts, I have a lot of respect for. That's why I am always conflicted against people like Jackie Chan and Tom Cruise, who in the cinema are really entertaining and awesome, but in real life are plagues on society. Just
there you
Tom
go.
Cruise versus Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan is just a piece of garbage for other reasons. Tom Cruise is like, eliminate him out of the equation. Just give me his movies. That's why I'm kind of slowly praying that he is doing the long con to call out Scientology and do the deep dive kind of undercover move.
Hey, I just want to say, this is the start that Cato wanted this whole time. Cato wants dedicated studies into Violent Bimant that can deal with the angel that was just placed on the board, that has the capability of just stopping things outright, and you get lead on round 2. So wow, now this is a good answer though, because when you double stack the angels like this, yes, you can deal with one of them, but I get free chip trade on the other one. So I can deal with your angel, but I can deal with your Violent Bimant. And there's that Zenith Pulse.
Zenith Pulse as well. Now, keep in mind, like you mentioned, yeah, the Violent Bimant is a great answer to it, doubling up on the angels, but it's going to come down to just, I have more problems than you have solutions.
Right.
And I am running 10 angels, you're running 3 Violent Bimants. So you have to be very, very careful how you utilize them.
Yep.
And you have to, there's no way you don't drop it on the board. You have to play it, you have to establish it, especially if you're going first, because you'll have that first opportunity to respond. But doubling up on angels is a nasty option here, as the worst thing that can happen here is something where Eric is maybe digging for answers, drawing cards, and has to discard to pay for things, and then boom, there goes one of the Violent Bimants.
Right. Well, I think, do we see another one in his hand, actually? We might see that. We might see a tiger as well. And where that Zenith Pulse is played is a big deal. Is it just getting played in a specific... He's going to consider responding to it. It's just going to go right down there on Cato. What a fun placement.
Well, I mean, it does bring in adjacent units, as you can see here. There goes the Violent Bimant, and it does deal 2 damage.
Yep.
So it's kind of this like suction effect, and then a damage effect, which is nice. Zenith Pulse, love it.
The benefit here, though, is that you've put some space in between you and those 2 angels. So if you have some trickery with Cato, that you want to move over that Violent Bimant out of the range of the second angel, assuming that you choose to start your turn with Violent Bimant and then just do 6 on the Angel of Retribution. Good usage of the protection here, stopping the damage so that you don't lose your first one. That probably stops a lot of the tricks that you might be able to do with Cato.
Also keep in mind that the Zenith Pulse doing 2 damage is 2 damage to itself. It's got 3 health, but the 2 damage it takes to itself is that it's going to stay on the board one more time, and it can go ahead and trigger at the end of the turn to go ahead and just blow up those squares one more time. But the angel. This
is what I thought would happen. We're going to have the activation moving the angel up and then threatening the Violent Bimant, and in response to this, you're going to have Cato basically warping away that Violent Bimant out of threat range, out of damage range. So that it doesn't take the damage. So you pay with the aura, you pay with the energy off the top of the deck, and you keep that Bimant around and force the second angel to come and clean it up.
Now, that you're right about that. The economy in this case...
Oh, no, he's going to instead warp around the Angel of Retribution behind, so it doesn't even hit him. It literally just teleports behind completely.
What I like here as well, keep in mind that the Zenith Pulse is at the end of the round, champions and summons adjacent to it. It could be anything.
Yes.
Even your own stuff. So he's bringing in the angels to the party as well, saying, all right, come on in. Come on in. But it looks like instead he wants to go ahead and, I guess he's dealing with the Zenith Pulse, or?
No, he's stepped out of it. He's turned, and he's going to bring in another Violent Bimant. And this is a good choice. Now the question becomes, where do you place this? Most likely on the edge that's furthest from that still active, unexerted angel, so that you can then use it because you have lead this game. You can use it to clean up first. Oh, he's gonna place it even better, because things are gonna get pulled. That angel's gonna get pulled in at the end of the turn, and the end of the round, I should say. So you can immediately start your turn by throwing a giant log at your opponent's Angel of Retribution there.
That's what we're known for here. Many trees. Logs for days. The Angel, however, is going to move in. Question is are you going to respond with a warp move? Are you going to get the hell out of there? Are you going to sort of get out of
like Chrono Walker?
Chrono's a good one as well. The issue here is that the Chrono Walker will die. You're changing where this is going. So the Chrono Walker's being essentially summoned to the tile behind Cato.
Yeah.
So the resolution of the actual summon resolves. The payment is made. The question here is there a the Tsunami's gone. There was, I think, a Stone Protector of Knee that was discarded as well. So that resolves. Now, does the Switcheroo resolve?
No, it looks like he's trying to even move that out of the way as well, using perhaps Cato's ability again, trying to keep things alive and on the board for use against these Angels. And your opponent has not dropped another one on the board. So in this moment, you're thinking, okay, cool, I know they're going to draw an extra card each turn. Oh, and a snare. That is a great, great play.
Well, it's a good snare because the Zenith trap there, the Zenith Pulse, is not going to actually pull in that Angel because it's not in. It's not, or is that adjacent diagonally as well? I don't believe so.
Well, no, it is not.
Right.
It is not. But it looks like the snare's actually going on Nubia.
Oh, okay.
Snare down on Nubia. So if they want to beckon any summons, they're going to have to actually run into the fray and trot on over there instead of just being immediately available by moving the only unexerted combatant on the board, which is that Nubia.
So snaring the Nubia keeps it locked and loaded over there. Perhaps it's a situation here where with Forsay, you can go ahead and perhaps take out some of those Angels.
Yeah.
There's a Violent Bimant. There's 2 Violent Bimonts on the board.
Yep. Dropping the Angel, the third Angel, onto the board in front, and then saying, I got nothing. Zenith Pulse going to do its thing. Just pull in that Angel. It's going to deal its damage, and then it's going to clear itself, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so the exertion tokens get taken away as a new round begins here. 2 damage to the Violent Bimant. There should be 2 damage also.
Yeah, it's 2 health left.
2 health left, on the Violent Bimant. But there should be 2 damage on that Angel, if I'm not mistaken.
I do believe so. The snare clears because it's at the end of the round.
Yeah, air damage should be given to that Angel, unless I'm completely way off here.
We could be missing it, but either way, the pull in there does set up for a throw with the Violent Bimant range attack. So if you choose to lead off with that, then you can, or you could just do this: choose to lead there, threaten 6 damage with the unit that is about to probably be cleaned up. Get some value off of it.
Unless air damage doesn't automatically target air. Air damage might be just like dark damage, water damage. Maybe you need range damage in order to hit the flying unit.
Right, it could be.
So that could be potentially why. But the important thing is that it did kind of bring it to a fresh square here, fresh tile.
This is not what you want to see. Paying for the Holy Wall, stopping the damage. That you were trying to clear these Angels. You have the tools on the board. You just need your opponent to not have the answers. You posed a question. Do you want to accept the 6 damage and have me clear this Angel, or can you respond? And unfortunately, they responded in kind.
3 Angels on the board. Nubia was snared back to the bottom of your board as the Angels are sort of slowly making their way back up. 1 gets taken out by the Violent Bimant. Currently, the protection there is going to resolve. I believe the action now is to Oliver.
Yeah, it looks like most likely the damage that did not go through was because, of course, Aerial means that the only... no, it's the only attack ability, so perhaps they just missed it. Either way, we're looking at this issue where we've cleared 1 Angel, but there's 2 more on the board, and you've got tools at your disposal. Can you somehow get... Oh, another snare. What a great answer.
and he's just willy-nilly peeling cards off the top of the deck here. Cato's just not giving 2 Fs. The snare on the Angel is caught, just touched down for 2 seconds. That just, go ahead and clamp down. You ain't going anywhere. Nubia looking to finally maneuver into the fray here. She's not much of a threat in herself, but any added damage, any added threatening abilities as you can. You do have Angels that are really kind of hovering around, but the board state has kind of equalized to a degree. 2 Angels remain, one of them snared, 2 Violent Bimonts, and there's still that Chrono Walker that's just living rent-free in the corner there.
Now look at this. The Nubia steps over and actually clears the snare so that Angel is free and clear to come and attack. Again, this is that back and forth that you are really trying to gain control of as Cato, because your opponent, look at your opponent's aura at 35. They can drop max 1 Angel left. You've almost gotten to them to the, I would call it like a fatigue point for aura, because they can't really drop too much more in the way of either 1 Angel, but not much more in the way of like protection,
Stone Protector of Ni dropped in. Stack resolves, no problem. Drop it in. There you go. The Uber has arrived, friends. You do have a ride now, and you're flying with style. Anywhere on the board you need to go, drop a 5-star review when you're done. That's all the Stone Protector asks.
That's all that matters.
Just 5-star review.
Now the question becomes, what are you going to kill? Because you're going to move the Angel over, and you're going to target the Violent Bimont that is sitting on the chair. Lets that go ahead and know he's going to force warp that away, paying off the top of the deck, and the size of the cards left in deck just dwindling. It's really coming down to it.
Yeah, well, playing hot and heavy like this, not wanting to really dig into the aura bank, because you probably want it for some of those really high impact spells, the stuff that is really going to change the dynamic of what the board looks like, or actually just close out the game. If you're handcuffed off of just pure poverty, that's a tough reality in any way, in any country.
Now look at this. The possibility that we could, or you did it again.
I did.
Oh, Matt.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, Matt.
Give me a second here while I saw my legs off.
There you go.
So I don't kick the camera one more time.
Give me the old reposition. And Zenith Pulse coming down on the Violent Bimont. That's actually gonna, when it resolves, that's gonna clear it up. That Zenith Pulse basically just going to suck in and deal 2 wind damage.
You call it Zenith Pulse, but we're in Canada, so it's actually pronounced Zenith Pulse.
Are you kidding me?
That's a
because
terrible.
You're going to pronounce the Z.
No, it's a terrible joke. You're just supposed to say, "Hey, good one, idiot," and then we move on.
Hey, good one, idiot. Okay, and then we move on.
Thank you.
There you go. I finished that.
Thank you so much. This is why we're such,
The showrunner literally shook his head at you disapprovingly.
Oh no,
he's 12 years old and he shook his head at you.
No,
disapprovingly.
I feel the thick aura of disgust from everyone within earshot of us. Trust me, I know.
Look over there. Look, they're just looking at you and thinking,
"Oh, absolutely.
What? Are you kidding me?"
Oh,
no.
Yeah. After this, I'm gonna change my name and move. That's what I'm doing. So it's all good. But the Zenith Pulse is there sitting.
Just don't say it anymore. All right, we'll move on from there. So cleared up everything. Started the new round. Everything's unexerted, and you're in a bad spot if you're Cato here, because you've exhausted your resources as far as dealing with these angels. You've done your tricks. You've done some force warps. You've warped around. Unfortunately, you don't have much in the way of summons that can deal with anything that's left on the board.
What's fascinating about this entire matchup here is that this one Nubia found herself on one end of the bracket, while on the other end, all the other Nubias just beat the crap out of each other and just got completely dummied, right? So a free path. This Nubia managed to go ahead and circumvent a lot of the nastiness. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 Catos emerged, and if things continue this way, this Nubia, which is up 1 game to nothing here, Oliver has been very, very, doubling down. This is called Airforce 9, 10?
10. This
10.
One's 10. Look,
10.
Look. We're not
Perfect
on 9,
10.
And it's not AO. It's 10.
It's 10. And again, when it comes down to it, threat versus solution, you're presenting 10 angelic problems, and you only have 3 violent answers. There's not much you can do once they're dealt with. You just keep dropping them and dropping them and dropping them.
Okay, Cato's going to double move over here and move into that exert. And I don't know if there's many answers that can be provided here that really keep you in this game. There were some great early game plays and some really powerful responses to that game 1 loss. finding both violent Bimonts early, establishing them, keeping them alive, and then using them to really threaten the damage on those angels. But the responses in kind, the holy walls, and just the keeping those angels alive. It's mind-boggling to watch this play out.
Just soaking 6 damage here from that Angel of Retribution. And another problem, there's another snare.
Yeah. Trying
to lock down and just say, please, just stay here for 2 damn seconds. Just don't do anything. The issue also, Steven, is the fact that Eric's playing with down to 1 card here. Nubia's drawing 2. Eric on Cato has been just discarding off the top, and who knows how many of those violent Bimonts has already just bit the dust without even seeing the light of day. And the problem is also that you're only holding one answer or one threat, and on the other end, Nubia, Oliver playing Nubia, is just holding this, so many unknown headaches that he's going to have to navigate. That stack manipulation that you have, if you might have a really great card, but if you're just wedging it in on the stack that gets responded to, you're kind of you don't have that kind of window to do much. And with 13 health left and 47 aura at your disposal, the board is getting nasty. There's just angels fluttering about. But there will be no more angels, as we're already down to 23 aura for Oliver.
Yeah, well, and you can hang your hat on the fact that you don't have to deal with any more angels than what you see on the board. But unfortunately, I don't know if you can feasibly just take care of these. And I think after that Zenith Pulse clears and they start the next round, you've got maybe a chip, a chair, and a prayer left. 1 card that you've drawn, so hopefully you've drawn into something of note here. But when your opponent's looking at a full grip, look at that, almost 8 cards in hand. Yes, they have 23 aura, but and that may hamstring what they can do, but they've got the presence on the board. They've got the angels. They deal 6 damage. They put you on a 2-round clock, essentially.
It's like Oliver's deciding which one of his $100 bills he wants to pay his coffee with, right? Like, that's kind of, he's got this stack in his hand, and everything going his way.
And just really fighting and clawing, trying to get a little bit of extra time. Unfortunately, the Angel of Retribution is going to come back across, make its way back over, and try to take out. First of all, it's going to stop and take out the Stone Protector of Knee, so no more shenanigans can be performed. And at this point, you're just looking at a 2-round clock to the finish once you can get everything in position.
So inevitability, to a degree, is the problem. I think you can't see it on screen now, but it looks like Eric is counting his deck.
Yeah, 15 cards left, so only a handful of responses that you can make, maybe like another snare, and then not much left, because you're being threatened in a lot of ways. You're being threatened by the cards left in deck. You're being threatened by life totals. You're being threatened by lack of effective hand size, essentially.
The Lost Star Arena here has really changed in terms of the dynamic of it. It was a cluster of angels and violent log-throwing behemoths, and suddenly we're reduced to an angel facing down Cato. You have that Chrono Walker that has been there, rather punchless and unassuming for so long, and then suddenly at the bottom of the screen you have an angel that looks confused and lost, facing the wrong way,
bewildered, if you will.
I've been there. This is kind of like you missed the bus. You're just waiting there.
It's the John Travolta.
Exactly.
Where? It's one of those.
Not sure what the living hell is going on.
How did this chair teleport me across the? I guess I'm over here now.
Yeah, and then it dies, and then the chair leaves.
I'll just kill it.
That's where you're like, Uber. This is not where where I need to be. Well, too bad. See ya.
Steven Seagal, the chair. Take it out.
Oh, what an asshole. I hate that guy so much.
Repositioning the Chrono Walker to try and, last gasp, keep the clock at bay, because the angel can fly over. But look, the angel's just going to say, you know what? I'm just going to deal with everything on the board. Insult to injury. Make sure there's no stone unturned. No avenue for you to escape. And gonna pay the price, if you will, to activate Cato and say, I'll keep it alive for now.
Yeah, Cato is a 5 aura and 4 burn off the top cost. It's not either or. So it's a fairly hefty price to just go ahead and, manipulate the various summons and everything else that's on the board. We're going to go ahead and clear the exertion here. I don't think there's any gimmies in this. I think that what Oliver is doing here is the right move. You could just kind of go in and try to go for the kill and start pressuring Cato, but I think just dealing with the issues and playing a game of exhausting the resources and then going for the kill is the safer, more. It might not be the flashier play, but it's the better play.
I mean, keep in mind these players are in the semifinals, so they're looking to punch their ticket to the finals and secure their portion of a $15,000 prize pool. So taking your time and making doubly sure of it, especially when you're low on aura, is a wise play, and that's just going to do it. I think that's you're going to take the 6 here. Nubia can come in and punch for a 1, and then you're essentially just on death next turn.
Yeah, it's going to take a Christmas miracle to sort of dig yourself out of this hole. However, scarier things have happened, but not when there's a Cabas on the field.
It's a frightening card. Have you seen that thing? It is literally like a demon shadow spawn.
Some might say it looks like a Cabas Patch Kid. No. All right. No. That's a thumbs down from the producer. That's a big fat no-ski on that one.
Yeah, that's a yikes. That's officially in the yikes territory.
All right, we're gonna bin that one. I'm gonna go back to the drawing board on the Cabas Patch Kid.
Nope. Don't keep saying it. We're just gonna move on. So they draw up again, moving to the next round, and it's literally down to what the draw is. I mean, what you have in your hand. What can you do to escape from an Angel of Retribution? Because there's another one on the board.
But look at Oliver's hand here. You've seen in certain games where players will try to inspect their own graveyard / discard pile / memories and such to go and see what's left, what's in your opponent's memory pile. It's the same thing. It's just you're cycling through to see what the threats that are left, what has been used. But that's his hand. He is just absolutely stocked with threats, solutions, problems. He has what he needs. The issue here is that Eric can't give up because he's up against the wall here, down 1-0 in the semifinals of the World Championship. He wants to just fight this out to the end. Claw, tooth and nail to the very end.
Yeah. Now the consideration here, just double move, maybe threaten the Chrono Walker, take it off the board. See if misplay is made where you try to protect the Chrono Walker instead of protecting your life total. But I don't think these players are at the point where they're gonna fall for any of those standard tricks. We know it's the crux of it really just does come down to life totals being at a 6 break point, knowing the Angel deals 6, holding until the last moment where you could possibly respond. Gonna deal a 2 from Cato.
Every little bit counts in this point. The Cato doing the 2 earth damage. Why not? Punch Nubia while she's staring you square in the face. However, that
representing lethal, you just kind of hit him. It's like, hey, I don't like this. Stop it.
That's the equivalent of like any last words and flips you off.
And they spit it. Like the old action movie spit.
Yeah. Except if Steven Seagal would actually say spit, because he's a terrible actor and an awful human being. Any last words, Steven?
Spit.
He'd be like, I spit in your direction. Would you like to actually spit? Or, no, I'm just, my blood pressure is so high.
A comment's coming down in the back there.
I mean, at this rate, you still want to establish a board. You never know what kind of nasty secrets are left, right? So you want to be able to just continue to pressure.
Look, your opponent has 42 aura and a 4-card hand finally. You don't know what they drew into. Oh, Warp Strike was there the whole time.
9 aura to play that card.
Yep, and this is what we were waiting for. You do everything else. You establish all the rest of the board. You play Warp Strike. It gets you out of the way. Gonna Warp Strike into a place that allows you to kill the Cabas. Glass Angel, which is what if you're curious, he was responding to probably a declaration. Oh, no, don't want to remember the four there. Probably responding to a declaration of 6 damage from that Angel of Retribution, which was the last possible thing you could do on that turn, or on that round, I should say. So in doing so, responding to that by warp striking and keeping yourself alive. Another 2. Not giving up. I'm just trying to scrap it in.
Steven, we're going to give you a second chance. That's final words. What do you want to say? I spin your direction twice. The problem here
like that's becoming more Donald Trump than it is.
Yeah, it's getting there, but they're kind of the same amount of scum. But
at this point, it's actually just Donald Trump.
So this is the nastiness. That's the game right there. Yep. Handshakes all around. Eric has conceded the rest of the match before Cato just bites it. Oliver moves on to the finals of the World Championship.
Can you believe it? Oliver closing out this game. Nubia takes the game, takes the match. Oliver moves into that finals bracket side. Gonna be up against the winner of either Raymond or Jan at Cato.
Yeah, Raymond Chow versus Jan. Two Canadians. One a Toronto native. I don't know where Jan is from, or if it's Jan. We're gonna ask.
I believe it's Canada. Yeah.
Both from
Canada.
Oh, that was I can't. I'm sorry.
Heads or Tails Gaming.
Oh,
which is local.
Perfect. So yeah, they're locals. I know Raymond Chow very well, but it's Cato versus Cato. I think are we jumping into that match? It looks like we're gonna go ahead and have a look.
I guess this is in progress. We should probably pull this up. Let's go ahead and
definitely
operate things. Open
smooth
tabs.
Operator.
Find the game in progress. It's not that one. It's this one. And then we are back at it again with the white vans. Nope, we don't want to do that.
Don't you dare.
There we go.
Perfect.
Glare City, unfortunately.
Hold on a second.
We don't love to see it.
We pay for. We are high definition.
Yes.
Never mind.
All right. I love the indicator cards on the side with the force warp and things like that. I think that's great. The indicator cards pay off immensely. I think we're deep into this game. We don't know what portion of the match that we are into. We're obviously jumping into this along with you, but that's a lot of stuff down there. We got an Alum down there. We've got what are these things in the center? We've got some tigers. It looks like that might be a Barak that we can't quite see.
We're gonna find out shortly.
Ooh, something just died. That's all I gotta say.
All right, again, this is the MNT Arena. Thank you so much for sponsoring us, MNT. Go to MNT for your card grading needs.
Right.
Do you got some Genesis cards that you want to get
graded?
Hey,
that's the one.
I just sold a secret rare, secret rare Proteus, full art foil. Can't get that anywhere. There's only 2 in existence
that we know of too, and you had one.
I had one. I sold that to Steve-O. And that's a gradable card right there. I was
going to say, yeah, that was something you could definitely consider grading.
Definitely go get that graded for sure. So take a look at the board right now. That is Raymond Chow as a pack of monkeys have come in and found the barrel of bananas. So
in the back, if you didn't hear it, that's exactly how we can describe that.
You don't know
that, or someone in the middle of the night stepped on quite a few Legos all at the same time.
Correct.
Into the foot, dug deep into that tissue.
Yeah, I bet you didn't know we had a chimpanzee fight club going on, did you? Didn't think so.
Either that or it is literally a torture chamber full of Lego and other small, like, Army Men style toys that you just have to walk through.
All right, so the life totals of the Aura are finally on the board, as you can see there. That is Raymond Chow on the top of your screen, and Jan. Just Jan.
Or Jan.
No, it's we say Dr. J.
Said Dr. J.
Dr. J for all you basketball fans out there. Dr. Julius Irving. Dr. J on the bottom of the screen. As you can see, it's the 7th seed for this versus the 6th seed. So the middle of the pack here on that side of the bracket has actually kind of done some due diligence here and moved forward. Again, I say middle of the pack. There's 16 people in this bracket.
So in response to the attack, we're going to force warp the Barak out of the way. Just say, have at you. It is warped out of the way.
Have at you.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to assume that the cards that we see on the very, bottom of your screen are the revealed hand of the bottom player there.
Oh, okay. Okay, again, this is part of the joy of just trying to jumping in.
Yeah, jump in, full force.
Snare.
Being brought down in response. And a force warp. So the force warp, I believe, is attempting to resolve here. On the stack there, represented by that white blank card, followed by the force warp. It's going to resolve. Let's see where things get moved to. I guess the snare is probably stopping the move, most likely. Alim going to take some exertion.
So the board state, not as populated as you may seem, is because some of those cards you can see at the bottom of the screen are just reveals, right? So, yeah, you can see them just picking them up and playing them. All the information is out there.
There's a force warp in your own turn.
Force warp.
It's pretty cool. That's a cool card. I think force warp is one of those cards that really makes me want to, like, when you see and read the card, it makes you want to play it more, because just being able to sort of like very flavorfully teleport and then deal damage, it's like, and then drop damage on the person that you kind of sort of teleport to, very, very flavorful, and one that you actively want to play. Oh, so in response to the force warp, I'll play my own snare.
It's like me with seeing someone playing the piano. It makes me want to play it, and then I try and I suck.
Yeah, instruments take practice.
I'm waiting for the day where you can just go to a place and say, like, what would you like to learn? And it's like, I would like to learn how to play piano. And they're like,
download it to your conscience.
Oh, I would like a pill, man. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
You know, just, and there you go. Now you know how to play the piano. In 6 to 8 hours, you will be fully aware of how to play the piano.
Side effects include dementia.
Yes, and turning into Steven Seagal.
Death.
Yeah, absolute psychosis. All right, we're gonna take some not damage. We're gonna go ahead.
Pay some aura. For what? Gonna bust out. Where's the position?
So
the Alim drawing a card.
Now the Alims they got wide arms. They do one of these.
Yeah, boop.
They do a little stretch Armstrong.
Sometimes you got to stretch it out. When you're in the booth this long, sometimes you got to pull an Alim.
You know, how many times have we kicked this thing? See, the thing here is that our awareness is right in front of us.
That's right. We could probably use an opportunity to stop and stretch. If we stood up right now, I don't know if that's a good idea.
No, that's probably not a good idea. The camera angles are not going to be kind to us on that one. You don't know what we're wearing under here. Gym shorts, jeans.
Not in this weather. Jeans, maybe so.
Yep. Okay. Well, Cato versus Cato is what we're looking at over here as the Barak takes a little sidestep, little rotation, deals with one of the Alims, which was already exhausted. So that came in only to get crushed by the weight of reality.
Yep, and then the Tiger's going to come across over here, pop the Cato for 3, dropping to 15, keeping parity there, but one player able to see the other player's cards and see the range of what they can actually do, while the other player has a Barak, which is quite scary.
How powerful of an advantage of just knowing what your opponent is holding on to. A lot of times, average card players will always devalue or underestimate the value of a card that doesn't deal damage or doesn't gain you life or doesn't establish board presence. Knowledge, information, to quote Newman from Seinfeld, when you control the mail, you control information. And that is such a powerful aspect, because when you know what they have, you know their outs, you know their range.
Particularly in this game, I feel, because not only are you tracking what's in their hand, you're also tracking what's on the board, and you are able to basically just play the game yourself and find out what the best lines of play for you are. So here, as they, I believe they're trying to clear up some of the damage that is on. Oh, clearing up the exert, starting up the new round. Let's see who's lead here.
Fresh round. It looks like it's going to be Raymond. Raymond is quite the hand shuffler. He's very, you can't see it on your screen, friends. We have a little bit of a wider view as Raymond playing from the top end. You can't see it, but he's very, I don't want to say fidgety, that's not it, but just constantly manipulating the hand and just sort of cycling through it. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Jan, who's just, hey, my cards are on the table, buddy. Like, there are no surprises here.
So decision points to be made, trying to find out what you want to play and how you want to play it. A little tough, too, because you know your opponent knows everything, so there's no bluffing to be had here. There's no, I might have it, so they have to respect it. They just know everything that you've got, and that is a very terrifying proposition. Jan sitting on 4 cards, one of those being an Earthmane Lion. Maybe considering, whether or not you want to drop that Earthmane Lion, where you want to move, if you want to move. What puts you in a good position?
Raymond being very, very, taking his time. This might be a game 3. We're not entirely sure what match this is. We don't know who won the first, who won the second. Trying to look at the pad if there's any indication, but we don't know if that's a fresh pad or not. So, so much going on. You can't see it as well off screen. Raymond taking notes. This is a player who I've played against many times, is always very prepared, always very studious, and
seems very meticulous about play and making sure everything goes across according to plan.
He is, and this is, also lends to the fact of him not being rattled in situations, because when you have a grasp on all the variables, when your mind is filled with as many of these little tangibles that you can keep track of, suddenly when something uncontrollable or unexpected happens that might be negative, you can lean on the fact, it's like, okay, this is bad, but I know X, Y, Z, and I can lean on that, and I can rely on that. It's kind of like a touchstone that you can always go back to center yourself and give yourself the confidence moving forward. And these are skill sets and behaviors and habits that you can develop.
Yes, you have to learn those. Those are learned behaviors that you can enhance and get better at, and it's something that I think you see in every card game. Great players have ways to key back in to avoid things like tilt, to refocus themselves on the game plan and the point. Look at this, keeping all of these old score sheets, maybe to review, maybe to reconsider in the future about how you want to tackle certain matchups.
Again, this is
just incredible display of organization and just forethought.
And this is all happening off screen for you. If you're wondering, hey, why is there no action going on? Raymond is legitimately just taking stock. This could be the pivotal. Again, they're playing for a seat in the finals of the World Championships. So you can't leave anything to chance that can be put down to preparation. And if there's no clock here, so don't worry about it. And finally, Raymond picking up the cards, putting them back down, not ready yet. It's what else can you kind of take into account? What can you write down? How many cards do you have left?
How many cards your opponent has left?
Yeah.
That is a fatigue scenario you need to be aware of. Look at the life parity is very close. So you're up 3 life if you're sitting on Raymond's side of things. You have basically the same amount of aura, effectively the same range, if you will. You're at parity, and look, there's the first move being made, I think by Jan. Right?
It is by Dr. J. Dr. J coming in with the Cato move, going after the Tiger. Tiger going to be down to 3 as 2 earth damage by Cato is done. There's an exertion token placed on the Cato now. That Tiger can respond. Cato's in potentially a pretty nasty spot here.
So considering how this plays out, obviously both players really giving it some thought, trying to figure out where and what is most necessary for victory. And this Barak is going to do some serious damage if it makes it over to that Cato.
There's an attack, and then the Barak was already exerted from the movement.
Yeah.
The Tiger is going to come through, do a little sidestep here, and say, "Okay, Cato, what you got, buddy?"
Yep, dropping down to 9 and then relocating. It was funny because we sat for a long while there where both players, really not acting in any way, shape, or form on the board state. But, once one piece falls, if you will, that chain of lines of play just plays itself out. Both players clearly looking at those lines, watching them play out one at a time, and knowing, well, if they do this, then I'm going to follow with this, and then I'm going to follow with this. Very chess-like in that respect, because both players immediately just moving things, pieces across the board in the ways that they expected to, for it to all fold out.
And that looks like that is it, as this game is done. There was a movement. This round is done. As it looks like the Cato just went ahead and just kind of did the old, like, nope.
Yeah, force warped that Chrono Walker off to the side after the Chrono Walker says, I want to deal 3 damage to you. And then Cato said, nah, why don't you deal 3 damage to the arena wall?
Yeah, why don't you deal 3 damage to my face? I've never seen a deception like this since I offered you my jacket and you didn't wear it.
You know what? Sometimes you just don't need it. Sometimes you're just stronger than the cold.
All right. Stronger than the cold, he says.
That's right. I'm going to go out in here in a little bit. I'm like, where's that jacket? I need that jacket. Ooh.
A tsunami. And again, a very expensive play to be committing here. But if you're up against it, it's not about economizing for the future if you can't get there. Tomorrow doesn't matter if you're not even getting to tonight, kind of thing, right? So you got to make sure that you can deal with it. Is that there's 3 health right in front of you. You're going to clear out a bunch of the nastiness that's there. But again, you're spending aura, and potentially you're going to be on the hook for that tiger behind you, the Anja tiger behind you that's going to deal damage. And at that point, are you going to warp away? Are you going to peel more cards off the top? Are you going to spend more aura to do so?
Yeah.
You're eventually going to be run dry, and that's when you get cornered, and that's when it becomes dangerous.
Yeah, this is it doesn't feel like a desperation play, but it does feel like one of those plays that you make that's just completely not optimal. You play it because you have to, but you don't like it. You just kind of get it out there because if you don't, then the game's basically over far faster than it might be. And so the Barak dropping down to 1 from that play, and let's see how Cato tries to respond to all of this.
The tiger in the back on the corner there, the top right corner of your screen, friends, that is still online to do some naughty work here. As exerted is Cato.
Yep.
But that tiger is hungry.
And the other aspect to this is Cato hasn't even, had their turn. So Cato here now having a turn, double moving and then triggering to the exert. So skipping over the possibility. But now going to see what you have. You've got the Earthmain line from before as well. So dealing that damage, dropping to 6. Anja Tiger, Ajna, Tony the Tiger, punching in for 3. It's more than good.
More than good.
More than good. It's great.
Our vernacular has essentially hit a brick wall in itself here as we are saying things like more than good.
Tony the Tiger's more than good.
It's not optimal. It's more than good.
Yeah, come on, you got to know the Tony the Tiger.
Tony the Tiger.
Flakes,
he's just all right.
Y'all have Frosted Flakes. Come on.
We do have Frosted Flakes here.
The commercial.
You know what we don't have here? I don't think we have Count Chocula. One of my favorite things to do when I'm in the States is just go check out your cereal aisle because it's like a freaking wonderland.
It's something. It is it is active and varied. It is both of those.
Both of those, all right.
Varied, is full, perhaps over full.
No, seriously, going through like a Walmart candy aisle, and then next to that is like the cereal. It's like Willy Wonka's. It's including the odd array of characters walking around.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm not that big of a fan of it. It probably brings some people joy, but I look at it and I'm like, oh, that's probably not what you want to put in your body at any point ever. But then again, I'm sure some people enjoy it. Nevertheless, feel free to, next time we see an Anja Tiger hit the board, everyone can say Tony the Tiger's more than good. He's great.
What am I eating for breakfast? Chocolate-filled marshmallows? Sounds good to me.
Yeah, probably don't want to do that. Look at this board. Look how crazy this is. We've brought it all the way down. Yes, it's 15-1, but the board is down to nothing.
This was referred to as basically like when they start hitting each other. It's like slappers only.
Yeah, exactly. It's a slap, and there's the handshake. You gotta give the handshake after that because your opponent's at 1. So the old, you can't do any like tricky warp strike. In fact, it would have been hilarious if you had like force warp,
and then just mill yourself up
and then smack him in the face.
Just doing like a, remember that? You're like, Golden eye slappers only is what this eventually comes down to, but that's not the case.
That would have been amazing, actually.
The winner is Raymond Chow, my nemesis.
Your nemesis?
My nemesis
Okay.
goes through to the finals, playing against Oliver of Germany. It's going to be Nubia versus Cato in the finals of the World Championships.
How exciting is this? Playing for their share of $15,000. This is about to come to a head, and you're going to find it here. If you want to watch that finals game, stick around after the break because we're going to bring that to you.
All right, we're live, back at it. It is the finals of the World Championship of Genesis Battle of Champions, and we brought an extra champion in with us.
Look, we're squeezed in. Look at this.
Why, hello, guys.
Oh, bring
group
it in.
hug
You'll
all the
love
way.
to see it.
You're so warm
Yeah.
and happy.
I gotta be happy. It's
Yeah.
the championship. We're going to crown a new champion today.
That's true. And not only is it going to be a new champion, it could be in a completely new region based on the way that this plays out, because we have, I think it's Canada versus
It's Canada versus
Germany.
Germany.
That's something.
To determine what is the best country in the world. And you know where my loyalties lie. Who are you rooting for?
I don't know. I probably Canada. I don't know. It's been a fantastic experience to be in. Oh no, I should. I should
we
change
won't.
it?
No, this goes back to the fact that I gave you a winter coat because you didn't bring one because you were unprepared, and then you just threw it directly in the trash.
It's literally right there.
Yeah, that's the trash.
It's okay. Deal. Okay.
That's where the trash
no,
is.
I guess I'm for Team Germany then. I don't know. Angels are cool, but we were just saying, Cato is pretty cool too. You even admitted to me that your relationship with Mano is over, and that you're a Cato main now.
Right?
All those cards you
Right?
just purchased.
So
Gone.
let's talk about this matchup over here. It's going to be Oliver versus Raymond. Raymond, my homeboy, one of my friends out there, and I'm so glad that he's in the finals. I'm completely biased on this. I'm not going to even hide it. But the matchup beyond that of Cato versus Nubia. What are we looking at here? How is this going to play out? We see that those Angels are so resilient and so evasive to standard attacks. What is a strategy? What can we expect from this particular matchup?
So I'm going to start off right now. If you had to tell me right now the championships for 2022 was going to end up with a Nubia here, I would have laughed at both of you. Especially Nubia Angels.
So
Nubia
it's high
Angels
school
were the
all over
dead-
again.
This is high school all over again.
Just laughing at me.
Nubia Angels is like 2018 Genesis, when they were prominent, they were dominant, they would take control of the board. With the release of Origins, it seems like someone's found a way to further protect them from all the new cast abilities, all the new range abilities, and just keep that air superiority that they're known for. We're going to see Angels drop, come take out any problem sums that Cato might have with that 6 damage, while being evasive and dodging out those attacks with defensive abilities.
Yeah.
Cato, on the other hand, is going to turn around and try to either warp them away or try to be evasive as possible with any Chrono Walkers that he may be packing, and try to maybe rush in damage on Nubia with only having 20 health.
It's true. I know you, Flake, were talking to Raymond right before this, and this idea of when you go into game one is really you're unable to touch those forethoughts. So you're playing with the deck list that you've submitted and you've brought, your main board, if you will.
Yeah.
So how does that gonna play based on what the information he gave you?
Yeah, so I got to talk to Raymond Chow in the hallway for a while. We just, again, a friend of mine. So I wanted to just wish him luck and such like that and just see how he was feeling. We always have good conversations outside of card games in general, but ultimately, I just wanted to get his feel about this, and I said, going up against this Nubia list, he was actually cheering for a mirror match, something that he was prepared for, he had the experience with. The Angels, he said, are going to be a problem, as like you mentioned. Now, I do want to give credit to Raymond because he is, one of the chief architects of this list. This Cato list is something that he kind of slapped together a month or a half ago or so, and the evolution of it towards Chrono Walkers and that kind of surprise element was something that he was really high on. And like he said, anytime that you can do an action or have an ability that doesn't exert you, it's exploitable to a degree. And we saw it in one of his, I believe it was the semifinals match, where he was able to chrono, and then tsunami.
Yeah.
But the tsunami, like you mentioned, is in the forethoughts. It's in the sideboard. So I asked them, what then is your issue? You're so high on Chrono Walkers. They do so much work, but they don't touch the Angels. They ain't got that reach.
Yeah.
So I said, what is your strategy in that regard? He said, well, at the beginning, I'm just gonna rush in. I gotta race them down. I gotta corner them. I gotta do as much damage as possible before those Angels get there. There's 10 of them swimming around. He said, if that succeeds, he's probably expecting to lose the game game one, but it's the sideboard that's going to dictate how this game goes. The tsunamis, the cards that can basically deflect damage, mitigate, and then reach those angels that are otherwise just hovering above you like these looming threats.
Now he does have access to something like a snare, which can be very tricky. Obviously, you can use Cato's ability to, reposition and warp those attacking angels around, but trying to rush down may be just what he needs to do in game one. And if you can pull a win in game one and access your forethoughts in game two, you might be able to put it together. But from the Angels' perspective, from Nubia's perspective, it's all about finding early game those angels, establishing them on the board, protecting them so that they don't go down easy to things, and then just riding those to victory, right?
Well, with the angels, I'm looking hopefully to see Nubia get them out and get them away from her. Because if there's tsunamis laying anywhere in that deck, the moment you get a tsunami out and hit even one angel and Nubia, you're starting to gain value. If you're hitting another angel, it's all money there.
Yeah.
So we're going to see probably angels take to the board, and they're going to kind of take their positions and then close in for that pincer.
Well, that's what we saw in that matchup there. Raymond was telling me, he's like, that move of, Corneau into Corneau, it's kind of like you're moonwalking your way over there. You're not even paying for it. You're just kind of just sliding your way in, getting into range, and then boom, tsunami. And there's that kind of that summon vomit onto that first turn of just saying, okay, well, I got it in the hand. Let's pay for it. Let's go full force. And the punishment was there. So to a degree, Cato also has the evasion ability of being able to warp around and really be difficult to actually connect with. But there is a tax on that. You're not just paying aura, you're paying cards off the top. Is there any strategy for a Nubia player to actually go towards fatigue?
So the problem with going towards fatigue, if the Nubia player was running it, fatigue does get expensive. And remember, Nubia starts off her hand, we're getting 5 cards. She's now bringing another 2 cards.
Right.
We are down now to 43 cards. Cut that in half, because she's drawing 2 cards every round.
Yep.
Nubia does not want to be going into energy abilities unless she absolutely needs to near the end. So if, let's say, our Cato player here can kind of feel those angels and wear her aura, Nubia will start to slowly falter. Actually, no, that's an understatement. She'll quickly falter, because at a Slappers Fest, she just can't do it.
No, and she's going to burn herself out round after round by just the virtue of her own very powerful ability to draw an extra card. If you can somehow find a way to survive and deal with the board and get value on disruption or snares, and you can just grind the game to a halt slowly but surely, then you might be able to get there. But I think perhaps your best avenue of victory is jamming down several of these epiphanies, finding these dedicated studies, and digging hard for a lot of damage quickly, because if you can maybe pressure in that first game, you might be able to just close it out early.
So once again, just to situate you all over the world and where you're at and while you're watching this, this is the World Championships of Genesis, Battle of Champions here in the, I guess, the hometown of the game, where the birthplace of the game would be, in Ontario, just Toronto specifically. My home field advantage. You're welcoming. You're here in Canada from Texas.
This is my first time in, I guess, almost 20 years being in Canada, and the first time was a very short stay, so it has been an absolute pleasure to be here and hang out with y'all.
Part of me thought that I just figured that there would be like kind of like the customs agents like, Steven, where you been? Like, it's the same guy after 20 years just coming through.
Yep, that same person.
Beard coming in full, buddy. Way to go.
No,
it didn't happen.
No,
okay.
No, it wasn't the case at all. In fact, now when you go through customs, there's just a cold, heartless computer that stares at your face and says, "Yes, you're human, and you look like that other photo." And then they just wave you on and mark your ticket.
Welcome to Canada. We got nothing of value for you to destroy, so come on in. Tell a friend. Absolutely.
It was quite a different experience than what you might see on a television, but you know what? I'm glad to be here, and it has been a fantastic 2 days of Genesis battle.
And we got to ask your expert opinion on this in terms of, in a 3-game series, seeing what the sideboard is, what the forethoughts are on both decks. Nubia versus Cato. Do you have any, are you risking a gambit here on who you think might win this matchup?
Given what I've seen in the finals here and leading up to it, I'm gonna bank on Nubia. I'm gonna go with the tried true classic Nubia all the way. So yes, I'm throwing my support behind the German player today.
All right.
Steven?
Looking at the way the matchup breaks out, it's going to be really tough to deal with Angels. And so if I were a betting man, I'd bet my money on Nubia in this one.
Well, I'm going to put my money down, and by money I mean not actual money, which I guess to you would actually be Canadian money.
Yeah.
On my boy Raymond Chow. Again, somebody who I have a wonderful competitive card game history against. He is my nemesis, so I think in competitive play in other card games, him and I are 3-3 against each other. We've played in some pretty high-stakes tournaments. This guy knows what he's doing. I've never seen a more sort of calm and focused and center player. When all things went awry against him, he stays focused, capitalizes on mistakes, and really makes you pay for any blunders. Now, I need some extra help here to root for Raymond. I got Steve-O in iShot, so just give me a thumbs up if it's a yes for Raymond Chow on Cato, or a thumbs down.
What he's not going to tell you is he's an old and true Nubia lover. So I'm very sorry.
No, we're good. It never happened.
Never happened.
He's not sitting right there, staring and smirking.
For the underdog with the Nubia Angels, just because this deck has been threatened to win the championships over the past
All right.
championships.
It's declared Nubia is an underdog by Steve-O. Steve-O says Nubia is an underdog.
That's a whole other discussion.
I don't know if I'd peg Nubia as an underdog in this matchup.
Well, hey, listen. Again, so what Steve was telling us again. Steve, one of the first ever champion, if I'm not mistaken, first ever world champion. There is some pedigree there, so that opinion definitely holds weight. Saying that this is a hero that has always been on the cusp, essentially, and never really pulled the trigger, never really got the job done. So why not today? Why not now? And against something like Cato, Angels are going to be out of reach, especially in game one. So it's almost a gimme. It's going to take a minor, not a miracle. What's the opposite of a miracle?
It's
my competitive play is an absolute
the opposite
nightmare.
of a miracle.
Yeah, it's going to take everything to sort of be torn asunder for what happens if all of those angels just happen to be sunk to the bottom of the deck, right? That could be
that'd be shocking.
Terrible.
Shocking and unfortunate, but the benefit of Nubia, you'll just dig to him faster.
True.
That is the possibility, a distinct possibility. But who actually knows if we'll actually see that eventuality? In fact, I will say this. I think we have just enough time, if we want to go ahead and jump down to the board right now, to do so. We can jump down to that board and talk through as the players, I believe, are beginning to shuffle their decks and prepare for game number one. I do also want to say, as we shift on over, I love that the Lost Star Arena here is being signed by all the players that play on the Lost Star Arena. I think that is a wonderful little touch to have as a sort of a memento, a keepsake of the championship.
So talk to us a little bit about first versus second, especially in this specific matchup. Certain heroes might want to go first, certain heroes might prefer going second. In this particular matchup, what is the advantage to being on the play versus being in the more responsive, reactionary position?
So being on the play is you kind of can set your dominance there, and that, hey, this is what I'm bringing to the board, or here's the position I want to take early, and execute from there. Being on the, let's say, the response here, the responsive player is going to get an idea of where they have to go or what they need to do to start breaking through your position. We're going to see very quickly board position get established, and one of the players are going to find out if they made the right choice of where they're going to put their foot down.
Now, it does look very interesting here that both players are taking a look at deck lists, asking questions, asking for clarification. In fact, I brought this card up that they're both actually looking at. Let me double check the name of said card. I think
Zednith.
it is
Zednith.
No, this is Disenchant. Disenchant. In fact, Disenchant had to actually go and fetch that card so that the opponent could actually read Disenchant, and I showed this to Joey over at Decks and Drafts, who's been doing a fantastic job this entire weekend, and he stopped what he was doing and literally said, "What does Disenchant even do?" And that's actually what the question was posed at the table there, so had to go and get Disenchant out of the forethoughts, fetch it out, and actually read that card. Doesn't appear to have any utility in this current matchup, though, so gonna probably put that one right back.
I think what Disenchant probably ended up happening is that someone was afraid that we'd either see a Tashir player running Rapier's Precision, which would be relatively cheap, and pumping out extra damage. And they just wanted a way that if they had to get in close, they could slowly stop that from occurring with the Disenchant. We don't see much Disenchant in that right now because skills are still not really big in the current meta. You might see the odd person playing them, but someone probably need to fill it a forethought, say, hey, you know what, I'd rather put them just to be safe.
What's great about this game also is that, you know, the sideboarding is such a skill. Obviously, the initial deck building and what you want to go and present to your opponent and what you're relying on just for that first initial matchups. You want something that's almost self-sufficient, something that is not going to play off your opponent. That's what the sideboard is for. And I find that in some of these sideboards, you're seeing... You know, you see cards that are very targeted, things like Disenchant, like you mentioned, but a lot of the times, some of them are just doubling down on cards that are already very helpful. The amount of times you see cards that I'm like, all right, well, I'm running like 5 or 6 bolt shots, but in the sideboard, I got another pocket of them. I got another pair of them in ready to go. Same thing with something like Tsunami. There's just
Chrono
always
Walkers sometimes.
Chrono Walkers,
two extra
But
Chrono
Rooks,
Walkers.
Orange Tigers, these are double downs when you just want to apply the pressure.
Yep.
So
That's exactly what we see
in
sometimes.
that case, you know, how much of a sideboard for something like Cato, let's say, or even Nubia, is dedicated to something like just precise targeted tech?
I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't know how much I would put in there. My sideboard when I'm building my forethoughts is I want a toolbox there. However, I might still have 1 or 2 extra cards. I might have the extra like for Nubia here. I might have an extra angel just in case I'm not drawing them, or another 2 angels.
Starting off,
Cato takes the lead, double moves, exerts, and then in response, 2 angels, and that's not what you want to see on this game 1. You want to close that gap and deal a bunch of damage, but those angels are going to get very far in the way. Dropping the casual 50 aura, but well worth it.
Cato would love to have a double Tsunami here. Oh no.
Well, those are in the forethoughts. I don't think there's any mainboard tsunamis, if I'm not mistaken.
Double check that.
There are no mainboard
tsunamis.
Oh, no.
So this is what Raymond Chow was precisely mentioning. He said that the nightmare scenario is just getting dropped on by these angels that descend from the heavens, and I've got no answer for them. No prayers will send them back back up to heaven. No, this is a situation that Raymond was... You know, he already felt that he was under the gun in this matchup, knowing that there was not much reach to go ahead and, you know, tickle those angels as they're way, way up in the sky. But he thought that as long as there was a reasonable start, that there was a chance. But dropping angels on the flank right in front of you, right away, Nubia has just started. As you can see, Cato just doing a little sidestep to the right here and trying to position here. But it's got to be a dire situation right out of the gate.
That is not what you want to see. Now, mind reading is a fun idea. Having a mind reading attached, being able to see what your opponent has in their hand if you can get close enough. But honestly, I'm not even sure you want to see what's in the opponent's hand. You're staring down so many angels already, and if you see more angels, you may just be like, oh no, why am I even looking at this? Please just hide the fact that I'm about to die.
So the other thing we got to consider too with what Raymond might be planning is to snap this up in the second and third games as well. You know, come in light, see how the player's reacting, how they're trying to take the board, and then turn around and use those forethoughts for a psych out and saying, hey, I am coming to play. Thank you for letting me know how you want to play the game.
Yeah, think of this as almost like like if this was boxing or MMA, you got 3 rounds, right?
Yeah.
If sometimes that first round is just feeling out your opponent, seeing how they're reacting to the jab, how they're reacting to, you know, a grapple or going for the takedown. Just creating that sort of muscle memory or patterning out their behavior so that you can better adjust to it when it matters. You go back into your corner, you get a few words, you readjust your strategy. You come out swinging. Maybe you switch southpaw. Maybe you just sort of double down. And that's kind of what Raymond, I think, has to do here is just figure out, okay, if I do this, what are they reacting to? But, you know, what is Raymond's line of attack here against such a strong opener?
Looking at what the main deck is going right now, the best thing Raymond has to do right now is to get in beside Nubia, drop the Tigers, and just start swinging.
Yeah.
That's all Raymond has right now. He can't deal with those angels.
Moving forward, doing some really tricky swaps so that you can open up a lane to maybe push a tiger through, push yourself through, immediately try to surround, and then it just becomes a numbers game, a race of, well, can I maybe snare an angel over on the corner so that they don't have the consistent 6-6-6, and I can go 3-2, 3-2, and try to count down that way, because otherwise I may not be able to reach there.
And every tiger he plays, he needs to land a shot with it, because that angel will instantly just swap it away.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It's not just a matter of connecting with the tiger. It's the fact that you had unless there's any kind of tricks up his sleeve, if he's pulling rabbits out of his hat for every time damage is presented, that Nubia suddenly becomes slippery like that.
Yep.
You're missing. You have to swing at every pitch, but you also have to connect for it doesn't have to be a home run, but if you're not hitting singles and doubles and getting some people across the plate, it's not going to work out. You're going to run out of real estate in terms of actually being able to convert on this round one. It is a best of 3, so there's definitely a lot of runway left. But Raymond now basically walked into a buzzsaw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stepping forward into the fray. Look at this. You wouldn't think you would want to position yourself like this because you're basically surrounded at this point. But then moving things around with your warp ability and maybe playing something like a Chrono Walker and then immediately coming across and trying to deal damage to Nubia might be what he has up his sleeves.
5 auras spent there, 3 cards peeled off the top. Those are going to be memories very shortly. As Raymond, I believe, activating his warp ability.
I believe so as well. And it looks like he is going to move that over.
I love that. I love the whole, you're here and now you're there. Just get out of my face. It's just kind of like doing a little frontsies backsies when you're waiting in line.
Swap.
Yeah. So Raymond right now, 125. I mean, leading in aura, leading in life. Things seem great. No, there's a swarm of angels buzzing about, and he's stuck in the middle of 2, frankly. And I think just trying to find a lane to that Nubia that has kind of retreated back into the into sort of the starting square.
Yeah, this was really good positioning as well from Nubia, because you don't want to just stand pat and stay in that previous location. Slide over 1, make it a little bit more difficult to deal with, and Warp Strike is a great way to respond to a 6-power attack, right?
It will get him out of that damage in that. He's trying to bait those angels to get them to use up their action so he can make that safe way to Nubia.
Yep, and this Warp Strike is a great way to do that.
Raymond Chow of Canada versus Oliver of Germany. It's Cato versus Nubia here at the World Championships of Genesis.
The Cato deck, affectionately referred to as Cato.
Correct.
And Air Force 10 for the Nubia.
This is where I think I need to be in Raymond's corner and be like, look, dude, I will not coach you on strategy. I will not give you any insight about deck building or meta or anything like that or lines of play. However, please let me name your deck. Please let me name your deck. I am the one who called it Uber Beats instead of
That's right.
Sitting on a stone protector of knee and just shuttling around those violent Bimants and just smashing them. That's Uber Beats. That's just Uber Beats.
So it looks like we got mind reading in there to see, and we got 2 Chronos on Oliver's side there, and is that protected? Oh my, there's a lot of defensive cards in there.
Yeah.
Those angels are going to be hard to deal with now.
Yeah, and not only that, if you're trying to pressure down Nubia, well, they can use those Chrono Walkers to step out of harm's way, and you're going to have trouble unless you've got a snare in that pocket. You're going to have trouble keeping Nubia in place and then racing them down.
Yeah, this is a tough one. This is, you're already in a bad spot. You're basically shoveling your car out of a pile of snow, and you just heard on the radio that 10 more feet's on the way. It's a really difficult position to be in.
I have no clue what that is like.
Yeah, well,
I've never experienced that in my entire life. That sounds awful.
We will take you down just across the border, and we'll put you into a snowbank.
No, thank you. No, I'm good.
Have you heard of Buffalo?
I'm all good.
Because we'll see it again.
Buffalo? Didn't he get buried?
Yeah, Buffalo's got. We'll see Buffalo again in May.
Can I borrow your jacket?
You son of a bitch. No mileage on that jacket this entire weekend. It's a beautiful jacket. You're going to wear it after this game.
I'll wear it. You know, I should be wearing it
during the game.
Go in between the forethoughts. I'll go put this jacket on.
Well, there's no reason to bundle up because, I mean, the action here is hot as those Angels, thank you so much. Those are called segues. Those Angels seemingly just trying to chase down that Cato. And every time that Cato warps around, it is taking aura and it's taking cards off the top. So eventually that whole smoke and mirrors behavior is going to come to a head where you just can't pay for it.
Yeah, this is it's going to be interesting to see how this round plays out as they're finally finishing these exerts. Going to fly over, activate the Swift.
Cato's in a lot of trouble here right now.
Yeah.
The good thing is Cato has gotten a lot of information from the Angels already, how they're playing, how aggressive they're being, and Cato's going to have to take that into the next round and when we're getting into those forethoughts.
Yeah, information is a very, very powerful tool, but perhaps even more powerful, angels that kill you. You may have a lot of information, but understanding that 3 angels are going to barrel down and attempt to go 6 and then 6 and then 6, you can do whatever you want with that information, but it's going to be tough to battle through those.
Silver lining, again, knowing is half the battle. The other half is winning 2 more rounds, Raymond Chow.
That's correct.
There's Anja Tiger coming down.
Yep.
So I don't want to say a little too late. I think that things were kind of dictated very early on in this matchup, but that has to be what you're leaning on in this matchup, right?
It's going to be one of the best responses Raymond has here to at least try to apply some pressure and to say, hey, I can still do things here. There's that Chrono Walker.
Yeah, Chrono Walker in response on top of the stack. They're going to place it there. Then once it resolves, they're going to complete the swap. And then the damage will be applied, of course, to the Chrono Walker from that Tiger.
So the Chrono Walker, again, to quote Raymond Chow, it's like a Swiss Army knife. Was that you who said that?
That was him.
That was him. I don't remember anymore.
That's okay.
It's been a long weekend of excellent gameplay here, but yeah, Raymond Chow says it's like a Swiss Army knife. You've got 3. It's an effective 3/6, 3 damage. It's got a 6 body.
Yeah.
It comes in at swift speed. It can mitigate damage and it also act as a movement mechanic for your hero, for your champion. So it does it all. What it doesn't have is reach, and that's what's difficult. So. We're going to see how this basically shakes out in round 2, as right now it might be a matter of inevitability, but like you said, the information that you're gathering here is what you're going to be putting in your back pocket to bring into that next round.
Where to place the Anja Tiger? Obviously, you would love to jam this down and then have it spin or rotate and then deal 3 damage. But like you mentioned, possibly too little, too late for this go around. And could be coming down to how, the draws of round 2 begin. But, remember that Chrono Walker that I had in my hand earlier? I still have it. It's still there.
Oh, yeah.
Do it again.
I mean, those are just impressive cards.
Absolutely. And remember, Chrono Walker is one of the, alpha cards out there.
Yes.
And he's still around today.
Staples.
Absolutely. And just goes to show how much power this Chrono Walker has behind it. As you said, it is a Swiss Army knife. It can do so much for a champion where you need it, when you need it.
Part of the beauty of the Chrono Walker, as well as we were discussing just staples, is the fact that, when I was talking to Raymond about it, I was saying, I'm like, it's not just about the fact that the Chrono Walker is going to take the damage. If you don't kill it, it's got a 6-point body. Yeah. If you don't kill it, it is there to then just slap back on the next turn. It is a devastating thing to stare down. And, when we're talking about staples, we were mentioning, Chrono Walker, Bolt Shot.
Yes.
How many of these cards would you, if you were to give sort of a 5-pack of staples, what are the other staples in Genesis?
Right now, so you got the first 2 there. I'm looking at Snare as one of mine.
Snare is starting to be that way, right?
Snare does stop the Chrono Walker swapping, so it does allow you to keep it there. Anja Tiger. Anja Tiger is an all-star.
Speaking of,
there it is again.
Speak of the devil, and it shall appear. The Anja Tiger comes across, going to come down, not giving in, not giving up, trying to piece things together. Because again, if you can find an avenue, if you can find a way, you might as well try. This, listen, this is the championship. This is the final round. If you can scrap, claw, and fight your way to an unexpected victory, which we've actually seen happen on this stream before, well, you can walk away the winner and the world champion of Genesis.
There's something else we have to consider what Raymond's doing right now. I'm looking at this deficit I have here, Angels on the board, my Anges aren't connecting very well, or I might not be able to connect very well. Is Raymond trying to gauge how much damage he can put in a round against Nubia and take that information into the next round when he forethoughts?
That's a very good point. Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and take care of all the exertion tokens. We're going to a new round in Game 1 of the World Championships of Genesis. We're live in Toronto. It's nice to have you, Flake, Armada, our resident expert, JC.
Yep.
Good to have you, buddy, in the booth with us here.
We're all crunched in together, like lean in, like we're all watching.
We are just, but that's the thing. Where I'm just as intrigued as everyone else. Again, I'm nowhere near. I nowhere near have the same pedigree and experience as the players out there. However, this is a game that I am very, very much a fan of. It mixes so many different elements.
It does.
Planning, just board state, positioning, location, sequencing, stacking and trigger stacks. It has everything, and it really, really requires a refined and kind of layered mind to sort through all that to find the optimal plays.
It rewards, player skill in so many different avenues, and I love games that reward player skill. And there's few that do on so many different levels as something like Genesis.
A player like Raymond Chow, mentioning about the fact that, he's in a tough spot, kind of back against the wall, Angels buzzing about, it's really dangerous. But this is a player that I myself have been in a position where he has been up against the gun in other card games that we've played in very competitive atmospheres, where all it took was one little mistake that I made where he said, that's my window. And you kind of leave the door cracked open just a quarter inch, and he just kicks it down and finds the opening and makes his way. And I lost that game where it was basically a sure thing. He managed to turn around and won. So I am absolutely not counting Raymond out, not just for this particular finals, but even this game. You never know what he can pull out of his hat.
That's right. You never leave a door open. Quarter inch, centimeters, doesn't even matter.
Millimeters.
Doesn't even matter how you go about measuring it, what unit of measure you use.
So I'd like to say I do see an Aja Tiger in Raymond's hand there.
Yeah.
So we still have damage on board in that hand that could turn around and be a problem for Oliver there. We see the one Aja. If he can get another one, he might be able to put a pressure on before those Angels come in.
It's interesting, though, because if you're sitting on the perspective of Oliver, if you're looking at this board state on Oliver, you have to feel very good about yourself. You've established Chrono Walker. It just got removed. The second one just got removed. But you still have Angels on the board in a very real and powerful way. So the question becomes, how do you want to proceed? Do you want them to just charge down and try and close the game out quickly? Because your opponent's sitting at 9. And you have 2 unexerted Angels that you can try to move into position, or move at least closer into position. Or do you try to play this a lot slower, more methodically, remove the possibilities that this could ever be a remote loss, and seal up Game 1 of this 3-game series?
With the Angels, I am definitely thinking of just going in and hitting Cato to the face. Those Tigers can't hit me.
Right.
If he has Chronos there, they can't hit me. I am quite comfortable going in with the knowledge I have to say, the Anjas can hurt me, but I can rush damage for this round a lot quicker than you can. That 9, that's definitely a thing.
If you're Oliver in this situation, I think confidence all-time high opening this game up.
Yeah.
And it has to be, to a degree, getting a little shaky. Perhaps it's a little bit more fragile than it was in the first turn of this entire first round of this game. First turn, first round, you can kind of see that you're in the driver's seat, but you got to think that any lesser player may have already crumbled against that initial pressure. Raymond being very resilient in this matchup, just trying to find how much he can squeeze out of this match, whether it's longevity and reps with each turn, finding more scenarios. This is just more knowledge and experience that he's going to bank on and draw upon later on. And as it stands right now, there's still even an option to even make the game more interesting. So Oliver, the longer that this Game 1 goes, the worse he must feel,
I think at this point, though, he's choosing to be very judicious, cleaning up the Tigers, cleaning up any board state that he doesn't have full control over. And at this point, now that it is clean, he may have only 19 aura available to him, but he doesn't need any aura at this point. He doesn't need evasion. He just needs to go in at this point, now that you've taken care of any possibility of counterplay, and just punch him in the face. And look, you see it, the good old concession for game one, because at that point, once the board has been cleaned up, all of your avenues, your possibilities of maybe winning a race are exhausted, and you can move on to the forethought. So Oliver taking the judicious line there and just taking away any possibility that the game is going to go any longer, and instead saying, I'll take game one. Let's move on to game two.
All right, so Oliver up 1-0 in the finals here. It's a best of 3. We're going to the forethoughts. This is where you can bring in cards that were not in your main deck, your main deck being 50 cards. You do have to show your opponent the sauce, though. And based on what you see here, what do you think is coming out? What do you think is coming in?
I think the first thing that's coming in, we got to bring in those anomalies. If Raymond's to have any hope to control those angels, it's going to be early on.
Yeah.
Oliver's going to get there. I'm going to drop my 2 angels. I want to show my superiority. I want to be in with a Corneau Walker sliding across that board and saying, hey, here's my 2 tsunamis. Thank you for the beautiful exchange.
Yes.
You spent 50 aura on that.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I spent the same amount, and I still have big cards sitting there.
Yep.
The other thing I might be looking at is probably Baruch to rush more damage quicker.
Right.
We won't get that extra end of round turn, but Baruch coming down is still an extra turn, and with that blitz. And maybe some snares just in case you don't get that tsunami early enough.
Yeah, I think the snares could be very key at delaying the game and possibly finding your answers, dealing with those angels. And obviously, let's see, 2 extra snares in the sideboard. Of course, we didn't see snares come into play that game. There were 5 in the deck. Didn't find any of those snares, so possibly adding 2 more in maybe gives you the opportunity to see those early enough to where they can actually matter.
The other thing we did not see from Raymond's side was there is 4 Epiphanies in that deck.
Yes, he burned several.
Epiphany would change the momentum very quickly. Epiphany on the start of the first round for Raymond would change the tempo very quickly, allow him to get into options a lot quicker, get across that board quicker potentially with pulling what he needs.
Yeah.
Looking here at what we have for Oliver, my goodness, Angel's Embrace if he wants to maybe keep his health up. He's afraid of those tsunamis coming in. And then from there, it's not much.
Well, interestingly enough, we watched this in the semifinals. In this scenario against the Cato, the choice was made to bring in Zenith Pulses or Zenith Pulses.
You were
You're welcome. Yeah, so that it could control those summons and pull those in and really stop any sort of counterplay when it comes to dropping Tigers and racing. And those may come in here as well. It'll be interesting to see if he actually makes that choice.
So the only thing I'm trying to remember is Zenith Pulse is 2 or 3 damage when you actually leave the spot.
It does 2.
It does 2?
2 at the end of the round, I believe.
At the end of the round.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
A great way to then, again, if you're racing across with Corneau Walkers or those Blitzers, they now are in closer range of being killed by something very simple.
Yep.
Oh, that's
we have
beautiful.
it in the house. The old Zenith Pulse.
Zenith Pulse, the Canadian version. Got him.
Yep.
So here we are. It's 1-0 to Oliver of Germany playing against Raymond Chow, homeboy of Toronto here, as it's the finals, the World Championships of Genesis, Battle of Champions 2022. We've had multiple champions already, some of them still here in the house, watching in, taking in the action.
There's those tsunamis in the snare.
Tsunamis and 1 extra snare, and it's a very simple swap on the other end. But look at that, pulling out all those warp strikes, saying warp strike perhaps just not enough value, could clog up the hand and not provide me any real benefit. What I need is area of effect damage. That's what we're pulling in.
Cato's going to be pulling out that surfboard to hopefully ride it to victory in this one.
Yeah,
Yep.
Hit up the old Iceman ice slide on the back of those Corneau Walkers. It's kind of a nasty thing to do, just to summon them in and just be like, "Oops, excuse me, sorry, hold on," creating like this human bridge to go right into her face there, right into Nubia's kitchen, and start messing with the pots and pans. That's the move that he's looking to do, as we saw Raymond Chow do this earlier. I believe it was in the semifinals. Went in for that. It was that early angel vomit.
That was pretty crazy. So
Yeah.
the opposing player dropped 4 different summons that were all 3 or less health.
Oh no!
And this was against Suttir, I believe.
Oh,
And,
that's right. It was against
And in doing so, after a hand of 4 different summons, there was a response, and there was a Chrono Walker, and another Chrono Walker, and then all 4 summons disappeared.
Yeah.
It was illusion, and everything died.
Kapoof. Yeah, it all went bye-bye. Much like that game when we played, where
Yes.
that
Yes,
was fun.
just like that.
Just drop a couple random little sea otters and innocent little foxes on the board, and who showed up?
And I burned them alive with Baruchs.
Amazing. Thank you.
It was quite good. It was quite enjoyable.
You're disgusting. That is terrible.
Nay to that.
That's right.
Oh my God! Then I learned about ice balls, and it was amazing.
Yes, that was then a tail of the tape, if you will.
Yeah. I think the lifetime it's 2-1 in favor of DM Armada.
You know, it happens.
Okay, so we're starting off. We're moving in Nubia. With the dedicated studies.
So that was a Kabus, and trying to see what else went there, but it was 2 low cards. So Nubia is going to dig for something big and
Tossing
more
tossing 2 more Kabus down into the dirt. Let's see.
There's the angel.
1 angel. Are we going to see a second angel?
Is this going to become Flight of the Valkyrie, my friends?
Yep.
Oh no!
There they are.
Exact play. Now the question becomes: does he have the 3rd? That would be just insult to injury, but still, just 2 angels established on the board. This is where you want those. This is where you want those tsunamis.
So we got to remember. All of us got to remember. He's got to be careful playing that more angels because he knows those tsunamis are there.
Yep.
And it's going to be 2 tsunamis to take them away.
Yep.
Question is did Raymond draw them? He's running 5 of them in the. They're in the forethoughts, but they're now in the deck, so he has access to them if he can draw them, and that is always that little element of unheralded RNG that you can't exactly deal with. It's the nature of the beast, ladies and gentlemen. It's a card game. You shuffle, you draw, and you deal with what you got. And in this case, Raymond desperate for a tsunami as all of these little buzzards in the sky here, these winged bastards, are just aching to get punished.
This is what you want. You want the dedicated studies. Want to be able to discard those cards, draw those cards, then discard those cards as well.
There is another dedicated he can go in and on. It looks like there might be a tsunami on that far left there.
You're definitely wanting to find multiples so that you can kind of clean this up. The other option maybe is you try, because you need the absolute value to maybe bait some of this out. But there's always going to be counterplay to that, right? There's always going to be the possibility. There's the dedicated studies as well.
2 Chrono Walkers getting tossed off the top is pretty nasty as well.
Drawing into 2 more cards, considering your options.
Did he get the second? If that's a tsunami, did he get the second one?
That would basically clean up this mess that has already been left on the board.
Well, you would think it would, but there's always some possible blocks and
defensive cards to protect the angels.
Yeah. So even drawing into them may not be enough.
Chrono and Nair go away.
Those
3 Chronos are just eviscerated by the discard now. So those are pure memories for Raymond Chow. 3 cards that allow for some of that damage mitigation.
All right, we have the first tsunami play. Does he have a second one in hand? If he does, then maybe he follows it up. But there's no stopping this one. So content to just resolve the payment, and then
does Nubia have defense? I'm sorry to cut you off, but does he have defense?
That's the question that we're asking. And it looks like he's feathering
He got
a card.
something.
He does indeed have the wall that drops it down. He's going to choose 1 summon and himself, and you protect damage from those 2 targets, if you will. So one of these angels will take the damage, but that damage is not being dealt, or perhaps maybe to both summons. I can't quite remember.
I believe it is a summon in the awareness and yourself. However, it is 2 health to play that card, so Nubia will be down a little bit.
This is true, yes. So one of those indeed will take that tsunami damage. So keeping your main pieces at play is the angle that you need.
I mean, if those are if you're identifying the weakness for Cato here and Raymond Chow's deck, it's the fact that he can't access those angels. I think you do everything in your might to protect those seemingly untouchable threats. And if you know that there's 5 tsunamis walking around, you know that it takes a 2-pack of them to actually clear the skies. If you can turn if you can turn a 2 tsunami kill into a necessary 3 tsunami kill, that's already 60% of the threats to your own threat pool, right? So mitigating that damage has to be a priority.
And realistically, you're looking here at maybe 1 to 2 more protection spells that you could possibly play, and then maybe the resources to jam down another angel. And that's your effective aura usage for the rest of the game, but that might just be enough to close it out.
Here comes the first angel in.
Yeah, angels are hunting here, and we know that Cato's a slippery little bastard, as he can just kind of go and just, do a little sidestep, a little switcheroo, just kind of moonwalk back, forward, wherever you need to be to get out of range here, but that's going to cost you cards, it's going to cost you some nastiness, and in this case, a Chrono Walker is going to go ahead and probably take the brunt of this attack. The problem here, also...
Chrono Walker's going to go away.
Yeah, that's an expensive way to save face here.
Yeah. So going to make the swap. Going to place behind so that you can swap towards the back there. And from that point, the damage is going to go through and remove that Chrono Walker.
So interesting move he did play behind, as we mentioned. He is baiting that angel. He does not want to take that damage, so at least that angel has to come front on if he wants to get that damage. He will have that warp ability to get it out of there. If he had to place anywhere else, that angel would have had a free shot there. Unless there was another Chrono sitting in hand.
The issue here is that Chrono Walker can do nothing but just kind of wave at that angel, just ask for an autograph or something.
Hello,
because
friends.
Basically, he's a spectator to what is effectively a parade float that's just up there ominously staring down and hunting for that Cato. That Chrono Walker is such a nasty threat against so many other summons, but in this case, those angels are laughing as they're way above the skies and out of reach of almost everything that Cato can throw his way. Those tsunamis are so valuable.
Now, this is so interesting to, instead of just immediately pursue with that angel, to instead keep it out of a possible tsunami range, not give your opponent the value that they could try to be baiting out or building up, instead to just play conservatively safe, maybe use these other easier to pay for summons like a Cabas to go in and try to deal some damage and bait out those huge big plays.
Very interesting there.
So he's doing a little moonwalk to go up a spot here and get in position.
Tsunami.
A tsunami.
Exactly.
You've got a 4-pack here that are just waiting to eat it.
And that's the setup, and that's exactly what
There's
playing for.
There's the first one.
He's playing for it now, and if there's any responses whatsoever to try and stop it, this could be the case.
Oh my goodness, it looks like it's just happening.
Well, let's see, they're unexerting.
Oh, he's unexerting, okay.
Yeah.
All right, first tsunami's on the stack. It is paid for. It is still floating around.
Oh no!
He has it. He has the protection, so it's going to stop the damage from going through on the already damaged one. It looks that is a big play.
Now again, silver lining here. It is going to cost you 2 health on Nubia to effectuate that plan here. But again, you pay a little to save a lot. In this case, is that tsunami. You can see the eyes light up for Raymond as he cheated in that Chrono Walker, walked forward, did a little 90-degree, and then in comes the rain. But not enough in this case. It seems like Oliver has just found the responses. And again, when you're drawing 2 cards every turn, you're digging for answers at a much quicker pace. Another tsunami, so the answer was there.
So you're going to get rid of the one angel. He's exchanging aura for life at this moment because he can't take...
Another protection.
So that protection is going to keep that angel in the skies. It's going to mitigate one of the damage, if I'm not mistaken.
So he might even have more. I mean, he's feathering his cards as if he has another, play here. No.
Oh.
Perhaps not. Maybe just choosing to resolve and then continuing on after that.
60% of the tsunamis are now distant memories, my friend.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them left, and if there's any protection spell that can stop and keep one angel on the board, that is enough, I feel, that can just run roughshod over a Cato.
Yeah, 1 card in hand. Hands in the head in the hands. Trying to consider how to get out of this.
He's taking out of the threats first.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we saw in game 1. Very judicious play, very understanding of if this ever comes to a race scenario, I don't want to be on the losing end of that race. I have superiority. I have the superior units, the combatants in the arena. If I just take care of whatever's on this board in a very easy manner, because I deal square damage onto life here, then I just guarantee myself as the champion.
Is there a situation here perhaps where Cato just says, you know what, screw it, I'm going right for that Nubia? Maybe I find some very aggressive summons and maybe try to race you down?
The only option is I draw Epiphany next turn, I get like 2 tigers, and we start clawing everything we can.
Yeah, and in that scenario, you may just even turn those angels around and say, I can win this race. 12 damage to your 6, because I'm in a corner.
And look at the aura pool right now.
Oh, I like this move. That Chrono Rocker was effectively useless. Maybe he's trying to just bait out one of those angels to chase it. Maybe gain a little bit of space.
And look at this, the angel turns around and says, oh yeah, well, we'll just hit you in the face.
Yeah, no, I ain't following this breadcrumb trail into your gingerbread house, you bastard. That's not happening,
Yeah, if you're going to be judicious on taking care of all of the summons on the board, then why don't you go chase this one? But nope.
Did Nubia just come in for a slap?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Slappers only on the stack, baby.
In the water.
Wow.
That's where real gamers are made.
Absolutely.
Oliver's not worried at his. He definitely feels like he has the win here.
Yeah.
To do that, even I would be erring on the side of caution, saying, "Hey, you know what? I'm just going to keep away a little bit."
Moving quick. He's got the pace of a man determined to close this out in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, he's playing like his flight leaves tonight. Like, he's got to make sure that even Nubia gets her licks in on Cato here, as Cato again just kind of backsteps, a little sidestep as well, getting in range maybe of this angel, but again, you can't do anything.
Actually, Cato, I believe, is a cast ability there. So is he? If that's a cast ability, he can actually snipe that.
Yes, that is.
It is a cast ability.
Yeah,
so yeah, Cato can hit that angel.
That angel is in range as well with 1 life total left.
And look at this. In response, we have the Chrono Walker swap forward. Nubia now playing a tempo game and protecting it, saying, no, you don't get any free kills here. None of these angels will die this round.
Raymond learning about divinity in the most brutal way possible as these winged hellions are buzzing about Cato. Cato has very little reach against them. You got to draw into something like, a dedicated studies into 2 tsunamis?
And yeah, anything area would be the... But again, we have those defensive spells that have been giving instant value every time.
And there's more where it comes from as well. Now, considering the possibility of maybe responding here, because again, the stack is hugely important in this game, and you can possibly respond to this and deal the damage in a different way, I should say.
Now, Raymond is actually starting to develop a stack here. Is he thinking about trying to snipe this angel with something else?
That's exactly the question that you have to ask, and based on the posturing, it seems that that's a possibility.
So here's a force warp.
Yeah.
Bless you, Raymond Chow, for your very,
clear, easy to read, easy to understand
stack.
Reference cards too.
He brought flashcards, which is great. All right, so the force warp looks like it's going to it's been paid for, yet to resolve, as it's down to Oliver to actually respond to this swift ability.
So the force warp, of course, can also be responded to. So the consideration could be, maybe I want to do something in addition to this, from Oliver's perspective.
Germany came to play here, bringing angels en masse. Air Force 9 outdone by Air Force 10.
Yes, that's right. Air Force 10 on the board right now, up 1-0 in the championship round.
Can't wait for the 2023 qualifiers where Air Force 11 makes an appearance.
Please tell me someone brings and names their next deck Air Force 12.
Air Force 12?
Just push it 2 forward.
We can get some Death Companions in there if you really want to. Call it Air Force 12.
Why not? I mean, we got to eventually get to whatever the highest point is. And then it's going to all come, you know how fashion is cyclical? Eventually somebody will wait with Air Force 1 just to
really
restart it.
That point home. Going to resolve the stack. Force warps over. Resolves the protection. Ooh, look at this. This is fun. The old warp strike, gonna burn off the top.
No tsunamis, so
you don't want to see those tigers go. But at this point in the game, you're trying to find any way to punch through.
What is Raymond need to dig into here to change the landscape of this match right now?
Oh, and look at this force warping over there. Still trying to just kill the Angel.
If he can deal with these 2 Angels on board right now, he does have a good state.
Yeah.
The question is, though, does Oliver have one more Angel? He has enough gas in the tank for it.
There's enough gas for one more Angel and basically no protection after the fact. So the question becomes, do you drop the Angel? Do you try to protect the one that's on the board that already has damage? Oh, yeah, if you have the third one, then you just go with it.
Raymond's got an uphill battle here. If he has one Tsunami, he can get it in there, but it's not going to take out that one Angel.
It's not just an uphill battle. There's an Indiana Jones-sized stone rolling down it. So
rolling directly at you.
Yeah,
with wings.
With wings.
And Cato's the Harrison Ford in this one?
Yeah,
could be.
Yeah.
Or he could be the ground that's about to get rolled over. One of the two.
Who's that dude who got his face melted off?
Yeah, could be that guy, unfortunately.
Just picture
him.
Raymond.
Oliver here feeling perhaps very comfortable.
Raymond just saying angels. It had to be angels.
It had to be angels.
Angel of Retribution at 3 health. That's kind of hunting for that Chrono Walker. The Chrono Walker could do nothing but sign for the bill, frankly. There's just going to be damage dealt and trick or treat. Go back to go. Go back home. Unfortunately, as Cato's is kind of left adrift there on the side of the board as the Chrono Walker that has done a great job of putting him in reach of his big tsunami punishment plays is now just going to try to run away to a degree. And I get this. I mean, if the Angel's hunting it, you want to at least maybe buy an extra turn, divert some of the attention of that Angel away from Cato, and maybe kind of have an extra turn. An extra turn means another attempt at drawing a tsunami, at drawing another answer. So it's tough, but Raymond has to find a way out because he is down 1-0. Oliver has been just relentless as the Angel just goes after Cato.
And he's playing to his outs. He's trying to stay away. He's trying to make it harder and more difficult to just reach over there. He's playing these disruptive warps to the side to try and mitigate that damage, and maybe playing to a fatigue out, right? I mean, if your opponent gets to the end of their deck, then you can possibly find a way to win the game.
There's the Cabas. There's more turns on the board now for Oliver there.
I just love that play of the Angel diving headfirst, full, sword and ready to tear you asunder, and then Cato's just like, whoop.
To the side.
Absolutely.
Cato's in a bad position here to get pinned if Cato's not careful. Unless he's baiting for that tsunami. He could still get a lot of value out of even one. He'll take one Angel down, bring the other down into 3. He could tank a hit. But we still got a Chrono and a Cabas to worry about as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you can deal with these Angels, the game isn't immediately over on the spot. You still have other threats to deal with, one of those being that Chrono Walker. And this here trying to deal that damage and reduce the Angel to 1 here.
So also, I mean, worth noting is the fact that Oliver's at 20 aura. There's no more Angels coming out of the house here. Is there that what you see is what you get for aerial threats. If you can deal with them, Raymond is going to have to look to buy time at this rate. But the problem is that you need to pay for a tsunami of your own, and if you're jamming out Chrono Walkers, that costs aura as well, and then the coffers are empty.
Yeah, this is our real last gasp right here because you're paying down to 1 aura just to stay alive, using that Chrono Walker to teleport you around, then warping it out of range of that damage. But you're at 1 aura. You're left with triggering things with energy.
Here comes the other Angel in.
Cleans up the Chrono Walker. Chrono Walker steps forward, inevitability almost at this point. Walls closing in from all directions, and we are perhaps just a single, maybe round or so away from a new champion.
I feel like this game may have been the first sort of iterations of deciding the winner was sort of planted in the deck building process. I feel like this is a matchup that in match 1, I mean, it was just a mismatch to a certain degree. We saw Cato just absolutely dominate the semifinals, 3 Catos and 1 Nubia, but Nubia managed to get through, and it seems like Raymond, unfortunately, just got absolutely stuffed. And not just the matter of it being the Angels, it's the fact that it was the damage mitigation saved the Angels that maintained air superiority against the clapback, against that tsunami answer.
And the Angel finally does go down after many, many turns and many rounds of survivability. The Angel finally drops, but your opponent just attacking with more and representing threats and damage on the board that you can't outrace, including one more Angel that is just going to float there.
And you got to remember, too, Oliver still has 20 aura. That is another Chrono there. Nubia with that double draw, if he has more Combustus in there, he can easily outpace the turn count here and just pin down Cato quickly. And we're starting to see that here now.
Yeah, this is a nasty little element here, as basically Raymond is being pinned into a corner, nowhere to go but fight your way out, and without much left in the tank here. Like you said, inevitability is just radiant right now as a Cabas, a Chrono Walker, and a partridge in a pear tree, frankly, are all here staring him down, trying to close this out. Oliver of Germany has all but locked this up as you see Cato, Raymond, Chow in the corner, just staring down an onslaught of different flavors of justice here.
Retribution at hand at the Angels' expense by the Angel's sword. Gonna swing in, try to deal with this Cabas. Maybe take that off the board.
That's it, guys. That's closed out. He's
Yep.
Oh no! There's a snare.
Yeah, the snare is really the only out to stop this Angel from sweeping in. Really, pop that snare down and maybe try to piece something together. But and to his credit, not giving up and not giving in. He's gonna play to the last point, and that's what you should do because you're sitting in the finals.
Yeah, take your time and just enjoy it at this point. You got this far. Why not take a few of them out with you, baby?
Bring
Why
them down
not?
along with you.
Heck yes.
Looks like we're going down together, gentlemen.
You've seen Independence Day. Fly that plane right up into that mothership, baby. Make it happen.
Gonna remove the threats on the board. It's just down to one Angel. And, maybe they can print a card in the future that returns some, like a summon to the thoughts.
Now, to be honest, there is a card like that in like your Alpha Beta that is 25 aura at 4 chi to bounce it back.
Seems like something that might be prevalent if you get to these late game scenarios where they wouldn't be able to pay for it anyway.
Absolutely.
Steven going to go and look through the singles pile.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy this up.
Cato's moving in, so he's gonna make that Angel chase him.
Yep.
At 3, though, you can see the Chrono Walker also just sidestepping in there, getting in range. Dedicated Study's going to go dig for more. Why not? Let's just make a hand slightly better.
He just drew 2 Angels and said, "Now you're gone. I've already seen your kind.
All right, Air Force 10 became Air Force 8. Get out of here.
Done with you."
The board has essentially the dust is settling, and what stands tall is that one Angel that is hunting down that Cato. Now again, this is a 5x6 grid. There's not much place for this Cato to hide as it is running, and the Nubia now is going to go summon a Cabas in front of her.
Comes down. Discarding, maybe another one on the side. Yep, another one on the side to really kind of close out those lanes where maybe just some trickery and cards from hand that could maybe get you around and try to start doing something against Nubia. This says no. This is watertight. This is airtight. This game is a wrap, is what he's trying to say.
I mean, you're essentially, if this was chess, you've got your king and a knight versus a queen and two rooks, and you're inevitability, obviously, what you're banking on is for a colossal mistake.
Yeah.
But these players are in the finals. They got here through 5 rounds of Swiss and a top 16, so mistakes are not necessarily something that you can rely on. If that is your win condition, you're probably not going to convert on it.
I think the writing is now officially on the wall. Swinging that attack onto the Angel of the Retribution. Look at that. Gonna swing around.
Just fly on over. Oh!
It's over, and ladies and gentlemen.
Is sealed.
Yes, Oliver of Germany is your 2022 Genesis Battle of Champions World Champion.
What a way to finish, and what a game to finish with. Angels, you said it in the open. Who would have thought Angels would even be here at this moment? And not only are they here, they're here in force, picking up the win in the championship.
I got tingles going down my spine, gentlemen. That I would have never thought at the beginning. I would never have thought back in 2018 when I first got into this game that Angels 4 years later would be taking a championship the way it has.
It's the perfect timing too, because there's so many avenues of protection for them that if you did not bring units that specifically deal with them, summons that come in and can deal 6 or can deal range damage, then the answers are so few and far between. Lining up 2 tsunamis, a very difficult thing.
Well, that's part of it, right? It was the fact that Raymond was relying on the sideboard. He was gonna be down 0-1. He was already basically had conceded to the fact that he had to play to 3. He had to win game 3 to win the championship, and to do that, you rely on your forethoughts. Those 5 tsunamis were gonna be as good as gold if they can connect. Now, and to Oliver's credit, seeing it a mile away, that's part of the beauty of the fact that, hey, not only is showing you the forethoughts, Oliver knows that those tsunamis are going to be in there. And basically being able to not just see them coming, but even if you can't dodge them by positioning, merely having the proper ways to mitigate the damage. You know, it's not about having all my Angels on the board. It's probably about just having one at the end of the day where you can't touch it. And that was a big, big piece of that victory.
And that's what led to Oliver becoming the champion. It's an incredible feat, and credit to him for running through all of those rounds of Swiss, through all of those top 16s. I think through multiple different Nubias as well. Played through at least one in the previous match that we saw, dealing with all of those Angels and Angels on the board. Credit to battling your way to the very top and taking the crown.
So I'm going to put it here right now. I can only imagine tomorrow. I know I'm going to get a phone call from a personal friend, Steve at Head or Tail, saying, what happened at the championship? What are we going to do to stop this? What happened? That's the call that's going to be happening right now. You're going to see all the players saying, how do we stop this? How are we going to change the meta? What do we need to do to be prepared? It's everything that's going to happen right now.
Are you just you're flexing on everyone?
Flake's got his Angels, baby. Flake saw this one coming. Flake went ahead and absolutely pillaged the singles pile earlier today. I got my Angels ready to rock and roll. So, you know, get in on the ground floor.
Everybody get comfortable and, invest heavily in violent Bimants. We got to get the Furious George out. Dust Furious George out. Drop it all in the deck. Be ready with your Furious Georges, because if Angels are afoot, he may be a very solid answer.
Yeah, no, that's I like that. We've come up with some good ones this weekend.
Furious
George is pretty good. We've got Uber Beats.
Yep, there's been some great naming conventions that have been added to the game. Our contributions are subpar naming structures. There you go,
dude. It has been a pleasure to not just meet and hang out and stuff like that, talk about the game, but just have your expertise and your insight into this game. It has been not just a joy for us, but a privilege for everybody who is listening. So thank you so much for joining us, my friend.
No, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. I never thought I'd get to cast with the one and only DM Armada.
Hey,
Flake's here too.
Flake's here too.
I'm just here bringing you guys coffee, I guess.
wait. I think a double.
Not true at all. You get it.
Okay, I gotta vacuum the floor and go put the chairs up now. Apparently.
I was kidding.
No.
I know you're kidding.
Got you quite good.
Yeah, I got.
Nevertheless, we did receive yet another sticky note. It's been a weekend full of sticky notes. In fact, you stepped away yesterday, and while you were gone, we absolutely lost it with sticky notes on stream. This man wore sticky notes as an outfit.
Well, what's happening next?
Right after this, in a few minutes, we're going to sit down with the champion himself. Oliver's going to come down and go through the gauntlet of interviews. Gonna fire away the questions. What do you think?
Oh, I'm gonna be just rapid firing these ones, such as number 1, how do you pronounce your last name?
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah.
And on the way in with the trophy is Oliver himself. Last name, Linke?
Now, there is a downside to this, which is how the living hell are you going to get that on the plane?
That's a great question, a fantastic question that could be asked. But let's go ahead and see if we can possibly get him over here for an interview and get everything nice and set up. But that is an extensive trophy.
Yeah, that's
a beauty of a trophy.
Yeah, that thing
I wish I had that on my shelf. Don't you? Wouldn't that look great on your shelf?
We have to go earn it. We have to go earn it.
My apartment's in Toronto. We don't have enough space for that.
Okay. Oh, it is a Toronto apartment.
Yeah, so I think we get like 17 square feet, and that apartment is at least 4 of them. So, sorry, that trophy's at least 4 of them.
At least
4 square feet.
You're not wrong. So that trophy is so extensive. It's a trophy. It has a cup on it as well.
Yeah,
so you use it as you just put it in your your kitchen.
Germans known for excellent beer.
Yep.
I would definitely be taking that off.
Are you kidding me? If I won something like that, the first thing I'm doing is taking it to Steam Whistle, the brewery, and just being like, no need for a Stein, my friend. I brought my own.
Taken care of.
And just wheel it in on a dolly.
That would actually be hilarious.
I think so. I mean, that thing is absolutely gorgeous. There's Oliver just taking it in. Again, just so much preparation, blood, sweat, and tears.
I mean, how surreal is it to come with your friends from Germany and to celebrate this great game on its 5th year, and not only to just really try to play and give it your all, but to come out on top. Like, you're gonna go home a champion.
God, I have no words for this. This is a surreal moment.
I think so. It's an important moment as well in the history of the game. Again, one of the biggest tournaments that this game has ever put on is coming to a conclusion here in Toronto. Flake, Armada, JC, again, this has just been a joy for us to be a part of. I know that, you and I are relatively new to this game. It's a game that I really think is an excellent game. I've had an amazing time playing it, exploring it, and just being a part of this community. And as you can see over there is the champion, and just standing alongside essentially what possibly could be a replica of the CN Tower at this point. I think it's enormous. But that is what this is all about. That's the conclusion of a year of competitive play, a year of deck building, of grinding, of innovation is come to a head here as Oliver of Germany has won the World Championships here in Toronto.
Yeah, a very special moment. I'm sure we would all agree, and he would agree, most certainly. Special moment, and getting to celebrate with your friends, as you see there, getting to celebrate with your friends and new friends that you made in this community by coming to it. Just a wonderful, wonderful event. Thank you so much for all that put this event on. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be here and to hang out with everyone that we're going to go play some games after this, in fact, of Genesis. We're going to sit down, maybe crack some boxes, enjoy the atmosphere and the experience. But before we do all of that,
I'm going to tag out, gentlemen.
We got to
get champion. So thank you very much. We'll chat again soon.
I like that idea. All right, we got the champ.
Let's make the swap. Let's just bring him on in. Come on over. We'll give you some space that you so deftly earned and deserved. Welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Well, first of all, congratulations. That is the number one thing I want to say. And the other question that I am so dying to ask you, how do you pronounce your last name?
Linke.
Okay, perfect.
We got it.
Wasn't sure. Now, the other thing about this is that I was so all about the nicknames that people are giving to their decks. Airforce 10, just one better than Airforce 9.
It's not better, it's different, but it's obviously why it's
You gotta
Airforce.
get the hardware.
Oh, right.
Yes, of course. We have to include the excessively long and
This thing is heavy.
I'm gonna bring you a chair.
Yeah, that is we'll just set that right there like a babe on the knee. if
Wonderful.
you will.
So it's the name is like pretty obviously, it's 10 Angel of Retribution. That's why it's Air Force 10.
Yep.
And Air Force 9 just has 9 Angel of Retribution, but it's not the deck is not worse. It's just different.
Well, you proved that you can pilot your deck to a finish. So congratulations on that. Now, my question for you, and I'm sure everyone's curious, what prompted you to bring all of these angels to the meta, and why did you make that decision that clearly paid off for you?
Yeah. It was we had in it all started with a Kunn deck that was built with Crocs, so with the Fire and Croc.
Sure.
And so Matthias was building this Croc deck, and then I said, maybe Nubia is the better champion because she's, from my opinion, the best champion in the game. And then we built the Croc deck with Nubia, and this deck performed awesome when we tested it. It was really, really awesome. But then I said, what's better than a Croc? Better than a Croc is an angel. So we had this idea. The idea was still the same. Have these 8 Chi summons and protect it as long as possible that they can bring you to victory. And so we had this deck with the angels. But Matthias was the one who did this deck that I played today. He said, okay, we don't play any Tsunami. We don't play this Psychic Blast or Board Shots. We take them all out and just play Angel and this amount of protection cards. And he was like calculating and test drawing like 100 times to bring these numbers together. And then I tested and played this deck, and I thought I was not losing at all. And this was the reason I said, okay, this is the best deck, and I expected like a lot of Tigers. What can a Tiger do against an Angel? Nothing. I expect a lot of Nubia Burst or Burst decks in general, and with all these protection cards, what can they do? In the end, mostly nothing.
That's right.
And this was the reason I said, okay, I play a deck without Tsunami, I play a deck without Board Shot, I just go for the protection cards to filter my deck, and of course the Angels.
That's the beautiful part about it, and what I love to see as well and love to hear about is that the fact that, you know, Matthias, your teammate, who was very responsible for the design of this deck. I love when, you know, giving the credit where credit is due. That's awesome. The evolution of the list as well. But there has to be more people from Team Germany that play a part of this, right? And I want to ask you about what that team element, that team preparation does for your success and the success of your teammates as well, versus somebody who, you know, might have to go it alone. What did your team do to contribute to your victory beyond just Matthias designing the list?
Yeah, of course, the play testing. You have to test the deck. You have an idea, and then of course, then you talk in the group. Marcel, Matthias, and I, we talk in the group. What does the other person think, and maybe how can we improve the deck? And then you have a version of a deck. You would say, okay, this is like, now we have to test it against different decks. But you need people that can play these other decks on a competitive level, because what do you have from it when the other person can't play the other deck? Of course you will win, but you are not sure about the strength of the deck you want to test.
Sure.
So this is so we are a very small community in Germany, very, very small. So, but this is the most important thing. And we also was thinking about playing with the Canadians, but we also didn't want to expose our ideas that we want to bring here.
Right, makes sense.
And this is, because the games here, they all were amazing. There was tough fights, even not only today, also yesterday it was really hard. Will K, what a opponent. I'm sorry, I forgot the name, but the one who played the Taché Tigers. He played really, really good, and it takes everything from me. And also Eric L, who from one of the Chrono Walkers. This was the only game I lost. But I'm glad we played yesterday, because I learned so much in this actually game that was necessary, that I could beat him now on day 2.
That's awesome.
Because
that's
I sideboarded wrong, totally wrong in this game. But I thought a lot about this game yesterday, because I know there were a lot of Cato decks, and at least they were more or less the same.
Hey, no one can tell you wrong. You got this.
Yeah,
that's
right.
This is basically how you win every argument from now on.
Yeah, you just point in that direction when everyone's hanging out at your place. What was that about? You think you have the best taste in food? I'm a champion. Thank you very much.
Well, sorry, what's that about Baruch's? Hold on a second. Let me just make sure that I got this going on here. Okay, so
tell me more.
Tell me again about why your opinion is correct. That's kind of your move right now.
Just lean it in.
Yeah, this is awesome.
You talked about all the games here that you've played in being just wonderful and back and forth, and talk more about your experience with these players, because this being the first true international feel for a tournament, that all these players can come together and perhaps meet each other in person. How has that experience been for you?
Yeah, to meet the actually Genesis community was really great. Everybody gave us a really, really warm welcome, and everybody chatted with us and how are you doing and so everybody was so nice, and also the games, they were competitive, but never salty or never unfair. It was always fair and respectful. And I had some other experience from other games where it's not like this. Yeah. And it was competitive. Everybody wanted to win, but there was no trick playing. There was no stalling. It was just like kind of perfect competitive games like I expect them, or like I want to have them.
Well, Ollie, congratulations again, and
you,
we will let you go celebrate. If there's anyone else that you want to thank, or one last thing you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, I want to thank my whole team that we made it here. They also played a very, very good tournament from my point of view. And I want to thank Henning that he is supporting the smallest community we have. Without his store, we would have no place to play in actually cards. So yeah, I think, and I want of course to thank all of the people that make this here possible, because it was an awesome event. For us it was like, when you come from another country and you travel so far, so many hours, you have of course like high expectations. And often if you have high expectations, you're a little bit disappointed after this. And I'm not saying this because I've won this tournament. I already said it yesterday. It's like it's an amazing tournament that they organized here, and everything was, it went out pretty well. The tables were good, the mattresses were good. It was the competitive play was great. Yeah, it was just a great tournament overall.
Well, congratulations. It's a hard-earned victory and well worth it.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pass it on over to Assad to close out this tournament, to close out the 2022 championships. So let's go ahead and jump on over there.
I'm live? Yeah? Can everyone hear me? Oh, it's not? Okay. Hey, champions! All right. Crazy event. Long day. I hope everyone had fun. I want to do one final thank you to everyone who sponsored this event, who volunteered, who helped out, the amazing team who did so much, our commentators, Kenny, Joey, who ran all the production, and Unbound Studio team who did so much for us. Thank you, everyone. All right, just some last things before I wrap up. If you were part of the Heads or Tails raffle, go over there. They will announce all the winners and stuff after this. If you're part of the top 16, come and talk to me. We'll talk prizes and all that wonderful stuff. If you're an auction winner, you're going to have to wait until the top 16 talk to me, and then you can come and talk to me, and we'll get that sorted out. And we're going to keep the hall open. We're going to be cleaning up in the background until about 10. But if you're in the middle of the game, you have until then to keep going. But really, at the end of this, I feel like I've walked away with so many new friends, such a wonderful community. And after 5 years, it's crazy to see all of this come to life. Have everyone here. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. All right. So I just want to say,
you lead us in.
Thank you. Have a great night. Enjoy yourself. Hang out. Come talk to me if you want any prizes. And that's it for me. Bye. I'll see you back to them.
And back. And back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure. It has been a pleasure It's been a pleasure to hang out with you, Flake, and to cast all of these wonderful games. I hope, we were just speaking about this, we hope we did this justice. We hope that you enjoyed this experience and that you've enjoyed watching these fantastic Oh, you're right. Oh, good Lord.
Wear the coat I brought you.
Okay, fine. I'll put the coat on.
Put the
Good
coat on.
God.
It's cold outside.
Good Lord.
Okay, I will. I want to echo the sentiment again. We are new to this game. We were welcomed with open arms. The community here is excellent. The game itself, layered, complex, rewarding, skill intensive. Yes, you are warm. You are safe now, Steven Armada.
I'm not gonna lie, this is actually incredibly warm and comfortable.
It's beautiful, right? And then you can just jam that down. Friends, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast for the World Championships of Genesis here in 2022 in my home city of Toronto. Steven Kukis, again, it is always a pleasure to cast with you, no matter what we're doing. We can go and cast wiener dog racing, and I think it would be super fun.
Yeah, I would actually do that. That sounds absolutely fantastic. And I hope, like we mentioned, I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you've had a laugh. I hope you've learned something about the game. And I hope your day is a little bit brighter for it. That's all. That's it. That's us signing off from Toronto.
Absolutely, friends. Be safe, be kind.